Chapter 951, Genius of a Generation, Feng Gu. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Blazing Heaven Demoness compensation was very satisfactory. Firstly, Blazing Heaven Demoness recently funded immortal materials were all waived. Fang Yuan did not need to pay her back. Secondly, Blazing Heaven Demoness lent Fang Yuan 3 Fire Path Immortal Gu and gave him a large number of Mortal Gu. These 3 Fire Path Immortal Gu along with the countless Mortal Gu could create the Fire Path Immortal Killer move, Nirvana Fire. Speaking of which, Blazing Heaven Demoness was quite unlucky. She had funded Fang Yuan in refining Star Thought Immortal Gu and provided him a huge amount of precious immortal materials. In the end, all of it went to waste and Fang Yuan did not need to pay her back. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness had tampered with the immortal materials earlier, Fang Yuan had gained a lot of experience from it. He was very familiar with the refinement process of Star Thought Immortal Gu. Because of the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan obtained the details of the Immortal Killer move Nirvana Fire. Which Immortal Gu were the cores? How many supplementary Mortal Gu were needed? What was the order of the Gu worms? Fang Yuan knew all of these clearly. But to use this killer move, there was a prerequisite. Fire Path Dao marks needed to be expended from the Gu Immortal's body. Blazing Heaven Demoness had cleverly concealed this fact. It was a small trap in the agreement. She wanted to increase her control over Fang Yuan using this. Since Fang Yuan did not have any Fire Path Dao marks, if he wanted to revive using Nirvana Fire, he would need Blazing Heaven Demoness to use Nirvana Fire for him. Fang Yuan planned to modify the Immortal Killer move Nirvana Fire, using other Immortal Gu as the cores to achieve the same or similar results. And it would be best if these new core Immortal Gu were Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan possessed. This modification was very difficult. Typical Wisdom Path Gu Immortals would not have any confidence in this, but Fang Yuan had high hopes for it. The reason was because Wisdom Gu was inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The power of the rank 9 Wisdom Gu was simply brilliant. It could not be expressed with words. It was important for Fang Yuan to do this. The Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method could allow him to revive, but it could only be used once on each Immortal Aperture. After revival, he would not be able to use Wisdom Gu. If Fang Yuan could modify Nirvana Fire and freely change between being an immortal zombie and a living person, Wisdom Gu would continue to assist him in unimaginable ways. Blazing Heaven Demoness is tight on funds now. She needs to spend her own resources to refine Immortal Gu and complete the mandatory mission by Zombie Alliance. Thus, she had to lend out these 3 Fire Path Immortal Gu. If not for this situation, even if I requested it, she would not lend them to me so easily. With these 3 Fire Path Immortal Gu, my modification and deduction will be much easier. Fang Yuan felt very pleased about this. The Gu formation plan of Zombie Alliance unexpectedly made him a beneficiary. In the following days, Fang Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom. He deduced with all his energy, concentrating on modifying the killer move Nirvana Fire. Speaking of which, he had already gathered enough Strength Path Immortal Zombies and refined enough Exert Strength Gu. He even had a 60-year lifespan Gu. He had all 3. He could activate the Life and Death Immortal Aperture Revival method now to become a living Gu Immortal and obtain a high-grade Blessed Land. But after obtaining Nirvana Fire, Fang Yuan was no longer satisfied with just this. Even though with Blazing Heaven Demoness interference, Fang Yuan was prevented from plotting against Hei Lou Lan and obtaining a super-grade Blessed Land. Because of this opportunity, he obtained Nirvana Fire, and if he used it well, he would be able to continue using Wisdom Gu. Summing up his gains and losses, Fang Yuan was uncertain if he had overall made a gain or a loss. Just as Fang Yuan was modifying the Immortal Killer move, Xiao Yun had already stepped into Luo Po Valley. She was the key to rescuing Feng Gu. There was only one person who came along with her as the rescue team from Spirit Affinity House. Prince Feng Xian. His rank 8 cultivation could face any challenges. On the surface, he was a Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu Immortal and was an external supreme elder of a super force, Gong tribe. He did not have the Huang gene bloodline in him, and because he had some grievances with Gong tribe, he had been living outside for many years. The truth was, he was a disciple of Spirit Affinity House. The Central Continent Force had spent a huge effort and price to send him into Northern Plains as their highest-level spy, his main task being in regards to 88 True Yang building. Normally, Prince Feng Xian could not be used easily. If any traces were exposed, Prince Feng Xian's secret status, which had been hidden for hundreds of years, would be wasted. But it was different now because of Feng Gu. He was the face of Spirit Affinity House. Currently, he already could suppress the rest of Central Continent. If he advanced to rank 8, with his talent and ability, in time, he would be an expert even among rank 8s. His existence meant more benefits. His life and death would tilt the balance between the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and even change the situation of the entire Central Continent Gu immortal world. Thus, Spirit Affinity House took a risk in using the hidden agent Prince Feng Xian to try and save him as soon as possible. Prince Feng Xian and Xiao Lianyun, immortal and an immortal, moved forward in Luopa Valley. Lord, I would like to ask a question. If I can save Lord Feng Jiuge, will I be able to become the next generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House? While traveling, Xiao Lianyun asked this. Prince Feng Xian wore a mask, his figure was blurry, he was shrouded in fog, his true appearance was concealed. He said softly with a smile, "It is not so easy to become Spirit Affinity House's next generation fairy. But if you can save Feng Jiuge, then it would almost be guaranteed that you succeed. I heard that his daughter Feng Jin Huang is the top competitor for this title. If you become the savior of her father's life, she would step down from this contest for sure." So that's it. Xiao Lianyun's eyes shined with the light of hope. Even though she had the soul of an adult, after she went to Spirit Affinity House, she was very cooperative. She did not conceal anything and acted obediently, because she had understood what world she was in. Without strength, no matter how intelligent you were like a loose strand of grass. Once the wind blew, you would be blown away and sent into danger. She understood that she needed to rely on Spirit Affinity House to save Ma Hongyun, but it was unrealistic to get Spirit Affinity House to attack Snowy Mountain. Xiao Lianyun had understood the rules of Spirit Affinity House. All the generations of fairies were fully nurtured by the sect. In Spirit Affinity House's long history, all of these fairies had become Gu immortals. They had immense strength and had significant authority in the sect. To save Brother Hongyun, I need to rely on myself. Brother Hongyun, you must hang in there. Xiao Lianyun prayed for Ma Hongyun internally. Prince Feng Xian suddenly stopped moving. Found it, it is here. Using the Immortal Gu from Spirit Affinity House, Prince Feng Xian obtained an immortal killer move that was specialized in finding the thieving heaven inheritance. To use this killer move, they had to move slowly. Prince Feng Xian brought Xiao Lianyun and walked for over 2 hours before they located the thieving heaven inheritance in the giant Luopa Valley. Prince Feng Xian activated his Immortal Gu, and in a few minutes, an entrance of light opened. Whoosh! The entrance of light had just opened when an intense wind blew. Prince Feng Xian was shocked. How can the winds of assimilation be here? He quickly activated his Immortal Gu, using a killer move and grabbing with his hand. The winds of assimilation were condensed into a ball, grabbed tightly by Prince Feng Xian in his hand. But soon, Prince Feng Xian's hand started trembling as his expression turned pale. Quickly go in. I can only control it for a moment. Xiao Lianyun swiftly acknowledged his words. Even though she could not see his face, she could hear how anxious he was from his voice. Xiao Lianyun stepped in and saw a familiar sight. Like the previous inheritance space, this place was empty. The only thing here were over a dozen tornadoes of the winds of assimilation, moving slowly in the space like tall pillars. Xiao Lianyun's heart was pounding. Even though she did not know what the winds of assimilation were, from the actions of Prince Feng Xian, she knew that they were incredibly powerful. You are finally here, quickly come to me. A voice was transmitted into her ears. Xiao Lianyun was shocked. She took a step back. Who are you? I am Feng Jiuge. Hurry, come here now. The voice was extremely weak. It sounded like a dying old man who was holding on to his last breath. Xiao Lianyun hesitated. She could hear that the voice came from within one of the tornadoes of the winds of assimilation. Xiao Lianyun also realized that the tornadoes were all gathering towards the most central one. They were moving slowly, like a group of lions stalking and eyeing up on their food. Don't worry. You are an otherworldly demon. You have received the acceptance of thieving heaven's will. The winds of assimilation are harmless to you. Feng Jiuge paused before speaking with difficulty. Didn't you come to save me? If I stay here, you will not be able to inherit this thieving heaven inheritance. Xiao Lianyun licked her dry lips. She knew that she had to make a decision now. Time waits for no one. Xiao Lianyun carefully got closer to a tornado of the winds of assimilation. The tornado's power was very concentrated. Xiao Lianyun could only feel a light breeze when she was beside it. She stretched out her trembling hand as she placed it into the tornado. If any Gu immortal saw this, they would cry out in shock. But Xiao Lianyun's ignorance made her less fearful. She did not know the power of the winds of assimilation, and she chose to believe in Feng Jiuge. Like what Feng Jiuge had said, the winds of assimilation that even Prince Feng Xian could not deal with were harmless towards Xiao Lianyun. After Xiao Lianyun placed her hand into it, the tornado shrunk at an observable rate. In a few breaths' time, it vanished. Feng Jiuge's voice was transmitted again. See, wasn't I correct? This inheritance space has a power greater than the winds of assimilation, thus it cannot be destroyed. You are an otherworldly demon accepted by this space, with it protecting you. You are in no danger. Zhao Lianyun was overjoyed. Lord Feng Gu, I will save you now. She rushed into the tornadoes, charging her way in, as the winds of assimilation vanished wherever she went. Eventually, she reached the center, and the largest wind pillar trapping Feng Gu dispersed. Next, she saw that Feng Gu was sitting cross-legged in the air, 3 meters from the ground. His face was rosy and his robe was clean, but his eyes were shut tight. Lord Feng Gu, Zhao Lianyun called out lightly. Feng Gu slowly opened his eyes. His expression was clear as jade. He did not speak. He opened his right hand and showed it to Zhao Lianyun. There were 2 words written with blood on his palm. Zhao Lianyun looked at it in confusion, turning her gaze towards Feng Gu again. Feng Gu smiled lightly at her. Next, his entire body scattered with the wind. It disintegrated and vanished on the spot. Zhao Lianyun was left staring blankly. The greatest genius of a generation, Feng Gu, had passed away. Chapter 952. Fang Yuan's first entry into Luo Po Valley Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Because the rate of time was different, half a month had already passed here. In the underground cave, Fang Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom as he deduced quietly, as usual. In here, he did not need to use the killer move vaguely familiar face. He was in his original zombie appearance. He did not move. He sat still like a rock. But in his mind, countless starlight specks were shining, as thoughts clashed endlessly within. Puff! A long while later, he let out a breath. He opened his eyes and showed an extremely tired expression. He stood up with difficulty. After undergoing such a long period of intense thinking, his mind was hurting and he felt waves of dizziness. Even though he was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, his Fire Path attainment level was too low. He could only maintain each deduction for 7 days and nights. After 7 days and nights, he would need to rest, unable to continue further. His mind was like a simmering cauldron. It needed time to cool down frequently. If not, his mind would suffer considerable damage. After so many days, I have only completed 20% of Nirvana Fire's modification. And this was with the effect of the light of wisdom. If I did it alone, I would need countless years to reach my current progress. Immortal killer move were very hard to create. The killer move Nirvana Fire was even more profound. Using Fire Path to display the mysteries of life and death, if Blazing Heaven Demoness was not a Fire Path Great Grandmaster, she might not have successfully created this move. Fang Yuan left the underground cave and returned to Danghun Palace to rest. After sleeping for half a day, his mind was refreshed, but according to his experience, Fang Yuan still needed to rest for an entire night before he could recover fully. Hu Immortal Blessed Land did not have day and night. There were no changes in the sky. But if it did, then there would still be 6 hours until night time. Fang Yuan was unwilling to waste his time. He activated Connecting Heaven Gu and his consciousness entered Treasure Yellow Heaven. During this period of time, he selectively put some rank 8 immortal materials up for sale, to exchange for a large amount of food to feed his immortal Gu. Of course, the more precious quasi-rank 9 immortal materials were kept in his possession. The rank 8 immortal materials that he sold were the lowest quality among his inventory. Even so, waves of commotion were created in Treasure Yellow Heaven as a result. The attraction of rank 8 immortal materials was huge. This allowed Fang Yuan to easily complete the current goal of feeding his immortal Gu. If not for these rank 8 immortal materials, I would be troubled by this for a long time. Fang Yuan was feeling the burden of feeding immortal Gu now. He had simply too many immortal Gu on him right now. Very few Gu Immortals had so many immortal Gu in their possession. The burden of feeding these immortal Gu was huge. Actually, quality was more important than quantity for immortal Gu. Like Shuesongzi, he only had 1 immortal Gu, but after Shadow Sect gave him a set of immortal killer moves, he fought without any clear weaknesses. In this situation, he was making full use of his immortal Gu. The most common situation is to feed a small number of immortal Gu and use them as the cores to create many different immortal killer moves to deal with different situations. Fang Yuan knew this, but he had no choice. He could not sell these immortal Gu easily. Transactions of immortal Gu were very rare. Even if there occurred, they traded immortal Gu for immortal Gu. After settling the final deal in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan's immortal Gu feeding session ended for the time being. As for the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had set it aside. He still had the rank 6 Immortal Gu recipe of all-out effort Gu, but he did not plan to refine it. Even though he lost self-strength Immortal Gu and his battle strength fell drastically. The success rate of refining Immortal Gu was too low. In order to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan suffered huge losses. Right now, he felt sick every time he heard about refining Immortal Gu. He felt some pity and sympathy towards the immortal zombies who were refining Immortal Gu collectively right now. He did not lack Immortal Essence Stones currently, but his funds were all spent on the building of Star Form Blessed Land. During this period, Fang Yuan had been multitasking. Star Form Land Spirit had been working laboriously, following the design plans of Fang Yuan in building the new structures. Right now, Star Form Blessed Land was already 40% done with the new development. But with the revival method, Fang Yuan no longer felt such urgency towards Star Form Blessed Land. Fang Yuan also did not plan to move Hu Immortal Blessed Land's resources into Star Form Blessed Land. During this period, Fang Yuan's time in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was fulfilling and peaceful. His main effort was on modifying the killer move Nirvana Fire. Everything was prepared now. He only lacked the final critical elements. Once Nirvana Fire was completed, Fang Yuan would revive and obtain a high-grade Blessed Land. Next, he will move all of the Blessed Land's resources into his own immortal aperture. This was the safest and fastest way. Undoubtedly, once this plan succeeds, Fang Yuan's future would be bright. Fang Yuan waited patiently. He was not anxious, even though he had been seeking this goal for a long time. His experiences in the 500 years of his previous life trained his incredible level of patience. But just when he was preparing to rest for the night before continuing his killer move modification, Hei Lou Lan requested help from him. You will never imagine what I found in Hei Cheng's soul. Using a Stargate, Hei Lou Lan arrived in front of Fang Yuan excitedly. After Hei Cheng died, his soul was captured by Hei Lou Lan. These last days, Hei Lou Lan had obtained lots of shocking information from Hei Cheng's soul. What moved her the most was the 100 Days battle in Luo Po Valley. Fang Yuan, you have the ability to move mountains. I need you to retrieve Luo Po Valley for me. Don't worry, I will give you enough compensation. We have to move quickly before complications arise. Hei Lou Lan acted rapidly. Luo Po Valley. Fang Yuan did not speak. He thought of the open door Gu and closed door Gu in his possession. He had the clue to Luo Po Valley long ago, but he was bothered with other matters and did not head there. Now, after receiving Hei Lou Lan's information, he was internally glad about his vigilance and careful decision. Luo Po Valley was under the control of Shadow Sect long ago. It was their base. If Fang Yuan headed there abruptly, without enough strength, he would be easily captured by the other party. Even if he struggled while risking his life, his enemies would be too powerful. There would be little hope of escaping. But now is a chance. Hei Lou Lan's eyes shined brightly. Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing. Shadow Sect failed and Luo Po Valley is controlled by the Central Continent Gu Immortals now. But they are from another region after all. They cannot stay for long. We just need to leak some information to force them to escape. Hei Lou Lan and Fang Yuan did not know that the Central Continent Gu Immortals had already left Northern Plains, returning to Central Continent. Fang Yuan had always been weak in collecting information. In terms of Northern Plains, he relied on Fairy Shan. In terms of Central Continent, Immortal Crane Sect would never reveal such secrets to him. This group of people should be trying to investigate the culprit behind the fall of 88 True Yang Building. They are after us. But for some reason, their investigation led to Shadow Sect. Hei Lou Lan chuckled. Fang Yuan pondered. Compared to this, I am more concerned about the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. He is a member of Shadow Sect. Why was he saved by Zombie Alliance? When the mysterious Gu Immortal revealed his identity as a 10 extreme immortal zombie, Hei Cheng was there as well. Thus this precious information was leaked. Sigh, there are many secretive Gu Immortals and Gu Master Forces. Zombie Alliance has a loose structure. Many of the members have their own forces. This is nothing strange, right? Hei Lou Lan said nonchalantly. Shadow Sect is not to be underestimated. Fang Yuan had a heavy expression. Shadow Sect members are not afraid of sacrifice. The unity of this mysterious force is simply too high. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had heard of Shadow Sect. Back in Southern Border, he had heard about it from Choujiao. Fang Yuan even knew that the door of life and death was inside Shadow Sect's blessed land. But he did not make any plans regarding it. The reason was that his strength was too low, and there was no good opportunity. It was very difficult to attack a blessed land and not attract attention. Shadow Sect was mysterious and stretched across Southern Border and Northern Plains. They were not to be trifled with. Alright, enough of that. Luo Po Valley is right in front of us. I am inviting you and my aunts to explore it. We will split the gains according to our alliance agreement. Hei Lou Lan said anxiously. Fang Yuan understood why she was in a rush. This was truly an incredibly rare opportunity. Fang Yuan was excited too. He still had open door Gu and closed door Gu in his possession. He wanted to know if these two Gu worms could grant him any different treatment in Luo Po Valley. But before going, some things had to be said. You want to take Luo Po Valley completely? I do not agree with that. Fang Yuan said firmly. Hei Lou Lan stared with furious eyes. Her gaze shined with a ruthless light. What do you mean? I found the information on Luo Po Valley. Fang Yuan laughed. He said the location of Luo Po Valley. Hei Lou Lan was shocked. She was staring at Fang Yuan with much suspicion. She had withheld some information earlier. She did not tell Fang Yuan this piece of important information. Fang Yuan took out open door Gu and closed door Gu, like how Hei Lou Lan exposed attitude Gu to them. Since these Gu worms were going to be used anyway and could not be concealed, he openly explained it. Hei Lou Lan snorted, looking at Fang Yuan disdainfully. Without my information, would you dare to go? By the time you are willing to go, the chance would have been lost. Fang Yuan smiled. Don't be so agitated. I am just saying your information is not as important as you think. But Hei Lou Lan acted very agitated. Next, they went into an intense verbal fight. Both sides were breathing roughly with exertion written on their faces. Their demeanor as Gu Immortals was disregarded, but they came to an agreement. The ownership of Luo Pa Valley was divided up. Blazing Heaven Demoness would take 50%, Fairy Shan would take 20%, while Hei Lou Lan and Fang Yuan would take 10% each. Hei Lou Lan was very crafty. She used her 2 ants to force Fang Yuan to give in. 10% of the ownership might be little, but it achieved Fang Yuan's goal. He just needed the rights to use it. Fang Yuan had never thought of taking Luo Pa Valley for himself. After all, Hei Lou Lan had Blazing Heaven Demoness backing her. However, Blazing Heaven Demoness was busy refining Gu, and as a rank 8, her every action would garner great attention. She transmitted to them. Since Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel anyway, if they were in any danger, she would be able to save them. In the end, only Fang Yuan, Fairy Shan, and Hei Lou Lan went. Oh no, some people have entered Luo Pa Valley. Hui Fengzi, who was hidden outside guarding the entrance, saw Fang Yuan and the others and quickly reported it. Soon, Prince Fengxian was informed of it. Chapter 953. Late by 1 step after Hui Fengzi surrendered in battle, he was subdued by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. The Central Continent Gu Immortals returned while leaving him behind to keep watch over Luo Pa Valley. He had just sided with Central Continent and had originally been unwilling and was only a temporary hired hand. So naturally, he did not have the qualifications to know of Prince Fengxian's true identity. He only knew an immortal had entered Luo Pa Valley while he was keeping watch for them. He was at the mercy of others and had no choice but to slog for Central Continent. The moment he saw Hei Lou Lan and the rest of the group, he quickly used information path methods to inform Prince Fengxian, who was inside Luo Pa Valley. Prince Fengxian quickly obtained the information. At this moment, his hand was still slightly shaking. Clearing up the winds of assimilation was truly not easy. Just from this, Prince Fengxian could not help but admire Feng Gu. The latter was actually able to last for so long under the winds of assimilation. He truly did not know how Feng Gu was able to do this. Unfortunately, Feng Gu was already dead. The process of inheriting the thieving heaven true inheritance was extremely fast. Only the identity needed to be checked, and if one was indeed an otherworldly demon, the thieving heaven inheritance would go to them. After Feng Gu died, the inheritance space only had Xiao Lianyun remaining. So, she quickly obtained this inheritance, ghostly concealment. Right at this moment, she returned to Prince Fengxian's side and reported the news of Feng Jiuji's death. Sigh, we were late. Prince Fengxian sighed inwardly. He then grabbed Xiao Lianyun's shoulder and flew away. An immortal were soon away of the scene. At present, Fairy Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness relation was already known by everyone. Prince Fengxian did not want to get in a fight. The social circle of rank 8 Gu Immortals was very small. In the whole of Northern Plains, the number of rank 8 Gu Immortals on the surface was only 5. Old Ancestor Shui Hu, Heavenly Lord by Zhu, Yao Huang, Prince Fengxian, and 5 Elements Grandmaster. Blazing Heaven Demoness was a rank 8 immortal zombie who was barely able to join in this circle. One could say all 6 of them were very familiar with each other and had fought and sparred with each other many times. To exaggerate it, if someone farted, they would know who it was, and they would recognize someone even if they turned into ashes. Were Prince Fengxian to attack Fairy Shan and Hei Lou Lan, Blazing Heaven Demoness would definitely come out. In Prince Fengxian's opinion, Blazing Heaven Demoness might already be secretly lurking in the surroundings. Prince Fengxian's identity was very special. He could not rashly make a move. If he made a move and Blazing Heaven Demoness recognized his identity, that would truly mess up the situation. Why would Prince Fengxian appear in Luo Pa Valley? Gu Immortals were not idiots. They would easily guess Prince Fengxian had a secret link with Shadow Sect or perhaps Central Continent forces. One should not forget the existence of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals in this world. Prince Fengxian was looking at the overall situation and in caution, he took the initiative to retreat, avoiding leaving behind any clues or evidence that could be deduced by Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. Hei Lou Lan and the others still did not know they had already forced a rank 8 great expert to retreat. They broke the concealment seal outside and entered inside Luo Pa Valley, inspecting their surroundings. Luopa Valley was a scene of ruins. This valley of legend had experienced the 100 Days battle and was already half ruined. Moreover, the remains of the valley was already beyond recognition, as almost everywhere were Gu formations arranged by Gu Immortals. Some of these Gu formations were the works of Shadow Sect, while some were arranged by Central Continent's Hongqi Ming. These Gu formations had no doubt an extremely bad influence to Luopa Valley's environment. It was to the extent that the bewilderment fog which blew all year round in Luopa Valley and Luopa Wind were nowhere to be seen. The group of three began to roughly search Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan found some remains of White Lotus giant silkworm Gu. He sighed, feeling some regret. He had learned from Hei Lou Lan that there had been large numbers of White Lotus giant silkworm Gu in Luopa Valley, but the 100 Days battle caused the death of most of them, and when the Central Continent Gu Immortals swept through the battlefield later, they did not leave behind any living ones. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had already obtained enough White Lotus giant silkworm Gu in Treasure Yellow Heaven and fed cleansed soul Immortal Gu. This proved that the accumulation of those old senior Gu Immortals could not be looked down upon. Naturally, the prior condition was you needed to have something enticing enough to make them act and carry out the transaction. Under Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan's attentive gazes, Fang Yuan used Open Door Gu and Closed Door Gu. No response. Open Door Gu and Closed Door Gu were the inheritances of thieving heaven demon Venerable, but this place was already occupied by Shadow Sect, and there were Gu formations everywhere, turning Luopa Valley into a stronghold or a fortress. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. He realized the thieving heaven inheritance was already taken by someone else. Most probably it was Shadow Sect, but his guess was wrong. The true beneficiary of the thieving heaven true inheritance was Zhao Lianyun and Central Continent's forces. What's more, she had inherited it just a short while ago. Prince Feng Xian was late in saving Feng Jiuge, and Fang Yuan was also late by a step to arrive at Luopa Valley. Even if thieving heaven demon Venerable had left behind an inheritance, so many years have gone by, it is normal for it to be taken by others. The true treasure is still Luopa Valley. Hei Lou Lan patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile. Fang Yuan knew she was urging him to hurry up and get to work. Fang Yuan nodded and activated Immortal Gu to slowly lift the whole of Luopa Valley. Fairy Li Shan closely cooperated from another side, countless Gu worms flying all around. They are actually going to take Luopa Valley. Hui Fengzi had been spying from outside and was shocked at this sight. Prince Feng Xian was also surprised. He had not expected Hei Lou Lan's side actually had such an unorthodox method. This truly caught Prince Feng Xian unprepared. He hesitated, but finally decided to restrain himself and do nothing. After spending an hour, Fang Yuan succeeded in storing Luopa Valley in his immortal aperture. There are still blessed lands here, but just to be safe, we better leave now. Ever since Hei Lou Lan failed in passing the calamity, she had become more self-controlled and had lost almost all her rashness. Although Luopa Valley was extremely ruined, but with Tai Bai Yunsheng's landscape as before, it could definitely be restored. Compared to the blessed lands, Luopa Valley's value was extremely difficult to replace. Many Gu Immortals had fallen here in the 100 Days battle. After they died, their immortal apertures should have become blessed lands hidden in space within this place. Fang Yuan could take away Luopa Valley, but he could not bring these blessed lands. However, now was not a good time to search for them. After taking Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan and the group quickly made their retreat. They left really quickly. They know their situation. Far away, Prince Feng Xian quietly looked at the receding figures of the three people, his gaze dark and cold. Although he could not make a move, he had the two female Gu Immortals, Swordmaster Yulan and Lu Yao, under him, and he also had other secret forces. Prince Feng Xian had hidden in northern plains for hundreds of years. Naturally, he would have accumulated quite a bit of strength. He had still been wanting to find trouble for Fang Yuan and the others, but they left too quickly, so he was unable to chase them. Prince Feng Xian glanced at the battlefield of the 100 Days battle. Luopa Valley was already gone. This place had now become an empty, desolate land. Although the auras of Immortal Gu were removed as much as possible, an expert could still sense some clues. So many Gu Immortals had died here. These blessed lands themselves were rich resources. Prince Feng Xian naturally would not give them up. The Central Continent Gu Immortals behind him also would not give them up and would definitely move to retrieve these blessed lands. As for the Immortal Gu, he did not have to even think about it. They were certainly already destroyed. Retrieving blessed lands, especially ones that fell in foreign regions, was a difficult and troublesome matter. I hope this troublesome matter doesn't fall upon me. It is better if those other 9 ancient sects take up the trouble. Feng Gu died from the winds of assimilation. He left behind nothing except 2 words in blood. I should first send back Zhao Lianyun and this important information to the sect. Prince Feng Xian did not remain any longer and immediately left with Xiao Yuan. As for Hui Fengzi, he was still left behind to watch over the Blessed Lands. This is Xiao Han Blessed Land. Hei Lou Lan brought Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan to the Blessed Land left by Hei Cheng. This Blessed Land was clearly dominated by Dark Path and Soul Path Dao marks. The whole of the Blessed Land was dim and gloomy, giving an oppressive feeling. In the central area of the Blessed Land was a large and dense forest. The trees were in all kinds of postures resembling female bodies. This was a special resource Hei Cheng had raised in his immortal aperture. This kind of tree was not found in the nature. Hei Cheng could be considered its creator. Thus, these female-shaped trees were also one of a kind. Hei Lou Lan had already thought of the place for Luo Pa Valley, calling out the land spirit. Xiao Han Blessed Land's land spirit looked rather peculiar. It was a jade green vine. The vine was like a cloth, attaching itself onto that familial emotion left behind by Su Xian heir to Hei Lou Lan. Fairy Li Shan introduced to Fang Yuan with a sigh. Xiao Han land spirit's ownership condition was to stay together forever with Su Xian heir. So after little Lan took out sister's familial emotion, she easily became the master of this blessed land. Fang Yuan was also slightly surprised. Who could have thought that Hei Cheng's final obsession before his death was actually Su Xian heir? It could be seen he truly loved Su Xian heir, and even during the moments of his death, what he thought of was still her. Humans were truly complicated creatures. Turbulent events occurred over time. Most people did not understand themselves fully even until their deaths. Little Lan, you have returned. Su Xian heir's familial emotion looked at Hei Lou Lan with love. Mother. Su Xian heir softly called out, then ordered the land spirit. The land spirit brought the three to another part of the blessed land in an instant. The land spirit's movement ability signified this blessed land had a lot of space path Dao marks. Fang Yuan's star form blessed land had few space path Dao marks, so star form land spirit did not have the ability to teleport. Boom! Fang Yuan placed down Luo Pa Valley. Fairy Li Shan could not help but smile at the completion of this task. Fang Yuan, you have Dang Hun Mountain, I have Minuscule Mountain, and Little Lan has Luo Pa Valley. Haha, this is interesting. We actually have possession of 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth. Gazing at the Luo Pa Valley below him, Fang Yuan also could not help but reveal some look of expectation. Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley were proclaimed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as the 2 treasures of soul path cultivation. Fang Yuan was already gaining endless profits from Dang Hun Mountain. He wondered how this Luo Pa Valley would make him grow. Chapter 954, Blue Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House, Discussion Hall. There were 15 Gu Immortals in the sect. More than half of them had come in person. This was a rare sight. There were meetings held in the sect quite often. Gu Immortals only needed to participate with their will or emotion. But now, there were 8 Gu Immortals who came in person, including the only 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals in Spirit Affinity House. The reason for this situation was Feng Jiuji's disappearance. Spirit Affinity House's Gu Immortals felt uneasy and uncertain towards the future. This time, we gathered everyone here to declare important information. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder sat at the main seat as she looked around, speaking solemnly. Spirit Affinity House was very different from the other 9 sects in one aspect. They had a high proportion of female immortals. Spirit Affinity House had 10 female Gu Immortals, but only 5 male Gu Immortals. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder were both female rank 8 Immortals. At this moment, everyone's attentions were focused on First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder was expressionless, but Second Supreme Elder beside her had a grim expression. The Gu Immortals observed their reactions and had a very bad feeling. As expected, First Supreme Elder's following words were like a huge rock crashing into their hearts. It has been confirmed, Feng Gu has died in Northern Plains. He died inside the winds of assimilation. He did not leave behind anything but 2 words written in blood. All of the Immortals' hearts sank. Fairy Bai Qing, who attended the meeting personally, felt her head spinning as her expression paled. Even though they were mentally prepared, when they heard the news, everything still found it unbelievable. Feng Gu, who was so strong, actually died in Northern Plains. In contrast, the Gu Immortals who were weaker than him were alive and returned to their sections. Honestly speaking, when Feng Gu went to Northern Plains, nobody expected this ending. Since long ago, Feng Jiuji's strength was ingrained into everyone's minds. He was the face of Spirit Affinity House. He had even become a symbol. Now that he was dead, the Immortals felt dejected and empty inside. Even those who were against him, Su Hao and Li Juning, had the same feelings. First Supreme Elder continued. Look at the information path Gu worms in front of you. The details are recorded inside. Take a look. The Gu Immortals looked into the Gu worms. Sigh, Lord Feng Gu died in the winds of assimilation. It was not an unworthy death. Long after, a Gu immortal broke the silence in the hall. Fairy Bai Qing's eyes were shut. Her body was trembling slightly. The intense pain and grief engulfed her like a tsunami. She loved Feng Gu so deeply, and Feng Gu loved her just as much. Her mind was filled with the scene before he left. To think that it was the last time she would see him. People were often played by destiny. Right now, she was alive while he was dead. She was in Central Continent while he perished in Northern Plains. Fairy Bai Qing did not dare to open her eyes. She was afraid that her tears would flow out uncontrollably if she did. She tried to think of her daughter and said to herself internally, Bai Qing, oh Bai Qing, you must stay strong. At this time, you cannot let others see your weakness. She took a few deep breaths, slowly opening her eyes. Her eyes were watery and had redness in them. At this moment, the Immortals in the hall were discussing Feng Gu's final action. Before Feng Gu died, he wrote, Bo Qing on his palm. What was he trying to say? In my opinion, this lead is very important. Feng Gu must have understood something while under the immense pressure of death. It is a pity that he was already beyond saving when he met Xiao Yuan. He did not have the strength to speak anymore. He only left this clue for us. Feng Gu was investigating the truth behind the collapse of 88 True Yang building. What does that have to do with Bo Qing? Feng Gu and Bo Qing are very similar people. Of course, Bo Qing was much stronger than him. He was at the peak of Central Continent. Even Heavenly Court Gu Immortals had to bow to him. At that time, Spirit Affinity House was at its most glorious period. Back then, many people thought highly of him, that he would become a sword path immortal venerable. It was a pity that he failed in the end. We all know about Bo Qing's information. What I want to know is, why did Feng Gu write his name before dying? What was he trying to tell us? The hall became silent. A Gu immortal opened their mouth. Did everyone forget? In the information returned, Feng Gu had fought against Qing by Sheng, who used five-finger fist heart sword. This killer move was created by Bo Qing. It was his signature killer move. Feng Gu was trying to say that the collapse of 88 True Yang building was related to Bo Qing. According to my deduction, he should have thought that since the other party had five-finger fist heart sword, they must be related to Bo Qing in some way. Bo Qing was a Gu immortal of Spirit Affinity House. We will have an advantage in investigating it. This is an important lead. That is indeed the case. Back then, Bo Qing died under the tribulation. Not even his ashes were left. How can his killer move be used by a Northern Plains Gu immortal? The Gu immortal talked about it for a while. They had all sorts of ideas, but none were reliable. First Supreme Elder raised her hand. Her action made the hall turn quiet. No matter what, we have to investigate Bo Qing's matter. I will pass this mission to you, Bai Qing. Hearing First Supreme Elder call her name, Fairy Bai Qing turned around and looked at First Supreme Elder, agreeing. These was her husband's final words before dying. Fairy Bai Qing would exert all her efforts to investigate this lead and find the truth. Only we will know about Feng Gu's death. Conceal it as much as possible. Whoever leaks this information will become under trial as a traitor of the sect. First Supreme Elder called out coldly. Next, we will talk about the forces that are under our sect's control in Central Continent. Feng Gu's death created many problems for Spirit Affinity House. Even though the sect had two rank 8 Gu Immortals, unless they were in a perilous situation, these two Gu Immortals would not move easily. There were many reasons. Firstly, rank 8 cultivation level was like treading on thin ice. The Gu Immortals would be very careful and spend all their efforts on the tribulations. If they were careless and lost their battle strength from fighting, they would die under the terrifying might of the tribulations. Secondly, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had a sole origin, that was Heavenly Court. With Heavenly Court around, the conflicts of the 10 great ancient sects would never escalate. They did not require rank 8 Gu Immortals to intervene. Thus, in the world of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, or even in all 5 regions, the most active ones were rank 7 Gu Immortals and rank 6 Gu Immortals. And among rank 7s, the invincible Feng Gu was important beyond words for the sect. Because of his existence, Spirit Affinity House could expand to such a size and occupy countless precious resource points. With Feng Gu's demise, Spirit Affinity House was much less of a threat towards the other sections. The resources that they controlled were like pieces of delicious meat that attracted countless greedy gazes. Xuanwu Mountain Range has rich resources. It is a treasury of immortal materials. At least one rank 7 Gu Immortal needs to guard it. The mining inside the Golden Sand Cave has reached a critical moment. We have already invested a huge amount of time and resources into it. Now is the time we reap our harvest. We should not give it up. Reincarnation battlefield is most important. The Gu Immortals felt headaches. They had too large of a sphere of influence, but too few Gu Immortals. Even if they were split their forces up to defend everywhere, they still had insufficient numbers. At this time, they finally realized that Feng Jiuji's reputation was such a huge deterrent to the outside world. Fairy Bai Qing was silent. The Gu Immortals were talking about immortal materials or other resources constantly. Nobody talked about Feng Jiugu anymore. It was as if Feng Jiuji's existence ended with the discussion of the two words, Bo Qing. Fairy Bai Qing felt some sadness towards this. Husband, oh husband, you made so many contributions to the sect, yet in the end, these people forget about you in an instant. In the entire process of the discussion, Fairy Bai Qing's mind was not focused on it. The Immortals could tell and understood why. Even the strict First Supreme Elder did not criticize her. Only when the Immortals mentioned Xiao Lianyun did Fairy Bai Qing's eyes light up, showing deep concern. If Feng Jiugu was still around, Feng Jiugu would almost certainly become Spirit Affinity House's next generation fairy. But now that Feng Jiugu was gone, and Xiao Lianyun appeared out of nowhere, she became Feng Jin Huang's greatest threat. Fairy Bai Qing doted on her daughter, of course, thus she was very concerned about Xiao Lianyun's matters. She heard the Gu Immortals discuss. Xiao Lianyun inherited 2 thieving heaven true inheritances. Did anything change in her? Otherworldly demons cannot be trusted. Divine concealment, ghostly concealment. These 2 are top-tier defensive immortal killer moves. We are still researching on them. With our current progress, it is profound and unfathomable. These 2 immortal killer moves have formed 2 layers of Dao marks cloaking Xiao Lianyun's soul. I have never seen such a unique usage of Dao marks. These 2 layers of Dao marks will always protect Xiao Lianyun. We tried many methods to deduce her, but there is no effect. We as Gu Immortals are deducing immortal, but we failed to get anything. If I did not experience it myself, I would not believe it. Did you all notice? Divine concealment and ghostly concealment are top-tier defensive killer moves that do not expend immortal essence. They are like fortune rivaling heaven Gu. The power of venerables are truly hard to comprehend. Hiding from the deductions of thoughts, wills, and emotions, this is the defensive effect of divine concealment. Then what about ghostly concealment? That is still unclear. We have tried many methods. Oh, Xiao Lianyun was very cooperative during the entire process. I feel that even though she is an otherworldly demon, she knows how to behave properly. She can be nurtured. This little fellow wants to save her lover. Hee, but sadly, according to our intelligence, old ancestor Shui who has already gathered enough immortal materials, he will start the refinement soon. Finally, First Supreme Elder concluded this meeting. Continue researching and also increase Xiao Lianyun's attachment to our sect. I am looking forward to her future. At the same time, in a nameless forest, 7-star child immortal zombie looked at a mirror to communicate with someone. There was a vague, elderly figure in the mirror. He spoke slowly. All the preparations are in place. But Heavenly Court has already completed their last process of repairing Fate Gu. You have to act in advance now. Understood. 7-star child immortal zombie said solemnly. Be careful, Vice Envoy Blue. The figure in the mirror spoke again. 7-star child did not speak. He stopped activating this information path, immortal killer move, and the mirror vanished. Next, he turned around and entered deep into the forest without looking back. Chapter 955. Swords traverse central continent. The scene was quiet and dark. Under the hazy moonlight, shadows of trees seemed to be dancing. The occasional breeze, the cries of birds, and the growls of beasts felt like the sleep-talking of this mountain range. Lanterns were lit in a cabin in the mountain valley, giving off a dim light. Feng Jin Huang lay on the bed, weak and pale without a trace of rosiness on her face. She looked at Fairy Bai Qing who was sitting at the edge of the bed and apologized. Mother, I made a mistake. I will not do it again. Fairy Bai Qing was grave. Huang I know what you are thinking about. You are cultivating so desperately that you have already injured yourself 5 or 6 times over these last dozens of days. I have warned you when you began cultivating. You need to act according to what is natural and be in control. But what you are doing is going for more haste, which is instead causing you to progress slowly. You might even collapse and endanger your life as well. Feng Jin Huang lowered her eyelids, speaking quietly. Mother, I am sorry. I have already placed Gu in your body. As punishment, you cannot cultivate for 7 days and 7 nights, and you can only move around this mountain valley. If you are hungry, you can pick up wild fruits. If you are thirsty, you can go drink from the mountain spring. Think properly over these days. Fairy Bai Qing said in a heavy voice. Mother, don't. Feng Jin Huang was very anxious. However, Fairy Bai Qing brushed her sleeves at Feng Jin Huang's cheek. Immediately, an intense sleepiness attacked Feng Jin Huang's mind. Her eyelids were extremely heavy, and she felt so exhausted that she was not able to say anything. In the blink of an eye, she fell into a deep sleep. Seeing her daughter in a deep sleep but still frowning slightly, Fairy Bai Qing was sad and worried. Fairy Bai Qing had not informed Feng Jinhuang of Feng Jiuji's death. On one hand, Spirit Affinity House wanted to conceal the news for as long as possible to make arrangements more easily. Feng Jinhuang, a mortal, was not qualified to know. After all, prying information from mortals were much easier than prying information from Gu Immortals. Secondly, Fairy Bai Qing did not know how she could inform her. Why was Feng Jinhuang cultivating so desperately? She was working hard to advance further, to become stronger so that she could look for her father and save him. How could Fairy Bai Qing tell the cruel truth to Feng Jinhuang? She could not bear to sigh. As she looked at her daughter's face, Fairy Bai Qing heaved a long sigh. Her normally upright posture and dignified white robe, in this dim light, looked weak and dull. She was truly tired. Only now did she remove the disguise and revealed her true emotions. Fairy Bai Qing softly caressed Feng Jinhuang's cheek. The love and affection in her gaze could even melt iron. Feng Jinhuang's appearance combined the good features of Feng Jiugu and Fairy Bai Qing. In her face, Fairy Bai Qing could vaguely see Feng Jiuji's image. Feng Jiugu was dead. Feng Jinhuang was now her only sustenance to keep on living. In such a silent gaze, time passed, and light was already shining in from outside the cabin. The light of dawn made Fairy Bai Qing realize the passing of time. She had to set out now. She stood up slowly, taking slow steps towards the outside, and closed the door carefully. She looked at the cabin in the valley deeply, murmuring to herself, Huang Er, wait 7 days for mother. You need to take care of yourself during this period and calm your mind. Fairy Bai Qing was not worried about Feng Jinhuang's safety. After all, this was Spirit Affinity House's central region. Even if there were internal fights in the sect, they were limited and a move would not be made against Feng Jinhuang. Fairy Bai Qing stepped on the clouds and mist, flying towards the northwest direction. Her destination was the source of falling heavenly river. Why was she going there? She had received the sect mission to investigate Bo Qing, the clue left behind by Feng Jiugu. Bo Qing had been a Gu Immortal of Spirit Affinity House, and the sect had large amounts of records on him, which Fairy Bai Qing had looked through. In her investigation, Fairy Bai Qing discovered Bo Qing's experiences were actually extremely similar to Feng Jiuji's. What made her even more interested was Bo Qing's lover, Mo Yao. Mo Yao had been the fairy of that generation of Spirit Affinity House, and unlike those of other generations, she was an Inkman and not a human. But even so, Bo Qing and Mo Yao had fallen in love with each other at first sight. Bo Qing might not have entered Northern Plains, but Mo Yao went to Northern Plains, even entering Imperial Court Blessed Land. Could Mo Yao be involved in the plan of destroying 88 True Yang Building? Fairy Bai Qing knew the reason that Mo Yao risked entering Imperial Court Blessed Land was to help her husband, Bo Qing, pass his tribulation. Back then, the peak rank 8 Bo Qing was about to face tribulation to break through to the rank 9 level. Such a huge event had not only attracted the attention of Central Continent, but also the other 4 regions. Unfortunately, at the end, Bo Qing died, perishing in the terrifying tribulation. And Mo Yao also perished with him. In fact, all the Gu Immortals of Central Continent knew of this. Fairy Bai Qing had also heard of this many times in the past. But now, as she recalled, she got a different feeling, as if they were in the same boat. She even envied Mo Yao. Even in death, she had died together with her husband. Both had not let each other down. They were a couple who were greatly in love with each other and had died worthy deaths. Fairy Bai Qing repeatedly investigated and racked her brains, but was not able to make much progress. She discovered some clues in the records of the sect, all pointing towards the same place, the source of the falling heavenly river. As there was no breakthrough in other aspects, Fairy Bai Qing decisively moved towards falling heavenly river to search for more clues. The source of falling heavenly river was the place where Bo Qing had perished in the past. Spirit Affinity House was quite far away from the source of falling heavenly river. If Fairy Bai Qing relied on her own methods, she would take up to a year to reach there. She naturally would not do so and had already made sufficient preparations before leaving. She flew rapidly, using Spirit Affinity House's Gu formations constantly on the way to transport her. In one use, she could travel over 100,000 li, saving a large amount of time. She did not directly move towards the direction of the source of falling heavenly river, instead moving towards Myriad Dragon Dock. In the range of Myriad Dragon Dock's force, she used their transportation Gu formations to speed up her journey. She had already communicated with Myriad Dragon Dock's Gu Immortals, and although she paid a high price, she was able to further save a large amount of time. She moved smoothly towards falling heavenly river. After Myriad Dragon Dock's territory, Fairy Bai Qing stepped into the territory of Combat Immortal Sect. Just like before, she used their transportation Gu formations to speed up her journey. A day and a night later, the fatigued Fairy Bai Qing was finally only 1,000 li away from the source of falling heavenly river. In front of her was an enormous waterfall that fell from an endless height. A boundless expanse of water heavily crashed at the riverbed. The rumbling noise of the waterfall was like the continuous crackling of thunder. Endless water vapor formed dense fog that shrouded a vast range of the surroundings. Why was it called Falling Heavenly River? Falling Heavenly River, a giant river that fell from the heavens. Compared to this enormous river, Fairy by Qing was minute like an ant. Fairy by Qing had already seen Falling Heavenly River when she had traveled with Feng Gu in the past. Right now, as she looked at this enormous river again, she could not avoid thinking about Feng Gu, feeling distressed. She still remembered what Feng Gu said to her at that time. It was about the reason for the formation of Falling Heavenly River. Feng Gu had confidently told Fairy by Qing that there were two opinions about this. One was that Falling Heavenly River itself was a form of calamity or tribulation, while the second said that when Bo Qing had resisted his tribulation, his sword light was so sharp that it instantly pierced through white heaven to black heaven. And Bo Qing had faced his tribulation during daytime. Thus this sword light had pierced a huge hole in white heaven, continuing on to black heaven, where it formed a small hole in the bottom layer of black heaven. It just so happened that above these two holes was a majestic heavenly river. The heavenly river followed the path between these two holes and crashed down to central continent, forming an inland sea. At the same time, the river surged and opened a path, forming the first river that traversed through central continent's mainland. Fairy by Qing had asked, which was more reasonable between these two opinions. Feng Gu had answered with a smile. I am also not too sure, but the second opinion can explain the change in the water flow. During daytime, the falling heavenly river flows with extremely strong momentum. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals are unable to resist this momentum. And during night, the flow of falling heavenly river slows down to the extent rank 7 Gu Immortals can just barely resist it. Nature's might was boundless and peerless. Even Gu Immortals appeared insignificant when compared to it. Ending her recollection, Fairy by Qing's gaze focused. She had borrowed many water path Immortal Gu for this trip to help her enter Falling Heavenly River. However, it was clearly impossible to do that during the day. Fairy by Qing was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Her only opportunity was to enter during night and search for clues. It was still daytime right now. Fairy by Qing reduced her speed and slowly neared Falling Heavenly River. She intended to wait for nightfall before she entered the riverbed. Time passed. The sun gradually set in the west. Red streaks of colors overlapped in the horizon, and the radiance of the setting sun shone on Fairy by Qing's face. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, looking at the distant falling heavenly river with astonishment. Roar! Water gurgled as a giant beast stretched out its head from under the river, revealing the tips of its horns. This was an enormous bull head. The horns were curved. Immemorial desolate beast myriad eyes clear bull. Fairy by Qing was pale as she recognized this fierce beast's identity. Falling heavenly river was not safe. Besides the majestic waterfall, there were also large amounts of ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts living inside. The myriad eyes clear bull was an immemorial desolate beast and one of the overlords that lived at the riverbed of Falling Heavenly River. Doesn't it normally stay at the riverbed and patrol its territory? Why has it suddenly come out of the river? Fairy by Qing was puzzled, but she quickly retreated, maintaining some distance with this myriad eyes clear bull. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength. Fairy by Qing could not defeat this giant bull. Moreover, her main objective here was not to hunt. Fairy by Qing was cautious while sighing at her bad luck. With the myriad eyes clear bull's appearance, she had an ominous feeling. Right as she was about to distance herself further from the myriad eyes clear bull, a sword light suddenly came out from the riverbed. Like a thunderbolt, it pierced through the myriad eyes clear bull. This sturdy and tough immemorial desolate beast was instantly cut into two by the sword light. Endless blood and internal organs splattered out, dyeing the nearby river blood red. Whoosh! Before Fairy by Qing was able to react, another sword light flew out, slashing at the river. Bank! The next moment, a long gash was slashed open on the ground, like it was a delicate tofu, and large amounts of water flowed towards the space rapidly. The river water overflowed. All of the surroundings were covered with water. Fairy by Qing was extremely shocked. What was going on? What was this situation? The sword light had such power that its terrifying might had reached an extreme. The immemorial desolate beast had been cut down as easily as a vegetable. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless sword lights shot out from below the falling heavenly river. Like fireworks, the sword lights flew everywhere, leaving Falling Heavenly River before rapidly disappearing from Fairy by Qing's sight. Swords traverse Central Continent. Chapter 956. World-shaking might Central Continent, Centipede Valley. A terrifying chase was happening in the narrow ravine on the mountain road. Quickly run, quickly run. A mini-man laid down on Hong Yi's head as it shouted anxiously. It hurts, it hurts. Don't pull my hair. Hong Yi screamed in pain. The mini-man did not pay attention to what he said. It subconsciously grabbed onto Hong Yi's hair and turned back to look. Damn it. It is already here. Quickly leave. If you are not fast enough, we will be eaten by it. The mini-man called out frantically. I also want to move faster. Hong Yi gritted his teeth, exerting all his effort to use his movement Gu. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low, at only rank 2 upper stage. Of course, this cultivation level was already very rare at Hong Yi's age. Ever since the Refinement Path Convention, Hong Yi had obtained some lucky opportunities, and his cultivation speed far surpassed others. But in this current moment of danger, rank 2 upper stage cultivation level was useless against the wild rank 5 golden horned centipede chasing behind him. This centipede had a huge body. It was like a large python. It had a sharp horn on its head. When it moved on the ground, its hundreds of legs stomped. Its body twisted as it moved rapidly. We're finished. It is already right behind you. The mini-man was pale from shock. It was terror-stricken. I'll risk it. Hong Yi could also feel the golden horned centipede getting closer. The hair over his body was standing on end from fear. He had no choice but to use his only killer move. This killer move was a movement killer move. But Hong Yi had only obtained it recently. He had not practiced with it for long enough. When he used it, the success rate and failure rate was 50% each. Killer moves required at least 2 Gu worms to activate. The more Gu worms there were, the more complicated the steps involved, and the greater difficulty in activating it. But the power of the move also normally increased. Hong Yi's new movement killer move was formed by nearly 10 mortal Gu. It was not comparable to a Gu Immortal, but for Gu masters, this was a relatively huge number of Gu. Killer moves were not so easy to practice. When the activation of the killer move fails, the Gu master or the Gu worms might receive damage. Thus, normally, Hong Yi was very careful every time he practiced this killer move. But at this time, his life was in critical danger. He could not care anymore. His original speed was not enough for him to break free from the golden horn centipede. He was sure to die. Right now, there was only one way left. He had to risk it. Activate. I must succeed. Hong Yi screamed in his mind. But wishes were wonderful. Reality was cruel. Activating killer moves required intense concentration. Some killer moves needed special environments and could not be disturbed. Fang Yuan could easily use his killer moves because he had a huge amount of experience in the 500 years of his previous life. But Hong Yi was a newbie. At this time, he was in danger. He had to pay attention to the path in front of him as the mountain was full of rocks and pitfalls. He was running rapidly. If he fell, his life would be over. On the other hand, Hong Yi was chased by the golden horn centipede. The intense commotion behind him was ringing in his ears. He was engulfed in the aura of death. How could Hong Yi be unaffected by it? Under this situation, those who could remain calm and absolutely focused were experienced experts who had already undergone countless battles and had disregarded the fear of death. Hong Yi could reach this stage eventually, but he was too young now. It's catching up, it's catching up. The mini-man on top of his head screamed in fear as it looked at the golden horned centipede, shortening the gap between them with a fierce demeanor. The centipede was heavy and had a huge body. It had hundreds of legs and a huge mouth. Saliva splattered everywhere as it bit at Hong Yi. The mini-man screamed tragically. It shut its eyes in fear. Even though it had wings, they were broken already. It could not fly. It had succeeded in stealing the rank 5 Gu material 100 flower dew during this exploration into the cave. But there was a price to pay for this. It had attracted the animosity of the golden horned centipede which was guarding the dew. Thus, the mini-man could only escape with Hong Yi, trying to get away using his superior speed. However, the mini-man did not feel any pain. It opened its eyes, showing disbelief. For some reason, Hong Yi had escaped from the golden horned centipede's bite. But at the next moment, the golden horned centipede chased them again. The mini-man was scared, but it could see clearly now. The reason was, whenever the golden horned centipede tried to bite Hong Yi, it would subconsciously raise its head first. This action would cause its head to go dozens of meters above the ground. Half of its body would be elevated from the ground as well, before it landed heavily. When the centipede raised its head, many of its legs would leave the ground. Its speed would fall. But at this time, Hong Yi was still running without lowering his speed. Thus, Hong Yi could evade the golden horned centipede every time it attacked. This fool, the mini-man laughed heartily. It felt an intense joy in escaping from mortal danger. Man is the spirit of all beings. Wild Gu worms had limited intelligence. Their movements were decided by instincts. I was kind enough to escape with you, but you call me a fool. Hong Yi was displeased. I am not scolding you. I am talking about this golden horned centipede, you fool. The mini-man shouted. Hong Yi was still nursing displeasure. You are the fool. I said the centipede was sleeping. You should not have been afraid and simply should have stolen the 100 flower dew and escaped. But you had to scream for no reason. The mini-man's cheeks puffed up, guilt flashed across its eyes as it showed an embarrassed expression. It wanted to rebuke him, but at the next moment, its eyes opened wide in shock. It turned out, the golden horn centipede behind saw that it could not bite Hong Yi. It changed its attack method, using its golden horn. Of course, it had not become smarter. The reason was, during its long life, the golden horn centipede had encountered some large prey that it could not swallow. In that situation, the golden horn centipede would use its horn to slice the prey up into pieces. Opening its mouth to bite was the golden horn centipede's instinct. Using the golden horn was also an instinct. The golden horn centipede pounced harshly, lowering its head and stabbing its horn forward, soon approaching Hong Yi's butt. This was unavoidable because of its size. Fool, run. The mini-man saw this dangerous situation and shuddered in fear. It could not even grab onto the hair firmly. You still are calling me a fool? Oh, Hong Yi shouted, but suddenly, his pitch became higher, like a rooster who was grabbed by the neck. There was shock, unpreparedness, and intense pain in his voice. The golden horn had already stabbed into Hong Yi's buttocks. The mini-man was full of despair. It thought that this was it. But at this moment, Hong Yi's speed suddenly rose by a huge amount. He shot out like a cannonball. The reason was, when he was screaming, the intense pain gave him a moment of inspiration, and he successfully used the killer move in an instant. Hong Yi escaped as a result. Bleeding, you are bleeding. The mini-man screamed loudly to Hong Yi. It turned out that the golden horn centipede had already stabbed Hong Yi's buttocks, but because Hong Yi burst out in an instant, the two sides had been separated by a distance again. It was as if a dagger was pulled out of Hong Yi's buttocks. The wound was unstopped and started bleeding. My butt hurts. Oh, it's so painful. At this moment, Hong Yi's mind was filled with an intense thought. He subconsciously grabbed his butt, applying pressure on the wound. However, naturally, because he was feeling pain from his injury, his mind was distracted again. The killer move that he had activated earlier fell apart, and his speed dropped again. But the golden horn centipede was still chasing him. The golden horn stabbed into his other butt cheek. Ah! Hong Yi screamed again. But the same thing happened again. The powerful attack, the sudden pain. Hong Yi's focus reached another peak. He used the killer move again. He sprinted again. You're bleeding, you're bleeding. The mini-man screamed. There was no choice. The two wounds were very deep. Because of Hong Yi's intense movement, it was no wonder that blood spewed out. Hong Yi grabbed his buttocks as the golden horn centipede chased relentlessly. He was in such a helpless situation. Oh no, my primeval essence is running out. Suddenly, Hong Yi's expression paled. Gu masters had little primeval essence in the first place. It was easily used up. Activating killer moves meant using many Gu worms. The expenditure was great. After running for such a long time, Hong Yi reached his limits. Death was approaching. Hong Yi was forced into a desperate situation. There was no way to live. Are we going to die? Are we going to die? Lord Centipede, don't eat me. I am so small. I have little meat. Eat him. Eat that fool. The mini-man was muttering senselessly while grabbing Hong Yi's hair. At this moment, Hong Yi was feeling empty inside. He did not bother to respond to this mini-man. But suddenly, sword light that shook the world flashed. In an instant, the world turned white. Everything turned silent. The sudden change did not make Hong Yi stop running. He kept running for a while before he realized something amiss. Looking back, he was shocked. The rank 5 golden horn centipede Gu was no longer present. It had vanished completely. Along with it, half of Centipede Valley had vanished. What was in front of him was a huge and deep trench. The sides of the trench were extremely smooth, like a mirror. What is going on? Hong Yi was lost for words. He could not believe it. Just that sword light. The mini-man was completely stunned. Central continent, East Coast. Waves crashed, rumbling nonstop. Frost energy oozed out in the surrounding area. Youngsters, we are here. This is Profound Ice Island, the place where Flying Frost Sect is located. This will be where you live from now on, the place where you change your destiny. The leading Gu master pointed at the ice island and proudly introduced this. The youngsters raised their heads, looking forward. Some had shining eyes, some were extremely excited. Even though Flying Frost Sect did not have any Gu Immortals and was not a super force, within a huge surrounding area, it was the supreme overlord. The only force that could contest it was 5 Virtues Sect. Not long ago, when the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was held, Flying Frost Sect was one of the venues for participation. Because of this, the reputation of Flying Frost Sect had spread widely. This time, the children here have the highest aptitude for the last 10 years. They are the future of the sect. Nurture them well, they will make us stronger. The leading Gu master saw these children and felt very excited. The leading Gu master said loudly, "Youngsters, it is your fortune to be able to become Flying Frost Sect's disciples. Now let me tell you," swoosh. At this time, sword light flashed. Everyone was blinded momentarily. They all shut their eyes. When they opened their eyes, everyone was stunned. They opened their mouths and were still like statues with exaggerated expressions. The huge, profound ice island was gone. In its place, there was a deep trench that appeared in their vision. Even the sea water was split apart. On the surface of the sea, a path of 5 to 6 li in length had been completely emptied of water. The lingering sword path down marks were extremely overbearing, blocking the water path down marks and preventing the water from filling up the gap. At once, a weird but domineering scene was formed. Heavenly Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick as he stood below Heaven Overseeing Tower shakily. His other hand was holding Fate Gu. His old wrinkled hand was gently rubbing Fate Gu. This time, Fate Gu was successfully repaired to a great extent. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was extremely excited and happy. The ones who had repaired it with him, Bai Zhang Shui, Lian Jiushang, and Bai Chun Tian had already left Heavenly Court, going to the mortal world. The Gu Immortals in Heavenly Court mostly used sleeping as their lifespan extension method. After waking up, they had to make good use of their time, going to their sects and settling some private matters, or to take care of their blood-related descendants in the sect. Heavenly Court controlled the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, but at the same time, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were also chosen from the 10 great ancient sections. In the structure of sects, Heavenly Court was like the upper-level sect, and the 10 great ancient sects were the lower-level sections. Not all Gu Immortals had the chance to join Heavenly Court. Other than having deep attainment in their paths, great battle strength, and reaching rank 8 cultivation level, there was also additional important criteria to join Heavenly Court. That was their values. Heavenly Court. What was Heavenly Court? Star constellation Immortal Venerable had described it 3 million years ago. It was following the will of heaven and upholding justice for heaven. After this restoration, Fate Gu can use half of its might. Using Heaven Overseeing Tower, we can find more people who escaped from fate. Eliminating these people will help in repairing Fate Gu. This can allow more people to be found and result in a beneficial cycle. As long as this progresses, Heaven Overseeing Tower will regain its former glory. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was filled with anticipation. He was about to step into Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Rumble. A sword light shot over like a flash of lightning. In no time, it sliced through Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's mouth was opened wide. His pupils shrunk to pin size. His body was extremely stiff. He saw that the upper half of Heaven Overseeing Tower slowly tilted and crashed onto the jade floor. Heaven Overseeing Tower. After being stunned momentarily, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord screamed loudly. Chapter 957. Rising Commotion. It finally stopped. Fairy Bai Qing looked at the tranquil river surface, her face pale with lingering fear. When the sword lights rampaged, she was nearest to the source and had personally witnessed this heaven-shaking scene. Right now, falling heavenly river was filled with corpses. Large quantities of mutilated body parts of ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts bobbed up and down in the river. The surging white heavenly river water was now dyed blood red. Although falling heavenly river came from the heavens, the river water was filled with vitality. Countless ferocious beasts lived within and propagated. Large numbers of aquatic plants grew within, and there were also countless hidden currents, whirlpools, and other natural traps which even a Gu Immortal could die from. Fairy Bai Qing waited for some moments. No more sword lights appeared. She ran to the river and picked up the corpses of the beasts, and the branches and roots of ancient desolate plants and immemorial desolate plants. She had truly earned a fortune. The fortune was so huge, even she could not help being joyous. But the happiness did not last long. Many ancient desolate beasts began to show up. Fairy Bai Qing could even vaguely see some faint images of ancient desolate beasts through the river water. These beasts' ferocity was stimulated by the bloodied water. The flesh and bones cut apart by the sword light were excellent delicacies to these beasts. More and more beasts were attracted over by the blood and flesh, leading to a fierce battle. They tore at each other as they battled for food, raising frightening waves. Fairy Bai Qing had no choice but to retreat. Over half the original quantity of corpses remained. She looked at them with much regret. These were all excellent Gu refinement materials. The sword lights shot out so suddenly. What happened in falling heavenly river? Should I enter to explore and find the reasons or not? Fairy Bai Qing was held back by the thought of Feng Jin Huang. Thus, she hesitated. However, she had a feeling that Bo Qing's clues should be in the riverbed of falling heavenly river. Fairy Bai Qing gritted her teeth, turning into a white light, shooting straight into falling heavenly river. From falling heavenly river's source, unrivaled sword lights had shot out everywhere, their range covering the whole of Central Continent. Whether it was the Centipede Valley in Central Continent's central region, or Flying Frost Sect in the east, or even Heavenly Court, which was high above, they were all affected by the sword lights. The whole of Central Continent was in a commotion. Heavenly Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's face was ashen. His hand moved without stopping. He had immediately started restoring Heaven Overseeing Tower when he had gotten out of his shocked state. He had already sent a message to Bai Chun Tian, Bai Tsang Shui, and Lian Jiusheng, urgently recalling them. Right now, they were already on their way. The damage created by the sword light was extremely troublesome. Its sword path down marks seemed to contain a corrosive nature. The remaining parts of Heaven Overseeing Tower might be standing upright, but it would not last for long. If the sword path down marks were left to continue corroding, it would definitely lead to even more disastrous damage. We succeeded in our last attempt at restoring Fate Immortal Gu, but when I was just about to use it, Heaven Overseeing Tower was split apart. Is this a coincidence? Or, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had a bad premonition. After a while, Bai Chun Tian was the first to return, then Bai Tsang Shui, and finally Lian Jiusheng arrived. Lian Jiusheng had stopped partway through, but was thus able to bring concrete information. I have investigated it. The sword light came from the source of Falling Heavenly River. Right now, the whole of Central Continent is in a ruckus. Falling Heavenly River's source, isn't that where Bo Qing died? Bai Tsang Shui exclaimed in shock. Speaking of Bo Qing, Heavenly Court's 4 Immortals had complicated feelings on him. Back then, it was not that they did not try to recruit Bo Qing, but unfortunately, Bo Qing's ideals did not conform to theirs, and he did not join Heavenly Court. Bo Qing, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's gaze was dark. Investigate. We must investigate this clearly. Fairy Tsang Shui, you are specialized in water path. I will have to trouble you to make a trip. The 3 of us will stay here to restore Heaven Overseeing Tower. For some reason, I am having a very bad feeling about this. The other 3 Immortals' expressions turned serious. Bai Chun Tian spoke. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you are in charge of Heaven Overseeing Tower and Fate Gu. If you are uneasy, we cannot disregard it. We need to move quickly. Central Continent, Combat Immortal Sect. Falling Heavenly River's source has changed all of a sudden. I suspect Bo Qing's sword path inheritance has appeared. Jin Liang, you will go to investigate the truth. You can bring 2 rank 6 Gu Immortals. Choose whoever you want. Combat Immortal Sect's first Supreme Elders will float it in midair. Gu Immortal Jin Liang was sitting within fire. He was tall and well-built, with golden hair and fiery eyes, and a vigorous rank 7 aura. Hearing what was said, he instead snorted, not giving any face to the first Supreme Elder. You should go find Shirley for this matter. He is the Immortal Monkey King. With Feng Yuan no longer alive, he is now the strongest among Central Continent's rank 7 Gu Immortals. First Supreme Elders will smiled. Jin Liang, Shirley might be strong, but he is not the only person in Combat Immortal Sect. He has already made more than enough contributions in the exploration of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Could it be that you want him to make more contributions? An idea came to Jin Liang, and he suddenly became convinced. He leaped out of the fire and cupped his fists. First Supreme Elder is correct. I had thought of growing another 17 or 18 fire path down marks, but since that is the case, I will immediately move out. First Supreme Elders will nodded, instructing, go and return quickly. Wind Cloud Manor. First Senior Brother, you came out of seclusion? Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming immediately greeted the person in front of him with great joy. This person was clothed in a white robe and was wearing a jade belt. He was tall and thin. Elegance and harmoniousness seemed to be expressed in him. He smiled and nodded. I came out because of the change in Falling Heavenly River. Junior Brother, you participated in the 100 Days battle and personally witnessed Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. I have been asked to go investigate the truth of Falling Heavenly River. Please lend me a hand. Hong Chi Ming took a deep breath and said sincerely, First Senior Brother, you are treating me like an outsider. Back then, were it not for your help, I would not be around today. I will offer my full efforts. Spirit Affinity House, Discussion Hall. Should we send someone to investigate the strange change in Falling Heavenly River's source? First Supreme Elder was not present, so the discussion hall was managed by Second Supreme Elder. Second Supreme Elder, you may not be aware, but Fairy Bai Qing has already gone to explore Falling Heavenly River's source a few days ago. Li Junying's will spoke. Oh, did she discover some clues? A Gu Immortal unavoidably recalled the matters discussed. Second Supreme Elder frowned. Fairy Bai Qing only has peak rank 6 cultivation. It is not enough to cope with this situation. But the sect is limited on available personnel right now. Who should I send to reinforce Bai Qing at this time? Su Haoswell laughed. Reporting to Second Supreme Elder, Fairy Bai Qing has actually already advanced to rank 7. It is just that she concealed it and did not report it. Oh, is that the case? I remember there was still some time before the tribulation for her advancement to rank 7. Su Hao calmly replied. This matter has been confirmed. Before Feng Gu left for Northern Plains, he borrowed Time Path Immortal Gu to secretly help Fairy by Qing advance her cultivation. So it was like that. Second Supreme Elder mumbled before saying, Fairy by Qing advancing to rank 7 is a blessing for our spirit affinity house. When she returns, she shall be rewarded heavily. Also, open the storage and let her choose a rank 7 Immortal Gu. As for this matter of falling Heavenly River, there is no need to send reinforcements anymore. Just message her regarding the sect's intentions. Yes, we will follow Second Supreme Elder's command. Tian T Mountain. This sword light, Bo Qing, the pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword, it was fortunate for the people in the world that love changed him. Maybe this is the appearance of his sword path true inheritance. Sword path Gu Immortal Jian Yisheng gazed into the horizon with excitement and yearning. Such a huge change. Falling Heavenly River will definitely be a gathering point for Gu Immortals. Maybe there will be an opportunity to fish for profits in this commotion. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are strong and can eat the meat, but I should be able to drink some soup, right? As he thought of this, Jian Yisheng hardened his mind and flew out of Tian T Mountain towards the northwest. Whether it was the righteous path led by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, or the demonic path or lone cultivators like Jian Yisheng, they all started making their moves. Countless gazes pierced through space and gathered at the source of falling Heavenly River. Bo Qing, a pseudo-immortal venerable, at the pinnacle below the venerables, this reputation that had been covered in dust resurfaced once again. The countless sword lights that wreaked havoc throughout the whole of Central Continent reminded the world of Bo Qing's power. A rumor, who knows from where, started spreading and kept on getting bigger, affecting everyone's mental states. The sword lights are the arrangements left behind by Bo Qing before he perished. He is reminding the world that his sword path true inheritance has appeared, and although he perished, he did not want his true inheritance to be obtained by the wrong person. He is using this chance to select the most suitable inheritor. Thereafter, the shock created from the sword light's might gradually turned into greed and desire. Central Continent's Gu Immortal world was in a commotion. Countless Gu Immortals, even the hidden old monsters, started to move towards falling Heavenly River. A commotion occurred in Central Continent. A huge dispute that covered the whole of Central Continent was going to unfold at falling Heavenly River. But in southern border, it was calm and tranquil. The trees swayed in the lush green hills. On a mountain peak, in a stone pavilion, old man Yanshi was sitting inside the pavilion, playing chess. A giant rock was in front of him. On the smooth surface of the rock were star path Dao marks that formed either horizontal cuts, vertical cuts, or diagonal cuts, forming a dazzling diagram. Below old man Yanshi was actually the famous astrolabe chessboard from history. A figure descended down from the sky, and the stone pavilion instantly filled with cold air. Why did you call me? Bai Ning Bing coldly stared at the back of old man Yanshi. Old man Yanshi slowly turned around and faced Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing continued to speak in an icy tone. Although you helped me in becoming a Gu Immortal, I am not a subordinate of yours who is at your beck and call. Old man Yanshi smiled, speaking softly. Do you know that Fang Yuan will be returning? Fang Yuan. Bai Ning Bing's gaze turned bright. He then squinted, hiding the sharp light in his eyes. With a cold snort, he said, explain it clearly. Chapter 958. Pawn Bai Ning Bing looking at old man Yanshi, Bai Ning Bing was very vigilant. Ever since he had advanced to Gu Immortal, while in the process conveniently getting rid of his female body which had been troubling him for a long time, he thoroughly realized how unfathomable old man Yanshi was. Bai Ning Bing's nature was to be indifferent, but his firm attitude towards old man Yanshi was only a type of probe. Even his strong desire of wanting to fight Fang Yuan and take vicious revenge was also a disguise for himself, as well as a probe towards old man Yanshi. Although only a few years had passed, Bai Ning Bing was no longer so concerned about Fang Yuan. Being at the Gu Immortal level had broadened his horizons. He saw many more things and experienced many more wonders. What he minded was old man Yanshi in front of him. It was not that he had not secretly investigated, but Shadow Sect was still deeply concealed, not revealing a trace. He did not know why old man Yanshi was helping him, but at the same time, he was also discontent at being controlled like this. He had thought of walking away from all of this, but Shadow Sect had spent so much effort on him, they certainly would not let him leave easily. In addition, Bai Ning Bing cared about excitement and brilliance more than his own life. When the enemy was stronger, the process was dangerous. Resistance became more difficult. It instead made him feel like he had not lived in vain, taking it as a pleasure of life. Competing against heaven, competing against earth, competing against humans, the joy was endless. There was one thing that Bai Ning Bing had never done in his life. That was retreating in the face of danger. Facing Bai Ning Bing's query, Old man Yanshi leisurely took out an Immortal Gu and said, "You only need to do as I say, and I can guarantee Fang Yuan will return to southern border." Bai Ningbing's eyes shined with coldness. "You seem to know Fang Yuan's whereabouts clearly. But in the past, when I was advancing to Gu Immortal, and I asked you the same question, you said you did not know." Old man Yanshi chuckled. He did not respond to Bai Ningbing's query, instead continuing. "To the south of Name Peak, east of Liqiao, not far away from Rock Dragon Cave, there is a nameless mountain peak. The mountain is tall, and there is a long river that passes by it. The trees on the mountain are green and lush. It is a lone mountain with no other branch peaks. Go to the top of that mountain and activate this Gu. Once you succeed, leave quickly. This mountain will become a forbidden zone for Immortals. Any Gu Immortals that enter this area will be met with fatal killing intent." Bai Ningbing did not accept this Immortal Gu, his eyes still staring at old man Yanshi as he coldly said, "You still haven't answered my question. I don't need to answer your question. You only need to know that when this is done, Fang Yuan will return. Back then, you signed an agreement with Shadow Sect. Wasn't the agreement that only after Fang Yuan is dead, you can be free from the agreement and regain your freedom?" Old man Yanshi smiled faintly. Bai Ningbing was silent for a while, before taking the Immortal Gu. He then gave a cold snort, and flew away, disappearing into the horizon. He made haste when traveling. 2 days later, he found the mountain old man Yanshi spoke of. "This mountain is ordinary and there is nothing strange. Why did he choose this place?" Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Actually, he had many guesses, even thinking of the possibility that old man Yanshi was trying to harm him. "But, he has spent a huge price to raise me to Gu Immortal. Why would he kill me now? The chance of this is very low." Bai Ningbing shook his head. There was another uncertainty which he had for a long time. Why did old man Yanshi help me to become a Gu Immortal? Among so many people, why did he choose me? Is it simply because of my northern dark ice soul physique? Previously, Bai Ningbing had such thoughts, but now, he was increasingly feeling the truth was not as simple as that. Bai Ningbing started to carefully investigate this nameless mountain peak, but he did not find any traces of Gu formations. He was filled with doubts and hesitation. If this was truly a trap, then he would be stupidly sending himself to death. Wouldn't he be humiliating himself? Bai Ningbing suddenly had a thought. Old man Yanshi would not make me come here in particular and activate Immortal Gu for no reason. His motive is veiled in mystery, but there is no time limit. I might as well delay and probe him. If the matter was urgent, old man Yanshi would be very anxious and naturally would urge him. At that time, with the Immortal Gu, Bai Ningbing could obtain the initiative. Bai Ningbing bided his time and made no move. Sure enough, someone on Shadow Sect's side became anxious. A black-robed Gu Immortal appeared inside the stone pavilion and spoke with a rough voice. "Yanshi, Bai Ningbing has already gone for close to half a month, but there has been no word or action from him. Could it be that he ran away with the Gu, or maybe encountered a problem?" Old man Yanshi was at ease, looking at the astrolabe chessboard. The astrolabe chessboard in front of him was filled with Dao marks, but compared to before, when Bai Ningbing had appeared, the numerous and disorderly lines had already reduced by a little less than half. Old man Yanshi was pinching his fingers as he tried to deduce the chess moves, while saying to the black-robed Gu Immortal, "Bai Ningbing is still there, just not making a move." He already had doubts that this trip is harmful to him, so it is normal for him to have this reaction. The black-robed Gu Immortal could not help but speak urgently when he saw the leisurely attitude of old man Yanshi. "But we can no longer delay the matter in Central Continent. Now, not just the Gu Immortals from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, but even a lot of lone cultivators and demonic cultivators have entered to explore the riverbed of Falling Heavenly River. Vice Envoy Blue and the others can only hold on for 3 days at most. After 3 days, Heavenly Court will realize this is an arrangement, and it might disrupt our true plan." Old man Yanshi nodded, agreeing. "What you say makes sense. In fact, the present state has already diverged from the original plan. The progress is really too slow. How about you send a letter to urge Bai Ningbing to make a move quickly? If he doesn't submit, we can take away his immortal level and make him fall down back to immortal. He became a Gu Immortal with our help, but he is only a false immortal. There is no need for us to continue letting him be so arrogant. We can take action first and remove his Gu Immortal strength, making him immortal again, restoring his female body. Such a junior with his head high above the clouds. If we don't make him know his place, we won't be able to use him." The black-robed Gu Immortal suggested. Why do you think I am using him?" Old man Yanshi chuckled. He lightly flicked his wide sleeve. Immediately, a star mark was removed from the astrolabe chessboard. If Fang Yuan was to see this sight, he would definitely be very shocked. Doing this with such ease, old man Yanshi's wisdom path attainment level was definitely great grandmaster. The black-robed Gu Immortal was wearing a large hood that covered his expression, but his tone was filled with heavy doubts. Yin Shi, didn't you choose by Ning Bing because you saw his 10 extreme physique battle strength? No, that is not the case. Old man Yin Shi laughed. This is only what makes him special on the surface. His true special characteristic is that he is also someone who has escaped fate. What? He is also one. The black-robed Gu Immortal was shocked. Old man Yin Shi explained further. Our crucial plan has been devised for 100,000 years. Our true enemy is not the Central Continent's heavenly court, or the other 4 regions, but heaven. So I am handing this final crucial step to Bai Ningbing. He is an escapee of fate. From a certain perspective, he could be said to have escaped the grasp of heaven's will as well. Only this kind of person is qualified to become our pawn. So it was like that. The black-robed Gu Immortal came to a realization and had no more doubts. Old man Yin Shi continued. Bai Ningbing is a fate escapee. Heaven's will is unable to control him completely, making him a potent weapon for us. We will first let him spearhead the attack, and what we will do is build up our energy, using all of our strength to cope with the fury of heaven's will. After Bai Ningbing left, I did not contact him and let him move freely, but you can rest assured, with his nature, he will not wait for much longer. Since that is the case, then I will continue sleeping. The black-robed Gu Immortal cupped his fists and took his leave. Bai Ningbing waited another 2 days on the nameless mountain peak, occasionally looking at the direction of old man Yin Shi's stone pavilion. So many days have passed by, but old man Yin Shi has not urged me yet. It seems he is not in a hurry about this matter. That makes sense. If he was hurried, he would emphasize the time limit for completing the task when he handed it to me. Bai Ningbing could not help but feel somewhat dejected. The probing just now was undoubtedly a failure. He looked at the mountain below him and pondered. I have checked this mountain time and time again over these last days, but I could not find traces of any Gu formations. Sigh. If this is truly harmful to me, I can only admit defeat. I could not find out anything. I can only blame my inadequate ability. Bai Ningbing sighed and hovered in the air, looking at this ordinary mountain. Go. With a shift of his mind, his immortal essence started to be consumed as he activated the mysterious Immortal Gu. The Immortal Gu let out some radiance, but it still lay on his palm, showing no movement. Bai Ningbing was slightly surprised. So this Immortal Gu requires a lot of immortal essence. He continued to send beads of green grape immortal essence to it. The radiance of the Immortal Gu grew brighter and brighter, and the exquisite body of the Immortal Gu started to slightly tremble. After a while, Bai Ningbing's forehead was dripping with sweat, and he was feeling worried. I have already used up hundreds of beads of immortal essence. Why is it still not activating? So the difficulty in this task was in this. Just when he was getting very puzzled, the Immortal Gu in his hand suddenly buzzed. It turned into a ray of light that shot towards the sky. The light continued to grow bigger. Its speed, however, was becoming slower. When it reached a peak in height, it charged down to the nameless mountain. Boom! It crashed onto the mountain peak. The clash produced incomparably dazzling radiance. Bai Ningbing quickly covered his eyes and retreated. He no longer needed to use his immortal essence. But whether the Immortal Gu succeeded in its activation, he still needed to check to be certain. Thus, he flew to a distance of 5 li away before stopping in the air. He then saw an unbelievable and marvelous scene. Within the intense radiance, the nameless mountain peak suffered no damage. Phantom images started to appear over the woods on the mountain. This was a section of a long river. The river water billowed, rising and falling, filled with a mystical and natural wondrousness that would be difficult to portray. There was endless profundity that could not be described with words or expressed. This scene, could it be the river of time? Bai Ningbing's eyes suddenly enlarged, filled with extreme surprise. Afterwards, he saw the river of time's phantom image gradually dissipate, becoming dimmer and dimmer. 2 human-shaped figures seemed to jump out of the river, their appearances and clothes gradually becoming clearer. These 2 people were fighting. Both sides exchanged moves one after the other. The battle's intensity shocked Bai Ningbing to the core. Among them, one was enormous with bulging muscles. He was like a mythical creature that rampaged around with an extremely fierce momentum. He was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. The other person was rank 7. But he seemed to be using a killer move to disguise himself. His whole body was covered in a layer of fog that made others unable to distinguish his face or stature. The only thing that could be clearly seen was a red lotus that was drawn on his forehead. Chapter 959. Graceful chaotic duel staged. The battle between the 2 shook the scenery in the image. Boulders shattered and the river roared. Even if the change in the phantom image did not affect reality, it was an extremely moving scene. The battle gradually heated to the climax. The burly rank 8 Gu Immortal held the upper hand. He raised his head and laughed wildly. I have rank 8 cultivation and also possess the great strength true martial physique. A mere rank 7 dreams of challenging me? That mysterious Gu immortal with a red lotus mark on his forehead chuckled and said with a plain voice, "Martial Duel Heavenly King, your defeat is certain. Take this move." Right after he finished speaking, the rank 7 Gu immortal flung his right hand, and a high platform flew out. The next moment, the contempt on the face of the rank 8 Gu immortal, Martial Duel Heavenly King, was completely gone, replaced by shock. This is an Immortal Gu house. What Immortal Gu house is this? The rank 7 Gu immortal proudly smiled. Let me teach you. This is my original creation, Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. By Ning frowned. As far as he knew, the present southern border Gu immortal world did not have any such Immortal Gu house. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage's might was extremely mysterious. No matter what kind of attacks Martial Duel Heavenly King sent, they were all absorbed and sealed. That was not all. After the attacks were sealed, they could still be used by the rank 7 Gu immortal to strike back. Martial Duel Heavenly King's attacks were mighty, but in the end, he had to bear most of his attacks himself. The images transformed continuously, and the battle situation kept on getting more heated. Finally, with the help of Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, the mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal won against Martial Duel Heavenly King, accomplishing an extraordinary feat of rank 7 defeating rank 8. However, the rank 7 Gu immortal also had to pay a heavy price. As a final stand, Martial Duel Heavenly King did not hesitate to turn into a rank 8 immortal zombie, almost possessing an unkillable body. The mysterious rank 7 Gu immortal was not able to take his life, and could only let go of this Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, using it to suppress Martial Duel Heavenly King deep under the earth. To win against Martial Duel Heavenly King, the unknown rank 7 Gu immortal had to give up an Immortal Gu house. After the battle was over, he sighed as he gazed down at his Immortal Gu house that was under the earth before flying away. There were no more images of the Gu immortals, but the phantom image still kept on transforming. The battlefield where the Gu immortals fought returned to tranquility. With good weather, grass and trees started to grow. Then there were lightning strikes and flood. Meteors crashed down and inferno raged. The plain terrain gradually began to rise, growing slowly. At first, it was a mound. Then it continued to increase until it became a mountain. There were occasionally scenes of humans moving in the mountain. The movements were extremely quick. Whether it was natural phenomenon or the movements of humans and beasts, they were shown like a sped-up video. This mountain also began to change rapidly. It occasionally had landslides and occasionally changed in shape. Finally, in the phantom image, this mountain gradually turned into the appearance of the nameless mountain. When the phantom image had completely disappeared, the world regained its original appearance. By Ning's eyes shone strangely. He understood that the Immortal Gu old man Yuan gave him was a time path investigative Immortal Gu. It drilled into the crevices of time and transported the scene of the past at a certain segment of the river of time towards the present. The scene of a huge battle between the two Gu immortals was now this ordinary and inconspicuous mountain. This means there is an Immortal Gu house buried here. Bai Ning fixed his gaze under the mountain, his heart thumping in excitement. He naturally knew the value of an Immortal Gu house. Only forces with Gu immortals could be considered super forces. But even among these super forces, only the powerful ones could possess one or more Immortal Gu houses. If I can get hold of this Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, it will definitely be a huge help to me, and I can more easily deal with Shadow Sect and leave. But this is bad. The Immortal Gu's aura has leaked everywhere. The disturbance when I activated the Immortal Gu was also not small. It will definitely attract other Gu immortals. Time does not wait for anyone. I must hurry up. Bai Ning had just thought of flying down, piercing deep into the earth and taking the Immortal Gu house, when he hesitated. He thought of Old Man Yuan. If he went down, would it be messing up Old Man Yuan's plan? Maybe Old Man Yuan already calculated his reaction and wanted him to go deep into the earth, explore the depths of the earth, and take Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. If it is like this, he must have something up his sleeve. The mantis stalks a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If I blindly move, all my efforts will be in vain and I will be used by others. Bai Ning's gaze was deep. He decided to first probe the surrounding environment before deciding to move. However, what he had not expected was when he had just approached the nameless mountain by some distance, he felt an intense weakness. His Gu immortal aura started to quickly weaken. He could not even exert his thoughts. Bai Ning retreated in shock. He recalled Old Man Yuan's words. Go to the top of that mountain and activate this Gu. Once you succeed, leave quickly. This mountain will become a forbidden zone for immortals. Any Gu immortals that enter this area will be met with fatal killing intent. Bai Ning thought with a frown. Could this be the forbidden zone for immortals? If this had truly become a forbidden zone, then how could he seize Graceful chaotic duel stage? At this moment, the phantom image on the mountain peak changed again, turning into the previous scenes. Ning Bing patiently observed, and could not help having a thought. Could it be that there was a clue to take the Immortal Gu house hidden in the transformations of these phantom images? However, after the phantom image finished showing the scenes, it disappeared again. Ning Bing was not able to find out any clues. He then discovered the phantom image would reappear once in a while. Every time the phantom image played, it would show the same contents with no difference. He also discovered the forbidden zone was expanding. At first, he could still approach within 3 li of the nameless mountain. Now, however, he was 10 li away from the mountain peak, but still felt exhausted and weak. He had a sense of warning deep within telling him that were he to forcefully charge in, he would definitely die. Looking at the huge fortune moving farther and farther away from him, Ning Bing was naturally uneasy. He had stayed here for 3 days, trying to hide this constantly appearing phantom image. He had already erased the Immortal Gu aura, but he was not able to hide these images. Although Old Man Yanshi helped him ascend to Immortal, he did not give him any Immortal Gu. This phenomenon in front of him was created by a time path investigative Immortal Gu. Ning Bing naturally could not cover it using Mortal Gu. Of course, if he used superior mortal killer moves, there was a possibility of covering the images temporarily. But his foundation was shallow, and he did not have such methods. If Fang Yuan was here, what would he do? In the worrisome moment, Ning Bing recalled Fang Yuan's image. Despite him no longer being concerned with Fang Yuan, he could not deny that Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and craftiness had made a deep impression and subconsciously influenced him. He thought and thought, before he stopped in terror. He suddenly realized, this Immortal Gu was given by Old Man Yanshi. This should be a plan of Shadow Sect. What was Shadow Sect trying to do? They did not try to seize Graceful chaotic duel stage secretly and silently earn a fortune. Instead, they were proclaiming this as if they wanted the whole world to know. Involving an ancient battle and the Immortal Gu house Graceful chaotic duel stage, probably the whole of southern border will be in an uproar. Be it righteous path Gu Immortals or demonic path or lone Immortals, they will all go crazy for it. None of them would yield a step for the Immortal Gu house. This will definitely cause great turbulence and incite bloodshed. Is Shadow Sect's objective to bring a calamity to southern border? But how would this benefit them? Ning Bing fiercely slapped his forehead. As his anxious expression vanished, clarity returned to his gaze. What was I doing these last days? I actually let myself be blinded by greed. This is not something I can obtain. This nameless mountain will soon become the center of a storm in southern border, luring almost all the Gu Immortals of southern border. I am only a rank 6 Gu Immortal with limited methods. I can't stay here for long. I better leave early. Right? I should return and try to probe Old Man Yanshi on what he is thinking of doing. Does he want to use this to lure Fang Yuan? Ning Bing hurriedly returned, but Old Man Yanshi was no longer in the stone pavilion. He hurried to Shadow Sect's blessed land, but he was unable to summon the blessed land's entrance to appear. He also could not contact them using information path Mortal Gu. It was almost like the entirety of Shadow Sect, including Old Man Yanshi, had completely disappeared in an instant. The wave of doubts in Ning Bing's mind intensified. There was a sensation of being discarded. He vaguely felt that the last series of events was anything but a reassuring omen. Central Continent, Falling Heavenly River. Right now, the bottom of the riverbed of the source of Falling Heavenly River was filled with light. Countless Gu Immortals of Central Continent fixed their gazes at the riverbed's only light source, their hearts filled with fervent desire. An immortal zombie with eyes closed was floating in this light. His appearance was just like before when he was alive, seemingly filled with vitality. Sharp brows, high nose, jade green hair, upright back. It was Qing. Who could have thought Qing would have turned into an immortal zombie? Back then, the fairy of Spirit Affinity House at that time, Mo Yao, had also faced the tribulation with him. But there is only Qing here. It seems Mo Yao had completely died. According to the sect records, that heavenly tribulation had such terrifying might that it shook the whole of Central Continent. It really is inconceivable that Qing could preserve his life. How strong was he actually? The Immortals discussed with each other. The corpse has been maintained for so long. Who knows how many secrets it contains? As long as we can obtain it, we can decipher the profound mysteries of Qing's cultivation back then. Even if there is no sword path true inheritance, just this research alone would be an enormous gain. Maybe it can even add to a true inheritance in the sect. Most of these thoughts were from the Gu Immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. They were looking at long-term prospects, considering for the situation of their sect. While the lone Immortals and demonic cultivators like Jian Yisheng were paying attention to the Immortal Gu carried by the immortal zombie Qing. There are still auras of so many Immortal Gu on his body. This is really unimaginable for them to exist until now. These are all sword path Immortal Gu of the pseudo-immortal venerable. I will be satisfied with even just one. Central Continent's righteous path was very prosperous, and the demonic cultivators were fiercely suppressed, to the extent that their situation was the most miserable among the demonic cultivators in the entirety of the 5 regions. These demonic cultivators and lone cultivators did not dare to have any idea of taking Bo Qing's immortal zombie body, and only wanted to make a profit and run away quickly. In fact, before this, in the process of entering Falling Heavenly River, almost all the Immortals had made some gains. The remains of beasts and plants cut down by the sword lights were not few. As long as one looked for them carefully, they could find them. However, Bo Qing's assets was truly too attractive. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Since they personally witnessing it, who would want to leave now? Chapter 960. Bo Qing awakens at this time. There were at least 30 Gu Immortals at the bottom of Falling Heavenly River's source. The Immortals had heated gazes. They were staring at the light lump that enveloped the immortal zombie, Bo Qing. They looked around secretly. They were very alert towards their competitors. Among these competitors, the strongest ones were the Gu Immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Jin Liang, Hong Chi Ming, Qi Yun Tian, and others. And among the people from the 10 great ancient sects, the most threatening one was Fairy Bai Qing. Seeing this stalemate, Qi Yun Tian said slowly, Fairy Bai Qing, this situation is very clear. Bo Qing has his immortal zombie remains, but his soul was decimated by the tribulation. However, there are some wills and emotions left in his mind. He can defend himself. Thus, whenever we get close, he will use his immortal Gu and shoot out extremely sharp sword lights, attacking everywhere. To weaken his animosity, we need something that contains Bo Qing's aura, or a Gu worm that he refined in the past. We can also use the wills and emotions left behind by Bo Qing. As long as we take these out, we can get close to Bo Qing and gain the upper hand. Fairy Bai Qing smiled bitterly. Why would I have these things? If I did, I would have taken action long ago, right? She indeed did not, because she had not expected to find Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Qi Yun Tian smiled lightly. Fairy Bai Qing, why are you lying to us? You are the first person here. Why did you come here alone secretly? Is all this a coincidence? Fairy Bai Qing's smile became more bitter. You say I came here secretly. That is wrong. I had used the path through Myriad Dragon Dock and Combat Immortal Sect. I came here openly. What do you mean by secretly? She had come to investigate Falling Heavenly River because of Feng Yuan's last words. But she could not expose this truth. Spirit Affinity House needed to stall the information regarding Feng Yuan's death as much as possible, so that they could have more time to prepare. Jin Liang frowned more deeply now. His voice became more shrill. Why is Fairy Bai Qing hiding it from us? The current situation will only draw in more Gu Immortals. As time passes, accidents might occur. We of the 10 great ancient sects should work together to jointly control situation in Central Continent. Otherwise, if those lone cultivators obtain Sword Immortal Bo Qing's Sword Path Immortal Gu, Central Continent would undergo huge turbulence. Is your sect going to ignore Central Continent's well-being just for your own greed? Qi Yun Tian's attitude was warm. He continued, urging, we of the 10 great ancient sects are of the same origin. We should work together and obtain immortal zombie Bo Qing. I can represent Wind Cloud Manor and sign an alliance agreement with your sect. We will ensure you get your benefits in this matter. Fairy Bai Qing was silent. She sneered internally. Jin Liang and Qi Yun Tian were working together to coerce and coax her. How could she not know that? She was secretly anxious. This had happened too suddenly, and Spirit Affinity House did not send Gu Immortals to reinforce her. Even though she was rank 7, facing these Immortals, she could not do much. No matter what immortal zombie Bo Qing's situation was, it was very important to take back his body and sword path Immortal Gu for Spirit Affinity House. The other 9 sects knew this. Right now, in their opinion, Feng Gu was missing. He was likely dead. Spirit Affinity House was weakened now. They could not let them obtain this immortal zombie Bo Qing. If they nurtured another Bo Qing who was as strong as Feng Gu, what would the 9 sects do? The situation in Falling Heavenly River was extremely dangerous. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's sword lights were extremely sharp. They shot through the entirety of Central Continent. Large numbers of demonic and lone cultivators came because of it. They desired conflict. They wanted to obtain huge gains from it. As for the Immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, they want to stabilize the situation and not give these outsiders a chance. But at the same time, the Immortals of the 10 great ancient sects were not united. Thus, the 9 sects were resisting Spirit Affinity House together. Fairy Bai Qing was thought to have possession of a crucial method. She could not explain her innocence now. Just as the Immortals were in a deadlock, a vast rank 8 aura surged. All of the Immortals stand back. We of Heavenly Court are taking charge. Everyone gasped. They looked at the source of the sound and saw a female immortal descending. It was the rank 8 water path Gu Immortal by Tsang Shui. The situation changed at once. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Light shone on Heaven Overseeing Tower. It had been rebuilt again, standing in front of the 3 Immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, by Tian, and Lian Jiusheng felt the weight on their hearts easing. They sighed in relief. Ever since Heaven Overseeing Tower was slashed by the sword light, they had not rested. To prevent the sword path down marks from corroding it further and destroying more Gu worms, they had worked day and night to repair it without rest. They had finally succeeded. Thankfully, the 3 Immortals rapidly replaced the destroyed Gu worms using the huge amount of immortal materials in Heavenly Court's storage, saving it in time. There was something important to note. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal Gu house. It had incredible defense. Even though it was split in half by the sword light, what it truly lost was only the Gu worms near the damage caused by the sword. In fact, Heaven Overseeing Tower was not gravely damaged. After looking at it for a while, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord took a deep breath and supported himself on his walking stick as he held fake Gu, walking towards the tower. Lian Jiusheng could not help but ask, "Tower Lord, are you not going to rest? Why are you in a rush to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower?" "Thank you for your concern. It is all right." Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord smiled, rejecting the suggestion. For some reason, ever since the sword light attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower, he had been having an ominous sensation. As time passed, this ominous sensation intensified. Even after seeing the repaired Heaven Overseeing Tower, he did not feel this ominous sensation going away. "Go," he willed. In his hand, fake Gu turned into a mystical light, entering the top of the tower, towards the formation core. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord moved his aged body as he slowly walked up the stairs. Every step he took expended rank 8 immortal essence. The tower walls were shining in bright light. They appeared to be in a mess and did not give any hints or advice. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not mind it. Fate Immortal Gu could only use half of its might. Half of the images displayed were blurry or dark. After walking for 60 steps, the image on the wall became clear. On the nameless peak of southern border, the scene was depicted vividly in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. In the image, martial duel Heavenly King and the mysterious rank 7 Gu Immortals fight entered Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's vision. This old man frowned unconsciously. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, and this. On the mysterious rank 7 Gu Immortal's forehead, the red lotus mark was very bright red and striking. An inheritor of red lotus, true inheritance. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes flashed with sharpness. The pain that red lotus demon venerable brought to Heavenly Court and the damage he dealt to Fate Immortal Gu had tormented generations after generations of Heavenly Court Gu Immortals for over 1,000,000 years. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stopped on this step, thinking deeply. Red Lotus true inheritance, it has to be destroyed. No traces must be left behind. The great strength true martial immortal zombie is less of a concern, but that graceful chaotic duel stage should belong to Heavenly Court ideally. Even if Southern Border has the regional wall, Heavenly Court has to make an attempt now. Just that mystical immortal Gu house, graceful chaotic duel stage, was worth the intervention of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. Even though rank 8 Gu Immortals faced much difficulty in passing the 5 regions' regional walls and had to pay a huge price. Without concealing such a scene, Southern Border's Gu Immortal world would definitely be stirred up. Countless Immortals would come forward to fight for it. If Heavenly Court wants to traverse regions and compete, we have to choose appropriate people, and the number has to be precise. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord thought more deeply and soon shook his head, placing these troublesome thoughts aside. He continued to go up. 60 steps, 70 steps, 80 steps. When he got to the 83rd step, the image changed again. This time, it was the scene of Central Continent. In falling Heavenly River, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's eyes were shut as the Heavenly Court Gu Immortal by Tsang Shui led the Immortals and controlled the situation single-handedly. In the image, Bai Tsang Shui smiled and spoke to Fairy Bai Qing. But after Fairy Bai Qing replied to her, Bai Tsang Shui's expression became one of deep disappointment. Soon, she concealed her expression and became calm again. She moved her fingers, setting up a Gu formation, planning to seal this place. But at this moment, starlight shot over. It penetrated the incomplete Gu formation and shot towards Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. As starlight shined brightly, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing opened his eyes. In an instant, countless flashes of sword light burst out, turning the world white. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shut his eyes in response. At the next moment, he opened his eyes. What he saw was a bloody scene. There were bits and pieces of Gu Immortal corpses everywhere. the head of the heavenly court Gu Immortal, by Tsang Shui, was rolling away with streams of blood. Her eyes were opened wide. She had died. How can this be? Heaven overseeing Tower Lord, who saw this, was anguished. 3 figures landed immediately. 7-Star Child was in front, followed by Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chan. Azure, you are finally awake. 7-Star Child laughed loudly. His body was emitting a powerful rank 8 aura. He walked forward, getting close to immortal zombie Bo Qing. Bo Qing's eyes shined with ruthlessness, sword light shot out. 7-Star Child was shocked. He did not expect Bo Qing to attack him. The sword light was peerlessly sharp. He was sliced in half. Even his immortal zombie body was useless against it. 7-Star Child's pitiful death stunned Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chan. What is going on? Envoy Azure killed Vice Envoy Blue. No, he is not Envoy Azure. His mind is filled with heaven's will, and there is another person's remnant soul living inside his body. At once, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chan were shocked and furious. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was expressionless. He turned around to look at them. Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chan felt a strong chill. They sank into despair. They did not see any killing intent from immortal zombie Bo Qing's eyes. They only saw the unfeeling and impartial nature of the way of heaven. They were people who escaped from fate. They were targets of elimination of the way of heaven. An intense aura of death engulfed them. Against the famous pseudo-immortal venerable, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chan could not escape or dodge. They could only await their deaths. Chapter 961. Unprecedented contest. Ha ha ha. I finally succeeded. Coming out of the underground cave, Fang Yuan's face was filled with joy. During this period, he had exerted all of his effort into deducing this immortal killer move. He had finally obtained some results today. This new killer move used Eat Strength Immortal Gu, Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu, and Pulling Water Immortal Gu as the cores. With 330,000 supplementary Immortal Gu, he formed an extravagant combination that would stun another person. To activate this killer move, Fang Yuan had to focus wholeheartedly for 2 hours, activating this set of Gu worms. Then, going through 3 days and nights without rest, he could gradually transform his living body into an immortal zombie body, or transform his immortal zombie body into a living body. Even though it was not as convenient as Nirvana Fire, Fang Yuan had reached his limits by getting such progress. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this result. After all, Fang Yuan only had so many Strength Path Immortal Gu. He could use all of them here, thanks to the light of wisdom. Of course, it was because he had Nirvana Fire as the blueprint. If he did not have Nirvana Fire, or the set of Gu worms to research that were lent by Blazing Heaven Demoness, Fang Yuan would not have been able to obtain a Strength Path version in such a short time. Also, Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level. Because of all these reasons, a minor miracle was created. Next, I have to use those Strength Path Immortal Zombies and exert Strength Gu to form my high-grade Life and Death Blessed Land, to revive. Fang Yuan sighed internally. After searching for so long, he had finally reached this stage. As for Luo Po Valley, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had repaired it not long ago. Fang Yuan gave it a try, cultivating inside Luo Po Valley. It was indeed the sole cultivation sacred land that was on par with Dang Hun Mountain. Paired with Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Gu, Fang Yuan's soul cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds. But now, Fang Yuan knew that the most important thing was to revive. His soul cultivation could be placed aside now. He did not need to engage in it. Fang Yuan could almost not hold in his urge. But just as he was about to start, he received Blazing Heaven Demoness letter. The contents caused his revival plan to pause. Rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. When Fang Yuan saw this line, his heart pounded. The information that Blazing Heaven Demoness gave him was regarding the nameless mountain in southern border. This matter was too big now. It concerned an immortal Gu house. It had spread throughout the entirety of southern border's Gu immortal world. In southern border, there was a Zombie Alliance branch as well. Thus, as the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, Blazing Heaven Demoness quickly got hold of the news. Blazing Heaven Demoness has great ambitions. She knows that I have fixed immortal travel. Thus she observed the events over all 5 regions. As a higher-up of Zombie Alliance, she could collect information more easily than Fairy Shan. Fang Yuan felt his weakness in intelligence gathering once again. In his previous life, he had an organization and network. His developed blood path Gu worm techniques could replace the use of most information path methods. But in this life, Fang Yuan used his previous life's memories together with intelligence mainly from people like Fairy Shan and Lang Yulan's spirit. As more and more unexpected surprises occurred, Fang Yuan was starting to feel that his previous life's memories were beginning to become unreliable. The truth of history was often hidden in deep fog. What Fang Yuan saw in his previous life was only what had been exposed and was seemingly true on the surface. Even for matters that he had experienced personally, they might not have been as simple as he thought. The reasons for the occurrence of many events were complicated. In my previous life, I had a tough time. I slowly climbed up from the bottom. My network and resources were accumulated slowly. Thus, I had no obvious weaknesses. But after rebirth, I have obtained opportunities one after another. My strength rose rapidly, or rather, explosively. Thus, in many aspects, I could not keep up. It seems that I have to use more information path methods to collect intelligence. For the time being, I can rely on outsiders like Blazing Heaven Demoness. But in the long run, I need to rely on myself. Fang Yuan contemplated. Lack of information meant losing many opportunities. Like just now, Fang Yuan did not know the situation. He was kept in the dark. He almost missed this fortuitous encounter completely. 3 days later, Fang Yuan went alone to southern border, approaching the nameless mountain. Blazing Heaven Demoness was still in Dark Flow Giant City. She had told Fang Yuan in the letter that she was busy refining Gu and setting up the Immortal Gu formation. She could not leave. But when necessary, she would come to take action. As for Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan, they were in northern plains, using Luo Pa Valley to cultivate their souls and increase their foundation. They had an intense interest towards the Immortal Gu house, but their northern plains aura made it difficult for them to roam southern border. Fang Yuan came here to obtain intelligence. Even though he had become a Gu immortal in northern plains, he had the concealment of vaguely familiar face. Ordinary Gu immortals could not expose him. On the nameless mountain, once in a while, phantom images would reappear. Bai Ning Bing was nowhere to be found. Fang Yuan watched it 3 times over and pondered over it before moving, getting close to the nameless mountain. As expected, like what Blazing Heaven Demoness said in the letter, this place was a forbidden zone for immortals. The deeper Fang Yuan went, the more he felt his limbs going weak. He felt that his immortal aperture was being pressured by a formless force. Fang Yuan had to stop in his tracks. He knew that if this continued, his immortal aperture would be destroyed before he took 50 or 60 steps. That would not do. He had to use his strength path immortal aperture to create the life and death immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had to retreat. At this time, he heard a tender laughter from behind him. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He immediately turned around, only to see a beautiful woman, dressed in pink and red. Her hair was tied up and her skin was white like snow. Her eyes were alluring and watery. She was standing nearby, looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. This woman was oozing with Gu immortal aura. She was a rank 6 Gu immortal. Seeing Fang Yuan's gaze, this beautiful woman introduced herself. I am Li Meihua. People call me Granny Meihua. Handsome lad. You look very unfamiliar. Where do you cultivate? Fang Yuan smiled. He thought. So she is Granny Meihua. Even though Fang Yuan had never seen Granny Meihua personally, he had seen her granddaughter, that demonic path female Gu master, who may err. To care for beauty was natural for women. There was no relation between the age and appearance of Gu immortals. Right now, Fang Yuan wore a green robe and his sleeves were large and wide. The wind blew and his robe fluttered, moving like a war banner. In Fang Yuan's disguise, he had a rank 6 Gu immortal aura. He was tall and skinny, having a middle-aged appearance with a tall nose bridge, slim eyes, and his pupils radiated with faint traces of jade green light. He gave off an eerie aura, as if he was not to be trifled with. Even though he was not good-looking, he had quite a disposition. Granny Meihua, I have long since heard of you. I am Xing. I am just a simple wanderer. Fang Yuan replied. Xing. Li Meihua memorized this name. She could not remember such a person in southern border. However, she did not find it strange. Hearing Fang Yuan's introduction, she knew that he was a lone cultivator. Southern border had many mountains. Countless experts were in seclusion. Many lone cultivators never showed themselves. Nobody knew about them. But because of the Immortal Gu house, Gu immortals one after another were attracted and had come over. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Xing, was just one of them. These last days, Li Meihua had contacted many Gu immortals similar to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was slightly suspicious towards Li Meihua's warm attitude in approaching him. Fang Yuan was about to ask, when Li Meihua told him the reason. Fang Yuan realized at once. Li Meihua invited Fang Yuan to travel together. After thinking about it, he agreed. He followed Li Meihua and moved out, settling down at Headless Mountain, which was 1,000 li away. When Fang Yuan got there were already many demonic path or lone immortals on the mountain. Seeing Fang Yuan, many cast curious gazes, while some has grim or ruthless expressions. Because they did not know Fang Yuan's background, no Gu immortals spoke to him yet. But Granny Meihua was quite popular. The moment she returned, someone smiled. Li Meihua, you brought another one? Ha ha ha. This time, we demonic and lone cultivators have gathered to negotiate with the righteous path. Granny Meihua has made the most contribution towards it. Oh no, I am flattered. I am just doing my best to help. Li Meihua smiled as she greeted and interacted with the people around here one after another. She managed the individual relationships with great ease. Let me introduce you. This is Brother Ning. He is a lone immortal. After talking to everyone, Li Meihua introduced Fang Yuan to them. So you are Brother Sheng. Immediately, a demonic path Gu immortal cupped his fists. I am Zhong Hezi. I see that Sir cultivates transformation path. Oh, my name is Lan Tian Hong. I am also a lone cultivator. Fang Yuan showed a look of being poor at socializing, barely interacting with them. After some short talks, Headless Mountain returned to being peaceful like before Fang Yuan arrived. Li Meihua did not stay on the mountain for long. She had to return to the Nameless Mountain and wait for more people. She pointed at a mountain before leaving, telling Fang Yuan, that Pinetail Mountain is the base camp of the righteous path Gu Immortals. Even without her pointing it out, the intense Gu Immortal aura on that mountain had already informed Fang Yuan. After separating from Li Meihua, Fang Yuan stayed on Headless Mountain. He did not go out often. Most of his time was spent in his cave. After all, Fang Yuan was disguised now, and vaguely familiar face was not an invincible disguise. He stayed and waited for more than 10 days. During this period, Headless Mountain and Pinetail Mountain welcomed Gu Immortals from both righteous and demonic paths. Most of them were rank 6. Whenever a rank 7 Gu Immortal came, a commotion would be created. Eventually, even rank 8 Gu Immortals arrived, a total of 4. 1 demonic path, 1 lone cultivator, and 2 of the righteous path. It formed a balance of power on both sides. The rank 8 Gu Immortals did not involve themselves. Every day, the Gu Immortals on both sides recommended one person each to engage in a difficult negotiation. After 7 days and nights of negotiation, they finally came to an agreement. The righteous and demonic paths, dozens of Gu Immortals set an agreement together, all around the Nameless Mountain. They were engaging in a grand contest that was rare, even in 1,000 years. The winner of the contest would obtain the opportunity on the Nameless Mountain. As for the other Gu Immortals, they were not to attack the victor for the next 3 years. Chapter 962. Xiao Shan, Xiao Mang at the bottom of falling heavenly river. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's eyes moved around, looking emotionlessly at Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun. At this moment, Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun's hearts were jumping. They were facing immense pressure. They were drenched in sweat. Bo Qing was known as a pseudo-immortal venerable. During his time, he was publicly recognized as the strongest person under rank 9 venerables in the 5 regions. Even though he had become an immortal zombie after the tribulation and his immortal aperture was completely destroyed, he still had ample rank 8 immortal essence on him, especially his sword path Dao marks. They were not destroyed. Thus, his battle strength was terrifying. The most crucial point were the Dao marks. The higher the Gu Immortals' cultivation level, the more Dao marks they had. Even if 2 people were using the same immortal Gu, the difference in Dao marks would cause different outcomes when the immortal Gu's power was amplified. Consider Qin Baisheng, a soul path Gu Immortal who also cultivated metal path. He did not have a single sword path Dao mark on him, but when he used 5-finger fist heart sword, he could fight Feng Gu on equal grounds. Right now, none of Bo Qing's immortal Gu were damaged. Together with his vast number of sword path Dao marks, he could display unimaginable might. He could almost replicate the glory that he had when he was alive. Thus, Bai Tsang Shui, 7-star child, and the others had no chance to resist him. Not to mention Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun. The higher the rank of the Gu Immortal, the greater the difference. Between ranks 7 and 8, the difference in Dao marks was like heaven and earth. Between ranks 6 and 7, there might be those who are evenly matched occasionally. But when rank 8 fought against rank 7, it was almost always a one-sided fight. When rank 9 fought rank 8, it would be as simple as stepping on an ant. Facing immortal zombie Bo Qing, Song Zixing, and Yu Mu Chun had no way to retaliate. Am I going to die today? What will we do? What will we do? The 2 of them felt their bodies going cold. Countless thoughts were churning in their minds. Looking at this situation, they had almost no hope. Bo Qing raised his finger, pointing at Song Zixing. A thin sword light flashed. Song Zixing did not even try to escape. He faced death with a bitter smile. Because he knew that in front of Bo Qing, escaping was completely futile. Bo Qing pointed at Yu Mu Chun. No, I am unresigned. I cannot die. Yu Mu Chun shouted loudly. In the moment between life and death, he took out an immortal Gu. Immortal zombie, Bo Qing's movements froze. His face started to show a struggling expression. Yu Mu Chun's heart was pounding loudly. He started at Bo Qing's changing face anxiously. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's expression turned from impassive to confused. He showed pain, hatred, and sadness. He was like a traffic light that was rapidly changing in color. Eventually, his expression turned lively. There was some intelligence shining in his eyes. It was like a person with dementia suddenly recovering his senses. He looked at his hand, and looked around at the brutal bloody scene. In the end, he looked towards Yu Mu Chun, asking hesitantly, "You are?" Yu Mu Chun's body was full of cold sweat. He replied weakly like he had lost all his strength. "You are finally awake, Mo Yao. It seems that I made the right gamble. It was so close, so close." It turned out that the remnant soul inside Immortal Zombie, Bo Qing's body, was Mo Yao's remnant soul. Yu Mu Chun's Immortal Gu awakened Mo Yao's remnant soul. It caused the Heaven's Will which was inside the Immortal Zombie's mind to be pushed out. Without the manipulation of Heaven's Will, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing stopped attacking. Yu Mu Chun took several deep breaths as he continued. "Remember our conversation back then. In order to revive Bo Qing." Bo Qing. Hearing her lover's name, Mo Yao's remnant soul shook. She manipulated the Immortal Zombie body, nodding as she interrupted Yu Mu Chun. "Then what should I do now?" Yu Mu Chun looked at Seven Star Child and Song Zixing's corpses, sighing. If they were still alive, together with Yu Mu Chun, the three of them could use an immortal killer move and teleport all of the Immortals to Central Continent's northeast area. Heavenly Lotus sect was in control of that area. But now that Seven Star Child and Song Zixing were dead, Yu Mu Chun could only settle for dealing with Combat Immortal sect, giving up on attacking Heavenly Lotus sect. I hope that they can be stalled. Yu Mu Chun took a glance in Heavenly Court's direction, feeling deeply worried. Heavenly Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was dark. He was filled with anger. He looked at the image. Yu Mu Chun cooperated with Immortal Zombie Bo Qing and was going to attack one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Combat Immortal sect. He could no longer watch idly. Even though he was a Gu Immortal from Heavenly Lotus sect, Combat Immortal sect was still a sect underneath Heavenly Court. Right now, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing had awakened. Combat Immortal sect was in danger. Only Heavenly Court Gu Immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, summoning Lian Jiusheng and Bai Qin Tian. An issue has occurred in Falling Heavenly River. Bai Tsang Shui is dead. Bo Qing revived as an immortal zombie and is attacking Combat Immortal sect. We have to reinforce them now. The two immortals were extremely shocked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words contained information that was simply too hard to believe. Go. The two immortals were only stunned momentarily. Immediately after, they reacted and the three immortals used Heavenly Court's teleportation Gu formation and appeared at Combat Immortal sect's base in a moment. Looking at the northwest direction, the sky was clear as a grand sword light flew over rapidly. A battle of rank 8s was right before their eyes. Southern border, Light Mountain. Light Mountain was more than 2.5 kilometers tall. The light path Gu worms produced on the mountain were well known over the whole of southern border. This mountain had been in the control of a single force for the last 1,000 years. Xiao Clan. Rumors had it that southern borders, Xiao Clan, and western deserts, Xiao Clan, were of the same origin. 1,000 years ago, there was an internal conflict within western deserts Xiao Clan, resulting in the losing side leaving and moving to southern border. Southern border's Xiao Clan was once a super force, but its final remaining Gu Immortal, Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder, had not appeared for the last 100 years. It caused Xiao Clan to fall from a super force to a large-scale force. Xiao Clan's current leader, Xiao Shan, stood on a mountain slope. He looked at Xiao Clan's main base partway up the mountain as he showed dejection and hatred in his eyes. A figure ran up the mountain rapidly, landing beside Xiao Shan, paying respects to him. Xiao Zifeng greets Lord Clan leader. "That Wu Hui, is he still causing trouble?" Xiao Shan asked in a low voice. Clan elder Xiao Zifeng lowered his head, reporting to clan leader, "Wu Hui is still screaming in the hall, requesting us to hand over the culprit that killed his son. The other elders are still holding the ground. Don't worry, clan leader." Xiao Shan snorted coldly. He gritted his fists. Wu Hui's son was the one with ill intentions, trying to target Xiao Chui'er. My daughter was just defending herself. This Wu Hui is actually using Wu Clan to cause a ruckus in Xiao Clan's discussion hall. Clan leader, all will be fine if we endure this. Wu Hui is not a problem, but Wu Clan is very powerful. We cannot resist them. Xiao Zifeng quickly urged. Xiao Shan's clenched fists loosened. He sighed deeply. His face was full of fatigue and bitterness. He waved to Xiao Zifeng. "Forget it. I will hide at the back of the mountain for the time being." Xiao Zifeng took his leave, vanishing into the forest below. Xiao Shan sighed at the sky again. His mind was filled with gloominess and anger. He could not calm himself. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a voice resounding in his mind. "Come here, my descendant." "Who is it?" Xiao Shan was suspicious and uncertain. This voice spoke again. "Come here, my descendant." This voice was very familiar to Xiao Shan. He followed the voice's direction, entering deep into the region at the back of the mountain, until he reached Xiao Clan's forbidden area. "This is Xiao Clan's forbidden area. Even as the leader of Xiao Clan, I have no authority to enter it." Shan stopped moving. He was very troubled. That voice rang in his mind again. My descendant, you inherited my bloodline. Why are you so timid? I am Xiao clan's ancestor, a Gu immortal of Xiao clan. Quickly come and receive my inheritance. The mission to strengthen our clan is yours to bear. Shan's eyes shined. His body was trembling in agitation. Gu immortal, Xiao clan's ancestor. Were the rumors true? My Xiao clan has had a Gu immortal before? This voice is so familiar to me. I am a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. Other than Gu immortals, who in this world can transmit their voices into my mind directly? But this is forbidden area in the clan. Anyone who steps into this place will be exiled from the clan. Even as the leader, I am no exception. Shan thought of this and clenched his fists tightly. He was engaged in an intense internal struggle. No, I must get the ancestors' inheritance. Wu Hui has caused our Xiao clan to lose face. If Wu clan voices out their support of Wu Hui, will I be able to protect my daughter? Wu clan is so overbearing and forceful. Rumors says that they have Wu clan's Gu immortals backing them. If I can receive the inheritance and become a Gu immortal, I will definitely be able to raise Xiao clan's reputation and change everything. Shan's face shined with determination. He hesitated no longer. He walked into the forbidden area. Under the guidance of the voice, he reached a cave, seeing an immortal Gu inside the cave. Before he reacted, the immortal Gu turned into a mystical light and fused into his body. This Gu worm's aura is preventing me from moving at all through power alone. Is this a legendary immortal Gu? Shan was surprised and joyful. But when he inspected his body, the immortal Gu was nowhere to be seen. He could not find it anywhere. And at this time, the voice in his head vanished completely. Shan felt trepidation and deep suspicion as he walked out of the mountain's forbidden area. Brother, right now, Wu clan's elder is here to cause trouble. But you as the leader violated our rules and sneaked into our clan's forbidden area. You are not fit to be the clan leader. Mang suddenly appeared, bringing with him a larger number of Xiao clan elders. Shan realized the situation was turning bad. He knew that his twin brother had great ambitions. He had been coveting his position as clan leader. This is not what you think. Shan wanted to explain himself, but he could not explain himself clearly. He was unwilling to casually mention the Gu immortal inheritance. He was afraid that other forces or experts would try to take it away by force. Your explanations are just excuses. According to the clan rules, you are no longer a member of Xiao clan. The position of clan leader is mine. Mang shouted. His expression was ruthless and furious. Excitement and ambition was hidden deep inside his eyes. The speed of the sword light was beyond belief as it cut through the air. However, Heavenly Pool, the location of Heavenly Lotus sect, was still far away beyond the horizon. The sword light dissipated, revealing Bo Qing's immortal zombie body and Yu Muchan. The immortal zombie Bo Qing, which was controlled by Mo Yao's remnant soul, was now frowning with a sharp gaze, as he used sword light to sweep the surroundings. The sword light was incomparably sharp. Everywhere it went, space rippled and illusions shattered, revealing the true scene. However, a breath of time later, the true scenery was covered by layers and layers of illusions again. This is Heavenly Lotus sect's immortal Gu house, Illusion Garden, which is built on the foundation of Illusion Path and was created over 300 years ago by illusion demon Immortal Huang Xiao. Yu Muchan immediately explained. Bo Qing's immortal zombie body nodded, sighing. Every age brings forth new geniuses. It seems many geniuses have appeared in Central Continent after my main body's death. Yu Muchan spoke. Illusion demon Immortal has already died. This immortal Gu house could beguile and trap us so stealthily that we were only able to realize now. The person who is controlling it should have a very high cultivation. Just as he said this, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, by Tian and Lian Jiusheng appeared. Escaping fate is already a great sin. Now, you are thinking of attacking the sects under Heavenly Court. This is unpardonable. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord immediately shouted. You talk too much. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was furious. He waved his arm. A terrifying sword light quickly slashed. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, by Tian and Lian Jiusheng cried out as they activated their immortal killer moves. The sword light was unstoppable. It broke all the killer moves of the three immortals. Its might had decreased for the most part in doing this, but it still was able to charge towards them. The three immortals disappeared without a trace, evading this strike. Cowards! Immortal zombie Bo Qing snorted, extremely displeased. Yu Muchan's eyes shined with sharp radiance, but he let out a sigh of relief inwardly. The three Heavenly Court immortals were controlling the immortal Gu house Illusion Garden, combining the strength of 3 rank 8s, using this to be able to trap Bo Qing's immortal zombie body and Yu Muchan in it. Time passed, several days later. Southern border, on the Nameless Mountain. Bam bam bam. 3 explosions resounded, and bright light blossomed. Xiao Mang was sent flying, blood spurted out from his mouth while in the air. Bam! A muffled sound echoed. He did not crash on the ground, but was instead caught by the elders behind him with some difficulty. Defeated, Xiao Mang's face was pale as paper. He opened his eyes wide, staring fixedly at Xiao Shan with hatred and anger. Behind Xiao Shan stood two demonic path Gu masters, both rank 5 experts, one tall and fat, another short and thin. Several days ago, Xiao Shan had set foot in the forbidden area at the back of Light Mountain, breaking Xiao clan's rules, and had to be punished. Xiao Mang took this chance to seize authority and kill Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan ran as quickly as he could, while Xiao Mang hunted him down with the elders. Their chase had brought them to this nameless mountain peak. Xiao Shan was in a hopeless situation with no way out. Just as he was about to be killed by Xiao Mang, two demonic path Gu masters descended from the sky and saved him. Xiao Mang was filled with anger at having all his efforts go to waste at the last moment. He pushed away the hands of the elders supporting him as he stood up, shouting at Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan, sure enough, you were harboring evil intentions. As a clan leader of the righteous path, you were secretly colluding with demonic path Gu masters. Xiao Shan threw his head back and laughed loudly, his laughter filled with grief and indignation. I really misjudged you, for power. You were actually willing to kill me. You have such a vicious heart. It is so funny that I always treated you as my only close relative in the world. You can distort the facts as you like, but I believe that others will easily be able to discern the truth. Lord Xiao Mang, the enemy's strength is great. We should retreat. Right, we have enough time. Xiao Shan is heavily injured and near death, but the two rank 5 demonic path Gu masters behind him are in good condition. The elders tried to quietly persuade him. Humph. Xiao Mang spat out some blood and said with disdain, those two are also nothing but stray dogs. Their cultivation might be high, but they don't have many Gu worms. What are you afraid of? Although he said this, Xiao Mang also knew that he would be unable to kill his own elder brother, Xiao Shan, today. The dark light in his eyes flickered as he internally pondered. Right now, I already hold the upper hand, and also have the basis of righteousness on my side. There is no need to go all out. After returning to Light Mountain, I can inherit the position of clan leader. At that time, I can use my identity in the righteous path to issue a warrant and bounty for Xiao Shan's head. Xiao Shan is without a clan now, and with the righteous path's warrant, he can only live as a fugitive with his strength decreasing constantly. It will be wiser if I bide my time and kill him in the future. With these thoughts, Xiao Mang did not stubbornly persist. Xiao Shan, you traitor of the righteous path, you will surely die like a dog. For now, I will spare your life. Just you wait. I will come to take it in the future. Let's go. After leaving behind these vicious words, Xiao Mang and the elders cautiously retreated. He was also injured, but he still had ample strength left. The two demonic path Gu masters did not have many Gu worms, and so did not dare to go on a reckless chase, letting them leave. Brother Xiao, we meet again. The tall and fat rank 5 demonic path Gu master was called Sun Peng Hu. After he saw Xiao Mang had left, he looked at Xiao Shan with tears in his eyes. The short and thin rank 5 Gu master was called Zhou Xing. He was supporting Xiao Shan's shoulder while activating a healing Gu worm. Talk about the past later. Heal Brother Zhao's injuries first. Xiao Shan's heavy injuries were quickly stabilized under the efforts of these two Gu masters. Xiao Shan had an ashen expression as he heaved a deep sigh. It is fortunate the two of you were here to help. Otherwise I would have died here. But my younger brother is ruthless. He will definitely try to come after me again. He won't rest until he kills me. I can heal these injuries myself. Both of you leave. I don't want to implicate you too. What are you talking about? Back then I was saved by you. My life is yours, Brother Xiao. Right? In the past, I had slaughtered an enemy's family for revenge, but was caught by Brother Xiao. When you heard my story, you let me go that very night. This kindness has always been engraved in my mind. Sun Peng Hu and Zhou Xing spoke fervently and sincerely. Neither of us will leave you. If Xiao Mang wants to battle, he can come. I will fight him to the end. Sun Peng Hu and Zhou Xing were extremely firm in their attitude. Xiao Shan was very moved. His eyes started getting moist with tears. Sigh. Over these years, I have understood this. Who says demonic path Gu masters are all ungrateful and unkind? Instead, the hypocrites who put on false pretenses of kindness can be seen everywhere in the righteous path. Brother Xiao is correct. Many of us in the demonic path stay true to our nature, and the righteous path go through all possible means to kill us. Since the righteous path won't accept you, we will be a team from now on and roam the world as part of the demonic path. Sun Peng, who spoke boldly. Xiao Shan fell into silence. He still had the mindset and ideals of the righteous path embedded in him, and he did not want to join the demonic path. He knew there was an immortal Gu hidden in him. He still wanted to restore his position in Xiao clan. Zhou Xingxing was observing his expression. Brother, you may not understand. When people hear how you were expelled out of your clan and are being hunted by an insidious relative, many good people will come to help you. Brother, you have been just, upright, and have aided people in need over these years, saving others from disasters without consideration for whether they belonged in the righteous or demonic path. Everyone will be willing to help you, willing to fight for you. Shan frowned, but did not respond. At this moment, the voice appeared in his mind again. Fool, why do you need to rigidly mind the difference between righteous and demonic? Since you inherited my Immortal Gu, you have the ability to create your own Xiao clan and lead it to prosperity. I will give you a task now. Listen carefully. Shan was excited and listened carefully. The voice in his mind told him that only by passing this test, he could truly earn the inheritance, getting the Immortal Gu and obtaining the method to become a Gu Immortal. Gather Gu masters at this mountain and create a fortified village and fight off any invading righteous path enemies. As long as it can be maintained for 100 days, I can pass the test, obtaining the Immortal Gu and becoming a Gu Immortal. Shan's excitement was hard to describe. He clenched his fists and his eyes shined brightly. Good, then let's go all out. Let these so-called righteous path people look at our might. Shan suddenly spoke boldly. Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing were very happy. After discussing for a while more, they felt a close affinity with each other, talking and drinking harmoniously. Shan saw the timing was right and suggested becoming sworn brothers. Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing exclaimed that this was a wonderful thing. Immediately, they chopped off a chicken's head, put drops of the blood into a single bowl of wine, before they all drank and used Gu to make an oath. After they became sworn brothers, Shan's face also regained some rosiness. He stood up and faced the breeze of the mountain as he looked at the scenery in front of him. He sighed. The Shan of the righteous path from yesterday is dead. Today, the one standing here is Shan of the demonic path. This place and I have a fated connection. It allowed me to run into the two of you. This is an arrangement of heaven. I want to build a new village on this mountain. We will welcome any demonic path Gu masters. Let's work together and band up to resist the righteous path clans. Sun Penghu's face flushed with excitement, giving a thumbs up as he praised. Brother, you are truly a great hero with high morals. This is such a grand course of action. Zhou Xingxing spat out saliva, speaking with a dark and ruthless look. Screw it. I have been hunted everywhere by the righteous path over these years, living a life of a fugitive. I have been dissatisfied with this for a long time. Brother, I support you. We will do it like that. My good brothers. Shan grabbed the arms of Sun Penghu and Zhou Xingxing, saying, the demonic path is filled with mutual suspicion. If we are to accomplish this, we need to set aside our prejudices and doubts and believe others, abiding by a spirit of loyalty and brotherhood. Our village shall be called Tian Village. This mountain shall be called Tian Mountain. Far away, Fang Yuan sighed as he observed all these events. Indeed, this nameless mountain that hid the Immortal Gu house, graceful chaotic duel stage, and the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was Tian Mountain. He had already recognized it the moment he saw this mountain. It was just that he had not expected the true reason for the battle of Tian Mountain in his previous life to be this. My status was too low back then. My vision was only limited to the mortal world. There are so many hidden details to history. Who obtained the Immortal Gu house in my previous life? Fang Yuan was filled with the desire to explore this. His gaze moved down again, piercing through the soil, inspecting the Immortal Gu house deep under the earth. Graceful chaotic duel stage was suppressing the great strength true martial immortal zombie. It was extremely strong, and the forbidden zone for immortals was caused by its strength seeping to the outside. Clearly, it contained the mysteries of food path. The Gu worms that formed the Immortal Gu house were full and in excellent condition. And that rank 8 immortal zombie, although possessing the great strength true martial physique, its main cultivation was wisdom path. He naturally was not willing to be suppressed and used a certain killer move, attempting to use his battle will to refine the Immortal Gu house. He did not succeed. His soul thoroughly died, only leaving behind an empty shell of a body. But he did not completely fail either. There were large quantities of his battle will in the Immortal Gu house. These battle wills were already purified by the Immortal Gu house's strength, becoming pure and ownerless battle will. When battles occurred on Tian Mountain, the intentions of Gu masters to fight would form battle will and resonate with the battle will in the Immortal Gu house. The pure battle will would then gradually turn into the Gu master's individual battle will. If someone turned all the battle will in the Immortal Gu house into their own battle will, they would complete the unfinished last step of the rank 8 immortal zombie, that is, refining the Immortal Gu house and becoming the true owner of the Immortal Gu house. The gambling contest agreed to by the southern border Gu Immortals revolved around this point. First of all, the forbidden zone for Immortals had already expanded to 10,000 Li. Gu Immortals were unable to personally make a move, so they could only select mortals as their representatives. Afterwards, they would form a battlefield. Only continuous fierce battles could stimulate the battle will of mortal Gu masters. Then, the bodies of mortal Gu masters would be tampered with via a simple wisdom path technique. Finally, the pure battle will in the immortal Gu house would convert into the Gu Immortals' personal battle will. In conclusion, Gu Immortals would choose certain mortals and turn these mortals into tools, which the Gu Immortal would use to indirectly refine Graceful chaotic duel stage. Shan was the person selected by the Supreme Elder of Xiao Clan. On his body was not only the immortal Gu of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder, there was also immortal essence and large amounts of the Supreme Elder's battle will. It was just that Shan was only immortal, only able to see the vague image of an immortal Gu, and had no awareness of the truth. Naturally, besides Shan, Xiao Mang was similarly a pawn of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder. If it were not arranged by Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder, how could Xiao Mang coincidentally run into Shan when he stepped foot in the forbidden area? These two rank 5 Gu masters, standing at the peak of the world of Gu masters, were both in the dark, both being played in the hands of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder. Chapter 964. While Alboros money Shan forced Xiao Clan's reinforcements into retreat, and after naming this mountain Tian Mountain, he began to invite demonic path members from all over, building up his forces. Before he was expelled from the clan, he was known for his grand morals, his social network was extremely large, and he had been popular in both the righteous and demonic path. Shan's nature was straightforward. He clearly separated kindness and hatred, and emphasized close connections and loyalty. On the other side, Xiao Clan was weakening, suppressed, and pressured by Wu Clan and other forces from all sides. Sometimes, even demonic path Gu masters could not be offended, especially those lone warriors with rank 4 and rank 5 cultivation. These demonic path experts were different from the righteous path experts. Demonic path experts were loners, acting without scruples, but righteous path experts were bound by morals, family, reputation, and so on. Xiao Clan had established a caravan years ago to strengthen themselves. These wandering demonic path experts were treated with even more caution compared to other clans. Over these last years, Shan let these demonic path Gu masters go, or rope them in if he could, but if it came down to killing, he would do it with all his strength and as fast as possible. Occasionally, he even aided some lone cultivators or demonic cultivators financially. Thus, although he was a righteous path clan leader, he had obtained the approval of many Gu masters of the demonic path. All these gave Shan a strong rallying force. When the news of him creating a fortified village was spread, there were many immediate responses. A few days later, several demonic path experts traveled from far away to join Shan. Moreover, the Gu Immortal of Southern Border intensified the situation in secret, so as to easily put their own pawns in the battlefield. Thus, more and more demonic path Gu masters and lone cultivators started joining Tian village. In just 6 to 7 days, Tian village already had over 30 members. Such a speed made even Shan shocked and surprised. As the number of people grew, they formed an organization. Any organization needed to have distinctions and status. In the world of Gu masters, the strong were always revered. Among all these people, Shan not only had the highest strength, he also had the highest reputation. He was chosen by everyone as Tian village's leader, stably placed at the highest ranking. His two sworn brothers, Sun Pang Hu and Zhou Xing, respectively were placed at the 2nd and 3rd ranks. After all, they were rank 5 experts, having the highest strength among others. As for the other people, the vast majority were rank 2 and rank 3, with few at rank 4. Their statuses were arranged simply according to their cultivation and strength. In a mountain cave, Fang Yuan was drinking wine with a Gu Immortal. This demonic path rank 6 Gu Immortal was short, but had a large head. He was an old man, and his name was Gualao. Here, brother Sheng, give it a sip. How is the taste of my melon wine? Gualao enthusiastically urged Fang Yuan to drink. Fang Yuan knew Gualao's intention in coming. Without saying anything, he drank a mouthful and nodded, critiquing, not bad, not bad. Although he said not bad, but Fang Yuan's expression was impassive, and it was clear he had spoken only half-heartedly. Gualao was observing him. He chuckled and pointed outside. I wonder what opinion brother Sheng has towards this grand contest of Southern Border. Fang Yuan calmly replied, given that it concerns who Graceful chaotic duel stage will belong to, no one will yield a step. Since everyone is participating in this contest and has joined the agreement, putting forth their wagers, there should not be anyone who will cause trouble. In the past, it was always the righteous path who suppressed the demonic path. whether it be in the Mortal Gu Master World or the Gu Immortal World. But right now was an exception. The appearance of the Immortal Gu House completely shook the world of Southern Borders Gu Immortals. To seize the Immortal Gu House, demonic and lone immortals emerged, forming a huge force that gave the righteous path no choice but to compromise and set up this large gambling contest. The content of the wager was to select mortals as pawns who would participate in the battle between the righteous and demonic paths in Tian Mountain, helping the Gu Immortal behind them to refine the Immortal Gu House. But to participate in this huge contest, there were some conditions. Any Gu Immortal that wanted to participate in this gambling contest had to make a wager. Those who made larger wagers could arrange pawns with higher cultivation and enter the battle earlier. Finally, when the gambling contest ends, all the wagers would be redistributed. Each Gu Immortal would be ranked according to the amount of battle will they refined. Whoever had higher quantities of battle will in the Immortal Gu House would accordingly have higher returns. Naturally, one that refined over 50% of the battle will would be the winner who could activate the Immortal Gu House, obtaining the highest returns from their bet. But other Gu Immortals would also be able to get some profits. They might even be able to get great returns from small bets, earning a huge fortune. This condition could be considered to be superb. It was because of this that all the Gu Immortals participating in the gambling contest, be it righteous path, demonic path, or lone cultivators, whether they had enmity or resentment, they all subconsciously worked together to maintain this unrivaled gambling contest. Anyone who attempted to play dirty tricks or acted shamelessly would have their wagers completely confiscated. Gu Immortals who arrived later could also join in, but they had to take part in the gambling. And as the gambling contest progressed, if Gu Immortals wanted to raise their bets, they could do so. And this demonic immortal Guo Lao in front of Fang Yuan was a person who wanted to raise his bet, but he lacked the capital to do so. Over these last days, he went around borrowing money, so everyone knew of it. This time, he intentionally came to find Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was giving him the cold shoulder. Guo Lao had no choice but to take the initiative to mention the gambling contest. Fang Yuan had only given a casual analysis, but Guo Lao squinted and gave a thumbs up, exaggeratedly smiling. Brother Xing, you are right. You have hit the nail on the head. The rules of this contest cannot be broken by anyone. If anyone breaks them, it will be akin to making Gu Immortals of the whole of Southern Border their enemies. So they need to earn capital and participate honestly in the contest. Just look at it. The contest has just started, but Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder is already at the lead. Xiao Shan is his pawn, and from the previous battle of Xiao Shan and Xiao Mang, Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder has become the first to refine the battle will in the Immortal Gu House. As long as Xiao Shan doesn't die, his lead will continue increasing. Fang Yuan glanced at Guo Lao. Xiao Shan is a rank 5 Gu Master and was the first to enter the mountain. Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder naturally will have a huge advantage. But he has also paid a large price for this. Although he is only a rank 7 Gu Immortal, his wagers are the highest, to the extent that even rank 8 Gu Immortals cannot match it. Guo Lao nodded repeatedly and grinned, revealing his yellow teeth. Yes, the earlier we can place our pawns in Tian Mountain, the more beneficial it would be. Of course, the cultivation of these pawns need to be ensured. They should at least be rank 4. Otherwise they will likely die there, and we will just suffer losses. Brother Xing, I won't conceal it from you. I really hate not being able to put myself as a wager. I am a bit short on funds right now. Brother Xing, could you lend me some immortal materials? Wait till this is over, and I will return double the amount. Fang Yuan smiled. Sure. Guo Lao was joyous, and was just about to say his thanks, when Fang Yuan said, but we need to set a vow. This is natural, and it is a must as well. Guo Lao nodded quickly. Fang Yuan continued. Also, take out an immortal Gu as collateral. Guo Lao's joyful expression immediately stiffened. Brother Xing, is this a joke? If I had an immortal Gu, why would I go for this Immortal Gu House? Fang Yuan's expression also changed. With a face filled with coldness, he glared violently and spoke. Guo Lao, you don't even have one Immortal Gu, but are actually scheming for this Immortal Gu House? Don't you think you are indulging in a wild fantasy? Aren't you too greedy? Xing, you. Guo Lao was just about to flare up, but suddenly he sensed an aura of Immortal Gu from Fang Yuan's body, no longer concealed. He actually has Immortal Gu. Guo Lao's heart immediately sank. Many rank 6 Gu Immortals did not have even one Immortal Gu, but Fang Yuan did. This surpassed Guo Lao's expectations. As far as he was concerned, any Gu Immortal with Immortal Gu would have some reputation. But Xing clearly did not. He had taken Fang Yuan to be a weak lone immortal, cultivating bitterly in some unvisited area of the world. But Fang Yuan had Immortal Gu. This caused fear to emerge in Guo Lao's heart. With an Immortal Gu, the Gu Immortal's battle strength would often rise by a large extent. Xing, with Immortal Gu, was not someone Guo Lao could handle. Thus, he did not vent his anger and finally forced a smile as he cupped his fists towards Feng Yuan. I was too abrupt and rude. Brother Xing, please don't mind it. Feng Yuan gave a cold snort. You can leave. I am leaving. Leaving now, farewell. Gua Lao smiled as he retreated a few steps, before turning around and leaving, not daring to linger. When he walked out of the cave, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by shame and anger. His gaze was cold, as he roared in his mind. Humph. Having Immortal Gu is indeed amazing. I shall remember this humiliation. Wait for the day I have an Immortal Gu. I will return this humiliation back to you. Inside the cave, Feng Yuan was thinking. Gua Lao's matter made him aware of the gambling mentality of many bottom-tier Gu Immortals. Most of these people did not have Immortal Gu, so they had an extreme thirst for the Immortal Gu house. They all knew that success could not be built on small efforts, but when it concerned themselves, who did not want to soar to the sky with a step and get rich overnight? The gambling contest in front of them gave these Gu Immortals an extremely favorable environment to compete in. If it were a normal situation, for instance, finding wild Immortal Gu, the Gu Immortals would engage in fighting each other. These bottom-tier Gu Immortals with no Immortal Gu had low battle strength. How could they compete with other Gu Immortals? But what this gambling contest examined were other aspects, not the Gu Immortals' own battle strength. This gave hopes of success to the bottom-tier Gu Immortals. Examples like Gua Lao were not few in number. Fang Yuan then thought of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder. According to the news, this rank 7 Gu Immortal was facing a huge problem. He had barely gotten past extreme danger in his previous tribulation, and his strength had yet to recover. The next tribulation, which would be even more powerful, was already approaching. Xiao Clan only had one Gu Immortal remaining. That was him. Without another Gu Immortal's support, he would not be able to face this tribulation by himself, and his death was almost certain. However, this gamble gave him hope of surviving. If he obtained the Immortal Gu house, he would have huge assurance in getting through this tribulation. Thus, he brought out all he had and went all in on this gamble, placing the highest wagers. These wagers gave him the qualifications to select 2 pawns. Moreover, both the pawns had rank 5 cultivation. Among them, Xiao Shan was the first to enter the area of the contest. The other, Xiao Mang, would enter the stage after some more time. Xiao Shan belonged to the demonic path and Xiao Mang belonged to the righteous path. No matter what the result between the righteous and demonic paths was, or how the process went, Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder was well prepared with having these two arranged. The 2 rank 5 pawns had a low likelihood of death. As time passed, the advantage of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder would continue growing larger. This time, I intentionally leaked out an Immortal Gu's aura so as to let other Gu Immortals feel sufficiently cautious and not take me as a weakling. I need to properly participate in this gambling contest. The information exposed from the gambling contest is extremely valuable. It is a most precious opportunity for me to get close to the world of Southern Borders Gu Immortals and understand their structure. As for this gamble, maybe I can personally take action. A sharp light flashed past Feng Yuan's eyes. Chapter 965, Battle of Tian Mountain, 1/2. A forbidden zone for Immortals. That was the power of Graceful chaotic duel stage. This zone now covered thousands of li around Tian Mountain. Any Gu Immortal who went in would face huge suppression. If they entered deeply, their lives would be in danger. Before the gambling contest was set up, the Southern Border Gu Immortals had probed it themselves. But even the rank 8 Gu Immortals returned empty-handed. And because there was the outside pressure of having too many competitors, this shocking gambling contest was established. But Feng Yuan could keenly sense that this forbidden zone had a loophole. This loophole was Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu could be used in the forbidden zone, but their power was greatly reduced. Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder placed an Immortal Gu in Xiao Shan's body, and left behind Immortal Essence secretly to protect his life, to an extent. After all, Xiao Shan was a bloodline descendant of Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder. Immortal Gu can be used in the Forbidden Zone, but Gu Immortals cannot enter. Does this Forbidden Zone for Immortals target only the bodies of Gu Immortals? Feng Yuan thought of this conjecture. Then, what was the difference between Immortal Gu and Gu Immortals? Evidently, Dao marks were not the answer. Immortal Gu were vessels containing Dao marks, while Gu Immortals also had Dao marks in their bodies. Feng Yuan quickly thought of an answer: Immortal Apertures. Maybe Immortal Apertures were the most crucial difference. Immortal Gu would not have Immortal Apertures, but Gu Immortals definitely had them. If the Forbidden Zone targeted Immortal Apertures, then maybe Feng Yuan could make use of this loophole and attend the Battle of Tian Mountain in person. I am different from others. I have 2 apertures. Spring Autumn Cicada is sealed in my first, mortal aperture. My second aperture is dead. Most of my Gu worms are stored inside. If I can seal my Immortal Aperture and become a mortal rank 5 Gu Master again, will I be able to enter the Forbidden Zone for Immortals? The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more hopeful he became. Even though he did not have the method to seal an immortal aperture, he had the help of Wisdom Gu, and with his Grandmaster attainment level and Wisdom path, he could deduce it himself. Furthermore, I have the method to transplant immortal apertures, and succeeded in moving star-formed blessed land. This is very helpful as reference for my deduction, right? I also can look into Blazing Heaven Demon's Fire Path Aperture Taking method. Maybe I can gain even more inspiration from it. No, I do not need to focus on her aperture taking method. She created this Fire Path method after benefiting from an inheritance of old Immortal Gu. Maybe I can get old Immortal Gu's research gains from her directly. Fang Yuan's thoughts were churning rapidly. Old Immortal Gu, a publicly recognized refinement path supreme grandmaster, being on par with old eccentric Tian and long-hair ancestor. He had the deepest research in immortal apertures and mortal apertures. In terms of depth, it was yet to be surpassed by another. If he could obtain a portion of his inheritance, Fang Yuan's deduction of the immortal aperture sealing method would receive substantial and crucial help. Fang Yuan did not invest much into this gambling contest. According to the terms of the gambling contest, he could only choose a rank 3 upper stage Gu Master, and this Gu Master could only ascend Tian Mountain after 3 months. He had a lot of immortal materials and had much capital to spare. He could bet heavily. But he had just arrived. If he acted rashly, other Gu Immortals might covet his wealth and place attention on him. It would be dangerous if any rank 8 Gu Immortals targeted Fang Yuan. Thankfully, during the process of this gambling contest, the bet could be raised at any time. The rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie was important for Fang Yuan's plans. Other than that, he was also enticed by Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. This was an Immortal Gu house after all. Furthermore, this Immortal Gu house involved secrets of food path. After so many years, not a single Gu worm had died of hunger. If he could obtain these secrets of food path, perhaps Fang Yuan would be able to settle his problem of feeding Immortal Gu more easily. Fang Yuan stealthily left the surroundings of Tian Mountain, using fixed immortal travel to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land secretly. In the following period of time, he kept his attention on the Battle of Tian Mountain while deducing the immortal aperture sealing method enthusiastically. The deduction of the method was very rapid, as expected and worthy of a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Even though Fang Yuan was only using the light of wisdom, its help towards him was immense. Over a month later, news of the righteous and demonic battle of Tian Mountain had spread far and wide. The attentions of almost all experts and large forces had been drawn on this battle in southern border. The first wave of attack since Shan created Tian village arrived. This was an expert sent by Wu clan, the super force closest to Tian Mountain. Wu Shintong, Wu clan elder, rank 4 peak stage, enslavement path Gu master. Enslavement path Gu masters excelled in fighting large numbers of enemies, but were more vulnerable if personally targeted and fought. Thus, Wu Shintong had 3 rank 4 Gu masters around him in protection. 2 of these 3 rank 4 Gu masters were clan leaders of villages that had submitted to Wu clan. The third was a Wu clan elder assigned to protect Wu Shintong. The beast group attacked Tian Mountain like a tide. The demonic path side had just created Tian village when it got engulfed by a beast group. Many demonic path Gu masters died, but relying on Xiao Shan, Sun Peng Hu, and Zhou Xing, these 3 rank 5 Gu masters, Wu Shintong retreated with heavy injuries, and 2 rank 4 righteous path Gu masters lost their lives. Even though Wu Shintong's attack was repelled, the newly created Tian village suffered a huge blow because of this. Wu Shintong remaining alive caused Xiao Shan and the others to feel unrest. Just when the 3 of them were about to take a risk and go down the mountain in their injured states to kill Wu Shintong, a demonic path Gu master ascended the mountain. Furthermore, he brought Wu Shintong's head with him. This person was called Lu Zuan Feng. He was a rank 5 Gu master, called the Divine Thief in southern border. He had a demonic path Gu immortal backing him. He had once sneaked into Tai clan's demon suppression tower. Lu Zuan Feng relied on his infiltration methods to kill Wu Shintong and settled Tian village's crisis. The first wave of attack by the righteous path thus ended. Wu clan was unresigned. They quickly sent the second elder to battle. In fact, he was joined by 2 of Shan clan's new elders, Yen Tu and Zhu Kai Bei. During the second battle, both sides had wins and losses. They were in a deadlock. This time, Lan Meihe and Fei Yuan ascended the mountain, joining Tian village. These 2 Gu masters were not simple. They were famous flying masters in the world of southern borders Gu masters. Tian village thus had the upper hand, and the righteous path members were forced back. To resist Lan Meihe and Fei Yuan, the righteous path invited a female Gu master, Hong Feiyu. She was also a flying master, but belonged to the righteous path. But Hong Fei Yu alone could not resist the combination of two flying masters of the demonic path. Hong Fei Yu was at the moment between life and death. When Shan clan's reinforcements rushed and arrived, it was the white light swordsman Wei Yang. Wei Yang had been nurtured by Shang Yan Fei and had his aptitude raised. His cultivation level was at rank 4 initial stage. Not only did he save Hong Fei Yu, he even gained much fame. After Hong Fei Yu was heavily injured and retreated, he fought against both Lan Mei He and Fei Yu Wang, eventually managing to stall for enough time until more reinforcements from the righteous path came, as Lan Mei He and Fei Yu Wang were forced to retreat. After this battle, Wei Yang was acknowledged by both the righteous and demonic paths, joining the ranks of the Flying Masters. Southern Border's 3 famous Flying Masters became 4 famous Flying Masters, with Wei Yang at the top. With Wei Yang's addition, the righteous and demonic battle entered another deadlock once again. However, as the second Zombie King entered Tian Mountain, enslavement path showed its might again. The righteous path lacked Wu Shentong and had no choice but to fall back. The second righteous and demonic battle came to an end. It seems that because of me, Tian Mountain's battle has undergone some changes. Fang Yuan watched as he compared it to his previous life. In the 500 years of his previous life, during this period, Tian Mountain should have held the upper hand firmly. This was because Wang Xiao joined Tian Mountain and killed many righteous path experts. He was extremely powerful and had once attempted to force Shan to give up his role in leading the demonic path. But on Sansha Mountain, Wang Xiao was killed by Fang Yuan. This caused Wang Xiao to not join Tian Mountain this time, and thus they were almost at a disadvantage against the righteous path. Thankfully for them, Second Zombie King arrived early and saved the demonic path's position from worsening. Second Zombie King came from the Southern Border Zombie Alliance branch. He was likely the pawn of a certain Southern Border Immortal zombie. He was a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. He had once left behind his inheritance on Mu Bei Mountain, causing the rise of an enslavement path Gu master, Ding Hao. But Ding Hao had been killed by Fang Yuan in this life. In my previous life, Ding Hao sacrificed himself to save the life of his master, Second Zombie King. If Second Zombie King encounters a mishap this time, who would save him? Fang Yuan was curious. Conflict in the Tian Mountain battle continued raging, but Fang Yuan was met with difficulty in deducing the Immortal aperture sealing method. He was stuck at a certain point. He had to make use of the foundation of others to rapidly get past it. Otherwise, with just his own deductions, he would need 17 to 18 years. Fang Yuan sought help from Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness had part of an inheritance of old Immortal Kong Ju. It was enough for Fang Yuan to get through this. But Blazing Heaven Demoness made use of the chance, asking to borrow Fang Yuan's Immortal Killer move, Vaguely Familiar Face. Blazing Heaven Demoness, Hei Lou Lan, and Fairy Li Shan all wanted to get a share of the action. But the Southern Border Gu Immortals were working together in this gambling contest. They could not interfere. They were Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Once they showed up, the Southern Border Gu Immortals would jointly assault them. Right now, in the 5 regions, Southern Border was the least welcoming to outsiders. Eastern Sea was the most open, followed by Central Continent. Thus, if Hei Lou Lan and the others wanted to interfere, they would need Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face. Fang Yuan was unwilling to lend it, of course. Lending the Immortal Killer move was different from lending Immortal Gu. Once the Immortal Killer move was lent out, the secrets in it would be learned by other Gu Immortals. They would know its weaknesses and could easily develop ways to counter this Immortal Killer move. But Fang Yuan did not have other options and could only agree to it. He lent Vaguely Familiar Face, but he obtained Blazing Heaven Demoness partial inheritance of old Immortal Kong Ju. Even though he paid a huge price, he got his reward rapidly. Getting past the point he was stuck, his speed in deducing the method rose again. It was smooth sailing. Chapter 966, Battle of Tian Mountain, 2 halves, Central Continent. Boom. Suddenly, an intense explosion broke the tranquility of the mountain valley. The aftermath of the explosion created a huge inferno that rapidly spread in all directions. In just a breath of time, the lush trees in the surroundings were destroyed, and the area became a barren desert. The 8 rank 8 Gu Immortals that came from Heavenly Court gradually revealed their figures. They had formed a circle, each of them heavily injured, their gazes looking heavily at the proud and aloof figure in the center. Immortal Zombie Qing was standing upright and proud like a spear. He slowly moved his eyes. A sword light suddenly flickered from them. The 8 Gu Immortals were terrified. 3 even subconsciously retreated a step. In the intense battle earlier, they had suffered a lot under these sword lights coming from his eyes. However, the sword light in Qing's eyes died out in an instant. Afterwards, the lively light in his eyes completely dissipated. His whole body became motionless like a stone statue. Success. We finally killed the remnant soul within Qing. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals let out breaths of relief. They had obtained victory in this battle. Qing was known as a pseudo-immortal venerable, but he had only left behind his corpse, and the remnant soul in it was Mo Yao's. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals targeted this weak point, using their battle tactics to completely annihilate Mo Yao's remnant soul. Without the control of the remnant soul, Qing's immortal zombie body moved no longer. It has been so long since I had such a thrilling battle. A Gu Immortal sighed, deeply moved. Fortunately, this immortal zombie Qing had such a huge weakness, otherwise someone among us would definitely be annihilated. It is a pity we couldn't take it alive. After taking this immortal zombie body to Heavenly Court and storing it properly, I will continue my sleep. Previously, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, by Tian and Lian Jiusheng used an Immortal Gu House, Illusion Garden, to trap immortal zombie Qing and Yu Chan. Qing battled the three immortals with incredible sword path might. Heavenly Court's three immortals were no match for him and could only request for reinforcements. 5 Gu immortals from Heavenly Court had no choice but to come out of their rest and enter the mortal world as reinforcements. The 8 Gu immortals formed an ancient battle formation, and after over a month, they finally killed Yu Chan and extinguished Mo Yao's remnant soul. The battle ended. The 5 Heavenly Court Gu immortals that were awoken immediately returned to their headquarters and continued to rest. They had almost no lifespan remaining. They had to treasure every second they had. Tian and Lian Jiusheng also wanted to leave, but their situation was better than the 5 immortals. They still had time to care for their descendants and sections. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord gave the task of cleaning up the battlefield to Tian and persuaded Lian Jiusheng to go to the riverbed of Falling Heavenly River and search again. He now was flying towards Heavenly Court. Although we have won this battle, my unease has instead increased, and I am feeling very restless, as if an apocalypse is approaching. Standing in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower, this old rank 8 Gu Immortal frowned. He stepped inside the tower and continued the previous deductions. What's going on? Soon, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's forehead was dripping with sweat. His gaze was extremely puzzled. There was an enormous pressure which made it difficult for him to move forward. In the past, he only needed to spend a bead of rank 8 Immortal Essence for each step. But this time, he did not know why, but the consumption of Immortal Essence had doubled. Ever since I have been in control of Heaven Overseeing Tower, there has never been such a situation. What's happening? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's intuition was urgently telling him. Sword Immortal Qing's matter was only a prelude, and behind the scenes, there was an even stronger mastermind. I understand. It seems someone is secretly hindering me from deducing. Haha, if that is the case, then I want to succeed even more. I will walk to the top of the tower. I want to see who it is that has escaped the judgment of fate. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to climb. His expression was firm with no more puzzlement. But after he climbed 100 steps, the wall turned dark. It was like the darkest, blackest ink had spilled over the whole wall. There were no more images. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's heart sank. Who is it? Who is interfering with my deduction? They could actually interfere with a rank 9 Immortal Gu House, Heaven Overseeing Tower, to this degree. Time continued to pass. A month later, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord finally stepped onto the top floor of the tower. He was extremely exhausted. Most of the immortal essence accumulated in his lifetime had been consumed. He looked at the wall with anticipation. After the first pitch-black wall, he no longer saw other images. However, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord knew fate Immortal Gus might extended over the whole world and could not be blocked. The wall at the end would definitely reveal the true perpetrator behind the scenes. When he stepped on the top floor, he widened his eyes, gazing impatiently. At the next moment, his pupils shrunk down to pin size. His aged body shook intensely. The final wall was still pitch black. Darkness, incomparably deep darkness. But unlike before, in this darkness, a pair of eyes were shining. This was a pair of human eyes, but it was filled with bone-chilling coldness and terrifying killing intent. They gazed at Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord like a beast hiding in the darkness, waiting patiently for an opportunity, upon which it would charge of the darkness, causing terror over the world. You are. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was soaked with cold sweat. He trembled, and even his teeth chattered. After a long while, he barely managed to calm down, but fear and panic still remained on his face. Crisis. A huge crisis. If this is left unchecked, even Heavenly Court will be destroyed. Immortal Zombie Qing was no more than a distraction for us. I must awaken many more of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. This is a battle that decides our survival. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not hesitate. He ran out of the Heaven Overseeing Tower, directly to Floating Maple Cliff. On Floating Maple Cliff, there was a giant Gu formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord decisively activated the Gu formation. A sound of a bell, vast, and unparalleled, immediately resounded throughout the sky. Heavenly Court shook. At the same time, in southern border. Finally, the deduction has succeeded. Fang Yuan had already taken another appearance and stepped onto Tian Mountain, his immortal aperture sealed. After obtaining a portion of old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance from blazing heaven Demoness, Fang Yuan did not encounter any obstacles in his deduction. Using the method of sealing the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan sealed his own immortal aperture and turned into a rank 3 Gu master, officially stepping into this huge stage. At this time, the situation on Tian Mountain had already undergone a huge change. Large numbers of Gu masters had entered both the righteous and demonic sides. The righteous path had initiated the third and fourth waves of offense. Both sides suffered heavy losses. On the demonic path side, Second Zombie King had summoned many of his disciples, their zombie army giving a huge headache to the righteous path. On the righteous path side, Wei Yang and Hong Fei Yu had allied, getting an advantage over Lan Mei He and Fei Yu Wang in the aerial battles. However, Divine Dr. Xing Shou was supporting the righteous path. This person was one of the 4 great doctors of southern border, extremely proficient in healing and treating wounds and illnesses. With him there, righteous path Gu masters had fewer losses, and most injuries were quickly healed, so they did not fear fighting fiercely. Shan knew if this were to continue, the righteous path would continue becoming stronger. Thus he decided to make use of a diversion while taking the initiative to attack, beginning the 5th wave of battle between righteous and demonic. On the surface, he, Sun Pang Hu and Zhou Xing attacked, while Lu Feng was commanded to sneak towards the rear of the righteous path and try to kill Divine Dr. Xing Shou. But the result was, Divine Dr. Xing Shou was not killed. Instead, Shang Fu Shi of the righteous path had planned for their scheme, laying an ambush and killing Second Zombie King. With Second Zombie King dead, the demonic path's disadvantage was quickly enlarging. Around this time, Killer Ghost Dr. Cho Jio stepped onto Tian Mountain, suppressing Divine Dr. Xing Shou, salvaging the situation. Cho Jio saved many demonic Gu masters' lives, and soon took the 3rd highest rank. Lu Feng was ranked at 2nd, while Shan still was at 1st. As for Sun Pang Hu and Zhou Xing, they had already been squeezed out to the 4th and 5th. Because of Cho Jio, the demonic path could recuperate and build up strength day by day. And because one of the rising stars of the demonic path, Wu Tian, had joined and challenged many to one-on-one battles, the righteous path had lost many strong warriors. Shan Clan sent Dr. Su Shou, who together with Divine Dr. Xing Shou, managed to close the gap created by Cho Jio. A phantom path inheritor, Yin Clan's young clan leader, Yin Jun, entered the spotlight. He sneaked into Tian Mountain and killed Cho Jio before swaggering off. The righteous path's morale was boosted, making another attack, beginning the 6th wave of battle between righteous and demonic. However, they fell into the demonic path's trap. Cho Jio had remnant life Gu. As long as his body was mostly intact, he could resurrect. After Yin Jun killed him, he had secretly resurrected while pretending to be dead, causing the righteous path to take the bait. In the 6th battle, Wu Tian showed his demonic might, killing 3 rank 4 Gu masters in the chaotic battle. His fierce might surged, and even Yin Jun was defeated by him and suffered heavy injuries. The righteous path retreated in defeat, but the demonic path had also incurred huge losses. Both sides temporarily rested, trying to recover their strength. During such a situation, Fang Yuan stepped onto Tian Mountain, joining Tian Village. He had disguised himself as a rank 3 Gu master, and after joining, his status in Tian Village was outside the top 100. The higher-ups arranged him a position of guarding an archery tower. Fang Yuan was extremely low profile, working without making any disturbances. He patiently waited for the first 3 days, and after seeing no Gu Immortals had appeared to stop him, began to stealthily refine the battle will in the Immortal Gu house. The number of demonic path Gu masters who had joined Tian Village had already reached 600. Among these people, some were pawns of Gu Immortals, while some were not. Fang Yuan was hidden among them and was not in the least bit conspicuous. He was secretly earning a fortune, rapidly refining the battle will in the Immortal Gu house with his Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment. Other Gu Immortals could only make their pawns fight and indirectly refine the battle will from this. But Fang Yuan did not need to fight. He could continue to unceasingly refine the battle will. After all, a Gu Immortal was personally making a move. It naturally would be extraordinary. Day after day passed. The righteous and demonic sides were like 2 giant beasts. After taking a few breaths, their energy was restored, and they began to battle again. It was the 7th wave of battle, and this was a draw again. The demonic path made a crafty scheme, cutting off the righteous path supply lines. But on the righteous path side, Shan clan leader Shan Yin Fei personally arrived with his forces, and used gourmet food box Gu, providing a feast for the army, foiling the demonic path scheme. Next, the clan leaders of southern border superforces like Yi clan, Luo clan, Yao clan, and Xia clan also showed themselves, joining the battlefield. The battles were getting increasingly heated, affecting the minds of countless Gu masters and forces. But from Fang Yuan's viewpoint, it was simply another ordinary scene. Righteous and demonic battled. It looked to be extremely brilliant, but in fact the true manipulators were southern borders Gu Immortals. During these last days, the Gu Immortals had also clashed. Although they did not officially fight, they secretly schemed and strategized, each trying to cheat or outwit one another, making everyone on guard. Fang Yuan was able to obtain huge amounts of information from this, and his understanding of the world of southern borders Gu Immortals increased at a rapid speed. He had refined large amounts of battle will, but graceful chaotic duel stage seemed like a bottomless pit. Time continued to pass. A month had gone by. On this day, old man Yanshi secretly came to the surroundings of Tian Mountain with over 10 Gu Immortals. He took a deep breath and said in a slightly shaky tone, "Heavenly Court has already detected this and is preparing for an expedition to southern border. Time does not wait for anyone. We can only begin early." Whoosh. The Gu Immortals behind him turned into shadows as they flew in all directions. Chapter 967. Trapping Immortals. Tribulations fall like rain. What's going on? At this moment, the Gu Immortals of southern border, who were situated 10,000 li away from Tian Mountain, looked at the sky one after another. Even the mortal Gu masters on Tian Mountain also felt an indescribable chill. Rumble. A vague rumbling sound could be heard coming from the sky. Several breaths later, the rumbling got louder and louder, as if hundreds of people were beating war drums far away. Ever since Fang Yuan stepped on Tian Mountain, he had been making use of every second in refining the battle will. But the commotion in the sky right now was getting louder and louder. He had no choice but to temporarily stop his work and look above. From high up in the air, he saw the sky suddenly brightening with a series of white light specks. These light specks were extremely vast in scale and densely packed together. They started to fall rapidly and powerfully down towards Tian Mountain. "This is the 1,000 Pearl Light Tribulation," a Gu Immortal exclaimed in shock. "Wrong. The 1,000 Pearl Light Tribulation only has 1,000 light pearls, but this tribulation has at least 100,000 light pearls. How could there be a tribulation?" Many Gu Immortals were baffled. Could someone be undergoing a tribulation? Most of the Gu Immortals immediately looked towards Tian Mountain. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, and he became extremely vigilant. Soon, he was dripping in cold sweat as he felt waves of immaterial investigative senses scanning his whole body. Although he had vaguely familiar face, the core immortal Gu of this immortal killer move was only at rank 6. It could deceive rank 6 Gu Immortals, but facing the inspection of rank 7 and rank 8, there was a huge chance of being exposed. Fang Yuan was filled with anxiety before he finally let out a sigh of relief. He was not discovered. There was no discovery? The Gu Immortals were surprised. They searched Tian Mountain and its nearby surroundings, but did not discover any rank 5 Gu master that was facing a tribulation. Just when they were about to continue searching with even more powerful investigative methods, the 1,000 Pearl Light Tribulation was already just above the Immortals. "Just in case, we can't let this tribulation affect Tian Mountain." "Right, let's block this tribulation." Some Gu Immortals started guessing. Perhaps this tribulation was caused by Graceful chaotic duel stage? The southern border Gu Immortals soon came to an agreement. According to the gambling agreement, if a menace appeared, the Gu Immortals participating in the gambling contest would band together to obstruct it and protect their interests. Although the 1,000 Pearl Light Tribulation was high in quantity, the Gu Immortals that occupied this place had power in numbers. They included 4 rank 8, 9 rank 7, and over 10 rank 6 Gu Immortals. The Immortals made their moves, and soon the 1,000 Pearl Light Tribulation was destroyed, with not even one light pearl touching the ground. It was to the extent that even some Gu Immortals used their methods to draw in layers of clouds, blocking the sky of Tian Mountain and preventing the mortal Gu masters from sensing this anomaly. He, a lone cultivator rank 8 Gu Immortal, Peng Long, stroked his beard, laughing. No matter who it is that is ascending to Immortal at this moment, they are quite creative. We need to find this person. The people here are all elite Gu Immortals of southern border. We can't even find a mortal who is facing tribulation. The rank 7 Gu Immortal Qing Tang smiled coldly. Being taken as a meat shield by someone else and used as a tool to face the tribulation made this proud Gu Immortal extremely displeased. Whose descendant is this mortal? Speak up. Avoid losing your face when we find them. Gu Immortal Wang Kai chuckled. The Immortals looked at each other, but no one stood out. Rank 8 Gu. Immortal Ren Hai Yang's expression turned dark as he shouted. You don't know what is good for you. You still want to hide. Do you take us as fools? Look, another tribulation is falling. Suddenly, a Gu immortal gave a reminder. The sky was dark, like a giant had coated it with a dense black dye. At once, the temperature fell and cold air emanated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Endless ice and snow circled around like sharp blades before pouring down like a storm. Yi Qing Tang's expression turned heavy, calling out, "Dark flying frost." Who is facing the tribulation? They could actually attract one of the 10 great catastrophes. No, that's wrong. The scale of this tribulation is even greater than the 10 great catastrophes. It's here. Hold it back. Rumble, lightning flashed, and inferno roared as the dark flying frost was destroyed. Dark flying frost was indeed one of the 10 great catastrophes. After this tribulation, many Gu immortals suffered injuries. Gu immortal Guo Lao was heavily injured, and he could not help but think of retreating. Strange. Could this be because Graceful chaotic duel stage is about to appear? So the heavens sent down the tribulations? No, this won't do. I don't have any immortal Gu. I can't stay here, foolishly facing the tribulation. I need to leave this dangerous place before thinking of anything else. The moment he thought of this, Guo Lao turned into a ray of light as he flew away. This guy ran quite quickly. Yi Qing Tang sneered, proudly floating in the air with his hands behind his back. Dark flying frost was strong, but he could still deal with it. However, many rank 6 Gu immortals started imitating Guo Lao. Most of these people were bottom-tier Gu immortals, with no immortal Gu, and injuries all over their bodies. However, at the next moment, Guo Lao's figure suddenly appeared in the center of the Gu immortals. He was stunned. How could he appear here? Shortly afterwards, many more rank 6 Gu immortals were also sent back, appearing beside Guo Lao. Ambush. Someone has set a huge space path Gu formation in the surroundings. Soon, a Gu immortal reacted and shouted in shock. Rank 8 auras burst out. Peng Shilong's eyes let out a ferocious light as they gazed all around. Who is it? Come out. With a sinister laugh, Old Man Yanshi appeared with over 10 black-robed Gu immortals, encircling the southern border Gu immortals. Old Man Yanshi was at the back, his hand pointing towards the sky. Everyone, a word of advice. The third tribulation is already here. Everyone looked up. The sky was packed with lion groups. Desolate Beast, Qi Grand Lion. These lions had Qi Path Dao marks and could innately fly. There were over 6,000 Qi Grand Lions. The rank 6 Gu immortals turned deathly pale. Rank 8 Gu immortal Jia, he shouted in fury. Such little things. Get lost. He waved his sleeve, and a wild wind started blowing. Giant wind sickles, numbering in tens of thousands, shot in every direction. The lion group howled in pain, severely injured by the wind sickles. Many even died on the spot. The corpses were cut in thousands of pieces. Blood started to rain down majestically from the sky. Mixed in it were countless bone fragments and crushed flesh. Berserk Wind Jiayi, you are truly mighty. Old Man Yanshi lightly smiled, freely giving praise. Jiayi, however, frowned. He had sent most of the wind sickles towards Old Man Yanshi, but the wind sickles were blocked by a Gu formation and were completely destroyed, while the Gu formation only rippled and had suffered no damage. Its defensive prowess was beyond imagination. Who are these people? What are they aiming for? Scheming against us. They really are audacious. They are seeking death. You dare to oppose Gu immortals of the whole of southern border. The Gu immortals shouted and cursed, while having doubts in their mind. Time did not permit for them to wait for the response of Shadow Sect. A tribulation was descending again. Roar. A majestic dragon's cry resounded throughout the surroundings. Cloud of fire spanned 10,000 li of distance and started pressing downwards. For Inferno Cloud's tribulation. Someone shouted. Careful. I have faced this 4 Inferno Clouds tribulation. It has 4 layers in total. Each layer above is much more ferocious than the one below. A fire path Gu immortal warned. Block it. There is also the Dragon Roar tribulation. This is 2 tribulations at once. Protect surrounding Gu immortals. Maintain our strength. The Gu immortals shouted one after another as they worked together to face these tribulations. A typical 4 Inferno Clouds tribulation covers at most 100 li. Why is this so large? At Tian Mountain, Fang Yuan also watched with shock. The clouds drawn in earlier could block the vision of mortal Gu masters, but could not obstruct Fang Yuan's gaze. He felt extremely uneasy. I seem to have entered a huge trap. These black-robed Gu immortals are extremely similar to the Shadow Sect Gu immortals that Hei Lou Lan had described. They actually dared to scheme against so many southern border Gu immortals. What are they trying to do? It seems these tribulations are not because someone is undergoing tribulation, but their own handiwork. With Old Man Yanshi at the lead, Shadow Sect's immortals had constructed a giant Gu formation that completely trapped the southern border Gu immortals. The southern border Gu Immortals wanted to escape and tried to break the Gu formation, but their efforts showed no results. Thus, they could only face the bombardment of the Tribulations. As time passed, the strength of the Tribulations became more terrifying. Soon, even rank 7 Gu Immortals felt difficulty. After another 3 waves, rank 8 Gu Immortals also struggled to cope. Their expressions looked unsightly. It was not that they had not tried breaking the formation, but their attempts had failed. Hold back this tribulation. Let me do it. Peng Shilong decided, activating his trump card. Waves of light scattered with imposing momentum, but Shadow Sect's Gu formation only shook 3 times before stabilizing again. What Gu formation is this? The southern border Gu Immortals' hearts sank to rock bottom. They were unable to hide their worries. The tribulations came in succession, and the time interval between each wave became shorter and shorter. Different kinds of tribulations poured down like an endless rainstorm. The Gu Immortals gradually defended more and attacked less, losing the initiative. Persevere, Jiai shouted. We still have a chance. The tribulations are coming against us continuously, but it is also affecting the surrounding Gu formation. The Immortals felt a surge of morale. Despite the fact that some rank 6 Gu Immortals were already dead, the remaining Immortals did not give up. They held on bitterly, retaining hope. Once the Gu formation was destroyed by the tribulation, they could escape with their lives. The situation of the battlefield was observed by old man Yanshi. He saw all the changes clearly. Wu Xia, he softly called. Behind him, a young man stood up. He had wavy black hair that draped down to his shoulders. His eyes shined with countless lights of all kinds of colors, forming a vortex that was slowly but constantly spiraling. He had a tall nose bridge. The contours of his lips were like knife carvings, and when they were closed, they gave off a cruel and demonic charm. However, right now, he was concentrating on the sky. His lips opened wide as a smile filled his face, revealing white teeth, unexpectedly appearing somewhat silly. Wu Xia. Hearing no response behind him, old man Yanshi called again. Ah, you called for me. I was looking at the fireworks. The young Gu Immortal responded with a smile. Old man Yanshi gave a bitter smile. This is not a simple display of fireworks. These are tribulations. Although they look beautiful, they contain fatal danger. These are all the work of heaven's will. It is attempting to destroy us. It is our greatest enemy. The young Gu Immortal immediately revealed an earnest and serious look. Ah, so it is like that. Then tell heaven's will to come out. I will take it down. Old man Yanshi sighed. Heaven's will is not a physical enemy. It is everywhere, vast and boundless. As long as the 5 regions and 9 heavens exist, heaven's will is eternal. Even if you destroy a portion of heaven's will, at the same time, another portion of heaven's will would be created. The young Gu Immortal was stupefied. Then what do we do? What we are doing is defying heaven. So heaven's will is our greatest enemy. After 100,000 years of preparation, we are going to unleash an explosive strike. There is a common saying, man proposes, heaven disposes. But right now, we will be taking action all of a sudden, catching heaven's will unprepared. This can be considered to be man winning against heaven. While old man Yanshi spoke to Wu Xia, he pointed with his finger. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation we set up has already entrapped all the southern border Gu Immortals nearby. But only a small portion of this formation has been set. It cannot even display 1/10 of its might. The tribulations are constantly affecting the Gu formation. The formation won't last long at this rate. Next, I and some other Gu Immortals will sacrifice our souls in setting up this formation. With this, the formation can display 90% of its might, only lacking a step for completion. The southern border Gu Immortals will have no more chance to escape. So powerful. The young Gu Immortal stared with wide-opened eyes, looking blankly. Old man Yanshi continued in a serious tone. After I die, you will be the strongest of us. You need to remember, you were born from a dream realm, and only have 18 hours of lifespan in total. Every 2 hours, your cultivation will rise by 1 rank. Right now, you have just advanced to rank 7. Your lifespan only has 4 hours remaining. The stronger you become, the closer your death approaches. When you advance to rank 9, no one can defend from even 1 attack of yours. Rank 9 is so powerful. The young Gu Immortal had a look of ignorance. Old man Yanshi chuckled. Of course, rank 9 is the limit in the whole world. It is the highest summit. This world cannot have rank 10, so rank 9 is the strongest. I can only live for 4 hours. Isn't the time too short? After 4 hours, will I die? Death, what is it? The young Gu Immortal asked questions one after another. Old man Yanshi patiently explained. Everything has been planned properly. 4 hours is more than enough. Should the plan fail, even if you live longer, it won't change the outcome. As for death, old man Yanshi paused, before speaking slowly with a quiet and deep voice. Death is the end of life, and is also the beginning of life. The young Gu Immortal scratched his head, not fully understanding this. Old man Yanshi took a deep breath. His emaciated, aged body trembled in the wind, as if he would be blown away the next moment. He gazed far away. His eyes did not have whites, they were pitch black, but right now countless inverted images emerged in them. In the inverted images were Fang Yuan by Ning, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, Heavenly Quartz Gu Immortals, Southern Border Gu Immortals, Tian Mountain, Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. It's time. Old man Yanshi spoke. But before I die, I will use my remaining lifespan to deduce for you. Remember my words. They will provide huge help to you. After he finished speaking, old man Yanshi's life force started to quickly weaken. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. For the first time his face showed bewilderment, seemingly being puzzled and terrified of the result of the deduction. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at the childlike Gu Immortal with an extremely complicated gaze. His lips squirmed a few times before he finally let out several words. One of us. Be careful. Failure. He revealed the heavenly secret with extreme difficulty. His body started turning into powder while he spoke, dissipating in the wind. When he said failure, he had no more time remaining. He completely dissipated and unraveled. His soul was absorbed by the formation, completely merging in an instant. Not only old man Yanshi, a number of shadow sex Gu Immortals also sacrificed themselves, their souls merging with the formation. 90%. 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. A vast radiance suddenly soared to the sky. At this moment, even the mighty heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities seemed to dim and lose their luster. The radiance was so dazzling, all the southern border Gu Immortals had to tightly close their eyes. The radiance passed in an instant, and the southern border Gu Immortals quickly opened their eyes. The entire area was covered by a gigantic Gu formation. 10 Gu Immortals stood in the air, separated from each other, standing at the outermost periphery, seemingly encircling the group of southern border Gu Immortals. Among them, 9 Gu Immortals wore black robes, their appearances covered under their hoods, veiled in mystery. The last one was the young Gu Immortal, Wuxia. He looked all around him with curiosity. After all, he had begun life just 14 hours ago. It was understandable he had a mindset of exploring the novelty of this world. What is going on? What happened? This Gu formation has suddenly become much more powerful. Previously, under the bombardment of the tribulations, the formation had already been swaying unstably, but now it appeared like a giant reef at the seaside, unbreakable by the storm, standing firm and stable like a mountain. Sensing this situation, the hearts of the southern border Gu Immortals sank. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Ren Haiyang stopped protecting the Rank 6 Gu Immortals and chose a direction to attack the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Merely putting up a facade die. He shouted as he clapped his hands. A giant tsunami rose from thin air. The water was incomparably vast, with a roaring sound. It fiercely charged towards a black-robed Gu Immortal. Protect him. The other 3 Rank 8 Gu Immortals exerted themselves to block the tribulations overhead, protecting Ren Haiyang. With their help, Ren Haiyang had less pressure on him. He laughed heartily as he stopped holding back and activated his immortal essence again. Waves after waves erupted, giving a feeling of covering the sky and the sun, as if an ancient beast had opened its mouth to devour heaven and earth. Wuxia wanted to go help, but was stopped by a black-robed Gu Immortal beside him. Stay at the formation core where you're located. Don't move recklessly. He can deal with it. Sure enough, the mysterious Gu Immortal who faced the tsunami suddenly sent out a burst of flames that soared to the sky. In an instant, with the black-robed Gu Immortal at the center, the surroundings turned into a seething world of lava. Waves over 30 meters in height smashed into the formation and evaporated into white vapor. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, the fire roared as it spread quickly, the intense temperature clearing up the vapor in an instant. Such power. I almost cannot control it. The black-robed Gu Immortal was pleasantly surprised. He stood proudly in the center of the lava. The black robe on him was already mostly destroyed, revealing his true appearance. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He recognized this person. The southern border Gu Immortals also exclaimed in surprise. You actually are a 10 extreme immortal zombie. Blazing glory lightning brilliance. This person was precisely the blazing glory lightning brilliance zombie that had participated in the 100 Days battle and had successfully escaped. After he was captured by old ancestor Xiao, he was then saved by blazing heaven demoness and others sent by Zombie Alliance. Who could have thought he would actually appear here? Could it be that the party scheming against the southern border Gu Immortals is Zombie Alliance? That can't be. If it were Zombie Alliance, it would be impossible for blazing heaven demoness to not know of it. Perhaps Shadow Sect. These two words suddenly jumped into Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan's whole body shuddered. The situation was becoming worse. His own circumstances were actually similar to the southern border Gu Immortals. He was also trapped here. Ren Hai Yang's attack failed, and he could only discontentedly retreat. The tribulations from the sky rained down like a storm. Not only did they not halt for even a moment, their power also continued to grow greater. The air was mixed with constant sounds of shouting and screaming. The rank 8 Gu Immortals could hardly look after themselves. Many bottom-tier rank 6 had already lost their lives. These Gu Immortals, who stood high and mighty above the masses under normal circumstances, were as weak as chicks and pups in front of the tribulations. Many of the rank 7 Gu Immortals could only be carried along by the tide, like a small raft in a stormy sea. They had no control over their circumstances, and with any slight carelessness, they could be swallowed by the waves. The tribulations were very difficult to face, but the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation firmly withstood them all and was unshakable, while the southern border Gu Immortals were in a predicament. At this juncture of life and death, they let go of any previous enmity and collaborated. They soon realized their only remaining path to survival. That was the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. This Immortal Gu House had extraordinary defensive strength. It could block the vast and boundless tribulations and protect the Gu Immortals. At the same time, the Immortal Gu House's offensive prowess was also the most suitable weapon to break through the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. The Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage that lay deep under the earth was the hope of the southern border Gu Immortals. Although the Forbidden Zone made it extremely difficult for the southern border Gu Immortals to approach in person, it did not damage Immortal Gu. Though the powers of Immortal Gu were weakened greatly in there, they still surpassed the vast majority of mortal methods. Combine our strength to bombard Tian Mountain and get hold of Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. Gu Immortal Jia, he shouted. However, the only remaining ones who still had such ample strength left were the 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals. The rank 7 Gu Immortals, dodging and defending desperately from the tribulations, had no energy to spare. The 4 rank 8s attacked furiously, but it did not affect Tian Mountain. The thick layer of clouds above Tian Mountain had been infused with the power of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation and could defend from the powerful attacks. It absorbed all the attacks. Clouds and fog surged intensely for a while before it was calm again. The 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals' efforts showed no results. Their eyes shone with a ferocious light. They clenched their teeth as they attacked without stop. Their expressions gradually turned frantic. On Tian Mountain, it was still a scene of serenity. Mortals were all kept in the dark, knowing nothing about the blood-curdling scene above them. So long as a fraction of the tribulations leaked out, they could destroy Tian Mountain completely, and all the mortal Gu masters would turn into dust. Fang Yuan gazed at the sky heavily. Was there such a situation in my previous life as well? None of us knew death was right above us. Calm down, calm down. Fang Yuan took a few deep breaths and forcibly dispelled his nervousness and unease before starting to think. The shocking and enormous action taken by Shadow Sect schemed against the southern border Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan was also trapped within and could not extricate himself. Although Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan have joined this gamble, they are currently in Xiao Hun Blessed Land, using Luo Po Valley to cultivate their souls. This Gu formation cuts off links between the inside and outside. It even restricts all my communication methods. Even if I still had self-strength Immortal Gu, rank 7 battle strength is simply not enough in this situation. The top priority now is still Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. The southern border Gu Immortals outside the Forbidden Zone already have no hope of taking this Immortal Gu house. But I still have a chance. Only with the help of Graceful Chaotic Duel stage will I have hope of escaping. Otherwise, I can only use Spring Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan thought rapidly. The only chance in front of him was to become the new owner of Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. He had fixed immortal travel, but this Immortal Gu was in his immortal aperture. The aura of Immortal Gu could be easily detected, and they could only be kept safe when stored within an aperture. However, Fang Yuan had already sealed his immortal aperture. If Fang Yuan were to break the restriction of the Forbidden Zone, he would be destroyed at the first moment. He simply would not be able to last 3 breaths of time to activate fixed immortal travel. However, Spring Autumn Cicada was not under this seal. Spring Autumn Cicada was Fang Yuan's first vital Gu. It had long ago been placed under a different seal in his first aperture. After all this time, Spring Autumn Cicada had already recovered for the most part, and even though it was heavily sealed, it was already giving huge pressure to Fang Yuan's first aperture. Prior to this trip, it was not that Fang Yuan had not considered sealing fixed immortal travel and other immortal Gu in his first aperture just in case something happened. But it simply got nowhere. The aperture could store some mortal Gu, but containing a second Immortal Gu was impossible. Even with fixed immortal travel, I am afraid. Fang Yuan's gaze pierced through the cloud layer, falling upon the 10 extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation. His breathing turned somewhat rough. Among the southern border Gu Immortals, there were Space Path Gu Immortals as well as Space Path Immortal Killer moves. But none of them were able to do anything. Clearly, this formation restricted Space Path as well. Its defense was extremely tight, with no loopholes that could be exploited. Gu Immortals continued to die miserably under the Tribulations. The 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals were also injured. They knew that the longer this continued, the lower their chances. They had no choice but to work together and break through simultaneously. You are all flies trapped in a web. Where can you escape? A black-robed Gu Immortal Gu blocking their way sneered. His aura was surging as his hood swayed. Northern Dark Ice Soul. Peng Long shouted in shock. Frost energy spread rapidly. A crystalline ice wall that was dozens of meters tall spanned in front of them all. While the 4 immortals were obstructed, a lightning strike smashed down on them. Snow War Tribulation Lightning. Typical Snow War Tribulation Lightning was already one of the 10 great catastrophes. But this Tribulation Lightning in front of them had multiple bolts branching out, its might over dozens of times stronger. When it rains, it pours. The 4 immortals did not dare to face such lightning head-on. Among them, one activated a time path killer move to slow down the lightning, which gave the 4 immortals time to move away. The Snow War Tribulation Lightning continued on its path as it struck the Northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie's crystalline ice wall. A huge hole was pierced through the icy wall. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie snorted as he suffered minor injuries. Heaven's will. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie stared fiercely at the sky. The 4 Southern Border Rank 8 Gu Immortals changed their direction towards another area of the Gu formation. You shall not pass. The black-robed Gu Immortal located here chuckled. Boom. Both sides attacked each other. They fought for a long time, but they were evenly matched. The 4 immortals were obstructed, and their momentum was halted, but the black-robed Gu Immortal also did not have it easy. Carefree Wisdom Heart Physique. This was another immortal zombie of the 10 extreme physiques. You are Shan Clan's Shan Gue Kai. Peng Long frowned, recognizing the black-robed Gu Immortal's identity. Shan Clan's first Supreme Elder, and I have a close friendship. As a member of Shan Clan, you actually joined a demonic organization, bringing disaster to the world. A prodigal son who returns is immeasurably precious. You still have time to repent. Otherwise, if this leads to catastrophe, you will implicate your clan as well. The black-robed Gu Immortal sneered with disdain. What do you understand? Shan Gue Kai is just an identity I used after soul replacement. What is mere Shan Clan? How can it compare to my great plan? Boom. A lightning bolt of the tribulation struck the 4 immortals, causing them to be on the verge of collapsing. Don't bother with him. Let's change to another direction. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. Northern Dark Ice Soul. Carefree Wisdom Heart. The 10 extreme physiques that one seldom sees in 100 years are actually appearing one after the other. I am afraid this is not a coincidence. This Gu formation should be using the 10 extreme physiques to garner such huge power. That means he is the only flaw. After they were thwarted by the Carefree Wisdom Heart Immortal Zombie, the 4 immortals quickly communicated and fixed their gazes at the young Gu Immortal Ning Wuxia. Among all the Gu Immortals present, he was the most peculiar. He was alive, and at the same time, his aura revealed he did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques. The 4 immortals bore heavy injuries as they charged towards Ning Wuxia. Ning Wuxia's heart was thumping. He thought frantically, what to do? What to do? They are coming over. Don't be nervous. Use your most proficient method. The black-robed Gu Immortal beside him immediately reminded. I am not nervous. I am not nervous. Ning Wuxia took a deep breath. His breathing, however, was rushed. But as the 4 immortals neared him, Ning Wuxia thought of the scene when he was born. He had been born from a dream realm. When he opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Old Man Yanshi. Old Man Yanshi had chuckled when sizing him up with his black eyes, his tone hardly concealing his happiness. Good, good, good. Pure dream reality seeker physique. You are the greatest accomplishment of my dream path research. Since Qing is dead, you will replace him, becoming our greatest strength in suppressing the situation. Who are you? Who am I? Ning Wuxia curiously asked. I am you, and you are me. I am Old Man Yanshi, and you shall be called Ning Wuxia. Old Man Yanshi chuckled. He then lightly waved his arm. Countless thoughts were transferred into Ning Wuxia's mind. Ning Wuxia felt information flowing into the depths of his mind. Time is limited. I can only impart an immortal killer move to you. Although it doesn't have any killing power, it is the pinnacle of Dream Path achievement currently in the 5 regions at the forefront of this era. Even those Heavenly Court Gu Immortals are far behind. As the saying goes, when you have the skill, you can eat your fill. Learn it properly. When you become a Gu Immortal, I will give you a complete set of Gu worms for you to speed up your practice at that time. The recollection stopped. The 4 Immortals had already neared him. Among them, Berserk Wind Jia Yi was at the lead. Ning Wuxia's eyes suddenly let out a sharp light. He slowly spoke, like he was reciting. Immortal killer move, led. Soul. Into. Dream. The 4 Immortals slowed down sharply, and were extremely vigilant, as if they were facing a powerful foe. However, there was no movement even after several breaths of time. Kid, you actually dared to trick us. Peng Shilong was about to attack in fury. Right at this time, the rank 8 Gu Immortal Jia Yi, however, began to fall down. What's going on? Just when Peng Shilong and the rest were bewildered, the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation sent out an incomparably swift attack at Jia Yi. Jia Yi made no movement. The layers of heavy defense over his whole body began to slowly dissipate. The remaining 3 Immortals quickly moved to block the Gu formation's attack. Jia Yi was still falling. ZZZ. He had actually fallen asleep. That kid's behind this. Ren Haiyang was grim and frantic. The enemy was only a rank 7 Gu Immortal, but Jia Yi was struck by his Immortal killer move, putting up no resistance. What's more, the layers of defense over his whole body showed no effects. What killer move was this? Careful, Peng Shilong exclaimed. Another form of tribulation lightning descended. This time, countless bolts of falling star lightning struck at the speed of light, reaching the southern border Gu Immortals in an instant. In this wave of tribulation, most of the southern border Gu Immortals lost their lives. Even the rank 8 Gu Immortal Jia Yi, renowned as Berserk Wind for hundreds of years, was turned into countless pieces by the falling star lightning. Peng Shilong and the others were not even able to take care of themselves. They simply had no time to save him. We are finished. The 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals started to despair. Ning Wuxia was indeed the flaw in the formation, but his battle strength far surpassed the imaginations of the 3 Immortals. This unprecedented dream path killer move directly sent Jia Yi into deep sleep, unable to wake up. Jia Yi died. The remaining 3 Immortals' momentum immediately slowed, and their hopes of breaking through became minuscule. Hold on. On Tian Mountain, Fang Yuan, who had been observing the battlefield, also started to feel anxious. Even if he became the owner of Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, with just his strength, it would be hard to activate the enormous Immortal Gu house. It would be like a lone person controlling a battleship. It would be extremely difficult for him to make use of it. So, he had to ally with the southern border Gu Immortals. The more Gu Immortals in the Immortal Gu house, the more Immortal essence would be consumed, the more power the Immortal Gu house could unleash. Just with Fang Yuan alone, it would be impossible to increase the Immortal Gu house's strength to the level where it could break through the formation. Time passed. The 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals were extremely exhausted, let alone the few remaining rank 7 Gu Immortals who were fleeing desperately from the Tribulations. When Ren Haiyang perished under the Tribulations, the remaining 2 rank 8s had lost all hope. It's over now. Fang Yuan exhaled painfully. Sigh. Now I can only continue with my disguise and hope I won't be discovered. But right when the rank 7 and rank 6 Gu Immortals had all died, with only the 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals remaining, Tian Mountain suddenly began to shake. Soon, the tremor increased rapidly. The earth was shaking. What's going on? The tremor attracted the gazes of the 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. Could it be that Graceful Chaotic Duel stage has been obtained by you? The 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals said to each other with strange tones. Both were stupefied, realizing it was not due to them. Fang Yuan's body shook. He had yet to refine the Immortal Gu house. So who was it? Boom. Boulders cracked. The ground opened up, and from the huge rift jumped out a figure. The great strength, true, martial, immortal zombie. He had actually gotten free of the Immortal Gu house's suppression and flew to the sky. However, before Fang Yuan and the others could react, a cold snort resounded throughout the scene. You want to escape fate in front of us? Dot. A beam of light shot down from the sky. Rank 9 Immortal Gu house, heaven overseeing tower. Heavenly Court Immortals had arrived. The pure white beam of light was extremely terrifying, breaking apart the 10. Extreme formation like snapping a rotten branch. The 2 southern border rank 8s were immediately exterminated. Damn it. The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was not able to dodge, and could only roar in extreme unwillingness as he was turned into fine powder by the beam of light. The beam of light continued its path as it shot down onto Tian Mountain. Am I going to die? Fang Yuan raised his head and clenched his teeth. All the muscles in his body tensed. A rank 9 Immortal Gu house's full power attack. He had no way to defend from it. He only had one remaining trump card, Spring Autumn Cicada. At the next moment, Fang Yuan self-detonated. It failed. Spring Autumn Cicada was carrying Fang Yuan's will and had just entered the river of time when it suddenly crumbled, exploding into countless tiny fragments. Fang Yuan was dead. Chapter 970, Rebirth, Ghost Face, Red Lotus. Legend says there was a river in this world. It connected the beginning and the end. It had hidden causes and effects, flowing to every part in the world. It was everywhere. With its irrigation, the world could operate normally and all things were able to change. This river was called the River of Time. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, a place where time path flourished and countless time path Gu worms lived and propagated. The endless river flowed wantonly without pause. The river was vast and boundless. Its tides rose and fell along with the surging waves. Each drop of the water of time was pale and colorless, but innumerable droplets of water crashed, intertwined, collided, and spun all the time, giving off a brilliant show of lights. These brilliant lights were in all kinds of shapes and colors, and were hard to put into words. Fang Yuan felt this was one of the most beautiful sights in the world. When the rank 9 Immortal Gu house, heaven overseeing tower, sent out the attack which it had prepared for a long time, Fang Yuan was like a bystander that had been implicated, unable to avoid it. His only remaining option was to activate Spring Autumn Cicada. However, the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada had a huge flaw. There was a chance of failure every time it was used. At Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan successfully activated it once. At Sancha Mountain, Fang Yuan successfully activated it again. If his previous life of 500 years was counted, then Fang Yuan had already successfully activated Spring Autumn Cicada 3 times. Now, he had finally failed. Spring Autumn Cicada's activation failed. Although his will entered the river of time, at the moment of activation, Spring Autumn Cicada self-detonated, turning into countless fragments. Fang Yuan's will was like a baby that had lost the small boat it was in and was drowning. The surging river of time would engulf and destroy Fang Yuan's will in an instant. Not even a trace would remain. In the end, I still failed. At the moment of death, Fang Yuan's remaining will was strangely tranquil. There was no worry, no discontent, and no regret. When he had first chosen this path, he had already expected the situations that could occur. The situation right now had already been within Fang Yuan's consideration. He could do nothing now. He had already done everything he could. If a chance was given to me again, I would still choose to live this way. So be it. My story as a Gu immortal shall end here. Although I did not leave behind any biography or inheritance, but it doesn't matter. Fang Yuan's will was quickly dissipating. He was tranquil, even feeling happy in a way. If he still had a face, the corners of his lips would probably be curled up into a smile right now. Dying while pursuing one's goal, what regrets could he have? Fang Yuan's laughter abruptly stopped. A strange change was occurring at this moment. From the remote and grand river of time, a ghost face suddenly came out. The ghost face first looked at Fang Yuan's remaining will and made faces, seemingly in silent mockery. Then, the pitch-black ghost face's cheeks swelled up. Its expression seemed like one of extreme suffering, like it was going to vomit. A giant flower bud, dripping wet, came out from the ghost face's mouth. The ghost face's mouth almost ripped apart. Its lips had stretched to an exaggerated degree, even reaching its ears. After vomiting out the flower bud, the ghost face relaxed before starting to make faces at Fang Yuan again. It was amusingly comical, but at the same time was a ghastly and terrifying smiling expression. And that flower bud started to slowly blossom in the river. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. In the blink of an eye, the flower bud opened, turning into an enchanting red lotus. From the center of the lotus shot out a slightly red light ray that landed at the area where Spring Autumn Cicada had shattered. The time in the red light began to turn back. At the same time, the ghost face that had carried the red lotus slowly sank down into the river. Like a movie being played backwards, everything began to go backwards. As if water spilled from a basin was returning. Fang Yuan's will had almost completely dissipated. The scant few bits remaining were negligible. But under the illumination of the red light, his will began to rapidly restore, and countless Gu worm fragments also began to appear. And when these Gu worm fragments joined together, they turned into an intact Spring Autumn Cicada. Spring Autumn Cicada carried Fang Yuan's restored will and began to set on its path again. The red light dissipated. The red lotus immediately scattered, and that ghost face also had been completely washed down into the endlessly surging river of time. It was as if everything had been an illusion. However, Spring Autumn Cicada was already forcibly restored. It carried Fang Yuan's will, carrying Fang Yuan's remaining hopes as it flowed in the river, flowing backwards, returning to the past. Starform blessed land. Poisonous fog was spreading, poisonous blood was boiling. 3 layers of Gu formations were already destroyed by corrosion. The surrounding land turned into a thin layer of poisonous swampland. Fang Yuan's face was stern. Next is the most troublesome and difficult to process immortal material, earthly limit astral qi. He took out an immortal material and held it in his hands. This Gu refinement material was very peculiar. It was made up of soil and qi. They gathered into a lump. At the top was light azure-colored astral qi, below was black soil. Astral qi was the heaven qi found up in the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens was a thick wall of astral qi. If a Gu immortal wanted to explore the 9 heavens, they would need to break through the astral qi wall. Meanwhile, the black soil was made up of the essence of earth qi condensed from the 10 depths. Heaven and earth qi could not coexist, but at this moment, this earthly limit astral qi was joined together in harmony. Not only were they existing peacefully, they were converting into one another constantly. Black soil turned into astral qi while astral qi turned into black soil. Fang Yuan shook it by moving his hands rapidly. As this lump of earthly limit astral qi melted, fusing with the black soil and becoming a lump of fog. But after shaking, after a dozen breaths, the black soil sank while the astral qi stayed on top. Black and white was separated again. The two were rotating. It was a mystical sight. Processing such an immortal material is most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves cannot deal with it perfectly. Only the 4 publicly recognized strongest immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials: Slumbering Lightning Python, Reflect Snow, Muffled Thunderstone Drum, and Wind Grind, can complete this step instantly. Unfortunately, I do not have any of these 4 immortal killer moves to process the earthly limit astral qi. I can only put in much time and effort. Fang Yuan's thoughts flashed as he moved his feet. His huge body shot into the air. He leaped and jumped into the turtle shell, into the poisonous blood. Boom! Fang Yuan flashed his sharp nails, causing injuries on his 6 monstrous arms. He next slashed at his chest, back, and other areas, creating openings on his skin. Blood refinement killer move, blood trace travel. From these injuries, traces of blood appeared. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. The poisonous blood in the turtle shell was drawn away. It moved into Fang Yuan's wounds. Intense pain assaulted him. Fang Yuan snorted. Immortal zombies did not have a sense of pain. Fang Yuan could feel pain because he used Gu worm methods. He needed to feel pain so that he could know what step the immortal materials were at. Fang Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the turtle shell acting as a pot continued to fuse and circulate. They were entering and exiting Fang Yuan's body. After this process stabilized, Fang Yuan took out the earthly limit astral qi and swallowed it. Gulp, the earthly limit astral qi entered his stomach. This was his own original method, created in his previous life, an abnormal technique using blood path to refine Gu. He called this the flesh-body-blood refinement technique. The earthly limit astral qi entered his body. It was engulfed by the blood and slowly melted into the blood. Blood flowed out of Fang Yuan's body through the wounds, into the turtle shell pot, and sank to the bottom. At the same time, the other poisonous blood in the pot flowed into Fang Yuan's body through the wounds, engulfing the earthly limit astral qi again. Time slowly passed. 3 days and 2 nights later. Fang Yuan was covered in wounds. The pain made his face distorted. His 8 monstrous arms were inserted into the poisonous blood. His fangs were exposed, and his eyes were red. He was breathing heavily like an ox. Still a night remaining. I need to completely process all the earthly limit astral qi in my body. As long as I can get past this step, the most difficult part of refining change form immortal Gu would be over. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's pained expression stiffened. Under his deep, frowning expression, his bright eyes suddenly showed confusion, almost losing all their luster. When refining immortal Gu, one had to maintain high degrees of concentration. How could he be allowed to be distracted? PFF. He immediately spat out a large mouthful of poisonous blood. Shortly afterwards, he fell down heavily in the poisonous blood in the giant turtle shell, raising a huge wave of blood. The bloody wave splashed out of the turtle shell into the grassland. Soon, a large patch of healthy green grass turned into dark red smoke due to the corrosion. Master! Star Form Land Spirit shouted worriedly, jumping into the turtle shell. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's head emerged from the pool of blood. He splashed around twice before standing up. The confusion on his face quickly disappeared, his gaze brimming with energy as he mumbled, "This is this place?" Hearing Fang Yuan's mumbling, Star Form Land Spirit became even more worried. Did Master lose his mind because of the refinement failure? Fang Yuan gazed at his hands first, then swept through the turtle shell and the blood pool, before finally stopping on Star Form Land Spirit. "What time is it now?" Fang Yuan asked. Star Form Land Spirit jolted inwardly, but still replied, "Many days have already passed since Master began refining the immortal Gu." Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily. Star Form Land's spirit felt bleak. Oh no, Master has lost his mind. After failing the Immortal Gu refinement, his body suffered heavy injuries. He has even forgotten the time, and is still laughing so happily. There was no need for Fang Yuan to tell others about the reason for his happiness. I have returned once again. Despite the activation of Spring Autumn Cicada failing, because of a strange change, I returned to life from death, from defeat to victory. My will has once again returned to the past. I am still refining change form Immortal Gu. The time is over a year ago. This is actually so short. According to my foundation, and with so many Immortal Gu on me, I should have at least traveled several hundred years back. Is it because Spring Autumn Cicada failed to activate that I only returned to a point over a year ago? Also, that ghost face in the Red Lotus. What was going on? What had happened? Chapter 971. A bit of excitement thinking about it. The strange phenomenon in the River of Time only occurred for a very short moment, but it was deeply etched into Fang Yuan's mind and left a lasting memory. It was at the crucial moment between life and death. It was impossible to not have a clear memory of it. Now, as he recalled that moment, Fang Yuan was filled with doubts. The ghost face and the Red Lotus, what do they mean? Why did I not come across this situation when I used Spring Autumn Cicada before? Does it occur only when Spring Autumn Cicada's activation fails? Or, shaking his head, Fang Yuan stopped thinking about this mysterious subject. He jumped out of the poisonous blood and flew out of the turtle shell. The injuries on me are heavy, and the soul success Dao mark is now destroyed because of the Gu refinement failure. It is truly a pity. Fang Yuan examined himself and soon noticed the aftereffects of this Gu refinement failure. His body was filled with cracks, almost on the verge of falling apart. Such injuries would require months of recuperation before they could be mended. Gu refinement in itself was a dangerous task, not unlike a heated battle, let alone when refining Immortal Gu. This time, Fang Yuan had failed in Gu refinement because of his rebirth. Suffering serious injuries was to be expected. What made Fang Yuan feel even more regret was that the success Dao mark, which he had obtained after painstaking efforts in the refinement path convention and a difficult journey to reach the top ranks, was destroyed. This gave Fang Yuan some insight. Previously, the reason I failed in refining Star Thought Immortal Gu was not because there was a problem in my method, but the subtle aspect of mutual fusion of the Dao marks of each immortal material, which is not something one can control. This is one of the crucial reasons for the low success rate in refining Immortal Gu. The greatest use of success Dao marks is to influence this aspect, to let the Dao marks of the immortal materials fuse together and reach the standard for the Gu refinement. Thus, when I began refining Immortal Gu, the success Dao mark was consumed, turning into a special type of immortal material that assisted in refinement. Last time, there was no mishap and I was able to refine change form Immortal Gu. The aid of the success Dao mark was immeasurable. But this time, because of my rebirth, this highly likely refinement was messed up. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt some irony. It was not that with the success Dao mark, the Gu refinement would succeed no matter how it was done. If the Gu master was purposely trying to fail, intentionally using wrong refinement methods, then it would be certain failure. Success Dao marks were not all-powerful. Earlier, why did Fang Yuan intentionally choose Star Form Blessed Land to refine the Immortal Gu? It was because he was afraid of being disturbed by outside forces, which could cause the Gu refinement to fail. Once the refinement failed, the immortal materials would be lost. Injuries were a small matter. The main thing was that the success Dao mark would also be destroyed. Fang Yuan was reborn, and it just so happened to be during the process of refining change form Immortal Gu. This doomed him to failure. Nothing could be done about it now. Last time, change form Immortal Gu had been refined successfully, but now it had failed. I have been reborn, and although I have the advantage of future knowledge, accurately speaking, it doesn't mean a path to success. But this rebirth gave me huge advantages. Losing a success Dao mark is inconsequential. Fang Yuan soon sorted out his mood and stabilized his mindset. Fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan activated the Immortal Gu and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the past, he was anxious, but now he knew that there would still be a while before Central Continent made a breakthrough with the matter of 88 True Yang building. He could be more at ease. Although he had his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan had always been the one to consider everything before taking action. An impetuous person would absolutely be unable to reach his current stage. How would he use the countless disorderly clues and his current resources to obtain the maximum benefits? This was the main question Fang Yuan needed to consider. An immortal zombie had slower thought processes. Fang Yuan stepped in the light of wisdom to ponder. Compared to his previous life, his wisdom path attainment had already reached Grandmaster level. He had even thought of a small Gu formation that could let him use the light of wisdom more efficiently and save a large amount of time. In just half a day, Fang Yuan finished pondering over the question. An immortal zombie did not need to eat or drink. Although he was injured, Fang Yuan had to make use of every minute and second. Fixed immortal travel. He immediately activated this Immortal Gu to secretly return to southern border. Using his methods, he removed most of the aura of the Immortal Gu. Then he quietly approached Tian Mountain. Fang Yuan was familiar with the surrounding 10,000 li of Tian Mountain. In his previous life, an unprecedented gambling contest had been held on Tian Mountain. Fang Yuan had also participated in it. As time passed, the range of the Forbidden Zone for Immortals had continued to expand, and Fang Yuan had to constantly move farther away, along with the southern border Gu Immortals. Thus, he was very familiar with the scenery near Tian Mountain. Tian Mountain. At this moment, it was still only a nameless mountain peak. Before Fang Yuan's arrival, there had just been rain over this mountain. The future Tian Mountain was tall and beautiful, with lush trees and deep valleys. A rainbow appeared above, and life seemed to brimming with vitality. Fang Yuan gazed from afar, moving in carefully and full of expectations. If Fang Yuan was asked what was it that enticed him the most after rebirth, it was no doubt Tian Mountain, under which was buried the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, and the suppressed rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. The significance of the latter to Fang Yuan did not need to be said. Although last time, this rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie had actually leaped out, getting rid of Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage's suppression. As long as I can successfully refine the Immortal Gu House and become its new owner, I can continue to suppress him. If I can obtain Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. Fang Yuan licked his lips as he thought of this. An Immortal Gu House was no small matter. Immortal Gu houses and ancient battle formations, they were the highest achievements of formation path. Among them, ancient battle formations were gradually eliminated over the course of time, and Immortal Gu houses had become mainstream. Whether it be southern border, northern plains, eastern sea, western desert, or central continent, all powerful superforces had at least one Immortal Gu house as their trump card. Like Hei Tribe, Dark Prison was their symbol, as well as a powerful trump card. In Fang Yuan's previous life, after Dark Prison had been lost, to seize it back, even the 4 supreme elders of Hei Tribe had risked going out and chasing Hei Cheng. Dark Prison was only a rank 6 Immortal Gu house, and Hei Tribe had been so anxious to take it back. The significance of Immortal Gu houses could be seen from this. And Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, which was buried deep under Tian Mountain, was not only of higher rank than Dark Prison. A mysterious Gu Immortal had used its power to forcibly challenge someone of a higher rank and succeeded in suppressing a rank 8 expert, one who furthermore possessed the great strength true martial physique. The value of Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage was clearly many times higher than Dark Prison. Thinking back to my previous life, the profound ice house used by Shark Demon and Subai Man was only an incomplete Immortal Gu house, but it could repeatedly break through the hindrance of the battlefield killer. Moves and escape. If I can obtain this Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, even if I can't reach the level of moving unhindered in the world, in the future, when the truth is exposed and I am hunted down by Central Continent, Northern Plains and others, I can protect myself and intimidate other immortals. An Immortal Gu house was a fortress for battle. It did not have any shortcomings and covered all aspects of attack, defense, movement, healing, and even assistance in cultivation. It was structurally stable and was easy to control. A rank 7 Immortal Gu house could be controlled by a rank 6 Gu Immortal as well. However, Immortal Gu houses had 2 major flaws. One was feeding and the second was immortal essence. An Immortal Gu house was constructed from many Immortal Gu and vast numbers of Mortal Gu. Feeding these Gu worms was naturally extremely troublesome and a huge burden. But Fang Yuan knew that Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage seemed to involve food path in its construction, and the feeding problem could be disregarded. Next was the Immortal Essence. To activate an Immortal Gu house, the amount of Immortal Essence consumed would be a gigantic number. Just with Fang Yuan's capability, he would not be able to bear it. In his previous life, when Shark Demon had no choice but to activate Profound Ice House, all the immortal zombies had to share the burden of Immortal Essence consumption, and the amount of consumption had greatly distressed everyone. The price to activate an Immortal Gu house was huge. Because the amount of Immortal Essence consumed was extremely high, Fang Yuan was now in a poor state. He had staked it all and used up all his assets to barely be able to gather one set of immortal materials for refining change form Immortal Gu. And now, he had failed the refinement. Losing most of the immortal materials, he had little money in possession. Even though he had many rich income sources like the Guts Gu trade, earning 1,000 Immortal Essence stones every month, half of a year of accumulating this income would not be enough to activate the Immortal Gu house for even 30 seconds. But none of these mattered. Fang Yuan had very little green grape immortal essence, but he had large amounts of Giant Sun's immortal essence. This could be traced back to Imperial Court Blessed Land. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was rank 9. The immortal essence he had left behind was the yellow apricot immortal essence that only rank 9 venerables could form. The quality of this immortal essence was countless times greater than green grape immortal essence. The difference between the two was like the gap between heaven and earth. Giant Sun's immortal essence could not be used by Fang Yuan himself, but the Immortal Gu house could absorb it. Immortal Gu houses could absorb immortal essence of others. Otherwise, Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies would not be able to combine their powers to activate Profound Ice House. This was the fundamental characteristic of Immortal Gu house, integrating the power of a group of immortals into one. Fang Yuan had thought of this in his previous life. As far as he was concerned, Giant Sun's immortal essence was like water with a source or a tree without roots. The more it was used, the more it would be consumed, and it could not be replenished. Thus, the even more economical method was to gather many Gu immortals to serve as a source of labor in activating the Immortal Gu house. Unfortunately, the southern border Gu immortals had died too quickly, or one could say Fang Yuan was not able to make it in time. Graceful Chaotic Duel stage had yet to be refined by anyone when the great strength true martial immortal zombie had broken out. This was a huge pity. If I have Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, I could resist even that beam of life that was about to kill me. Fang Yuan had confidence. Graceful Chaotic Duel stage naturally was not Heaven Overseeing Towers match, but Heaven Overseeing Towers condition was not optimum. That light pillars might have been reduced after being whittled down by the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. With Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, although he could not say with a house in hand, the world is mine, it was enough to say with a house in hand, advancing or retreating is up to me. With a house in hand, the world is mine. The rank 888 True Yang building could be said to be one such example. It was specialized in plundering Gu worms, even Immortal Gu. The rank 8 Refinement Cauldron was another one. Compared to the Immortal Gu house Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, Self-Strength Immortal Gu, All-Out Effort Immortal Gu, Star Thought Immortal Gu, all of them seemed unimportant. As long as he had the Immortal Gu house, with Giant Sun's immortal essence, Fang Yuan could use his rank 6 bottom-tier cultivation level and immortal zombie body to forcibly fight rank 8s, directly becoming one of the strongest experts. Just thinking about it gives me a bit of excitement. Fang Yuan carefully inspected his surroundings, and after confirming there was no one around, he immediately drilled into the ground, entering deep into the earth. Chapter 972. Rebirth Plans. What's going on? Where is Graceful Chaotic Duel stage? Fang Yuan was filled with doubts and disappointment. After he was reborn, he had almost immediately hurried to Tian Mountain, thinking of getting this Immortal Gu house. But when he searched under the ground, he discovered that Graceful Chaotic Duel stage was simply not present. Even that rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie could not be found. Could it be that there were other reasons behind the appearance of Graceful Chaotic Duel stage? I came early, so the opportunity was not available. Fang Yuan frowned as he pondered. He had guessed correctly. Previously, the reason Graceful Chaotic Duel stage appeared was due to Bai Ningbing. He had activated a mysterious Immortal Gu, and this Immortal Gu had been given to him by Old Man Yan Shi. Fang Yuan naturally did not know this detail. He also did not have this Immortal Gu, so he could not find any trace of Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. If Graceful Chaotic Duel stage was simply buried under the ground, then it would probably have already been discovered by others. How would it remain up until now? Without any other choice, Fang Yuan could only leave quietly. He was unable to obtain Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. As such, Fang Yuan had to modify his plans and put it aside for the moment, carrying out his other ideas first. After moving a long distance from Tian Mountain, Fang Yuan carefully activated Immortal Gu Fixed Immortal Travel. The Immortal Gu's aura leaked, jade green radiance flashed. The next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared from southern border and appeared in that giant formation in northern plains Earth Trench. This giant formation was a space path formation. The space inside it was extremely large. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had used fixed immortal travel to enter here. In this life, he had once again used fixed immortal travel to enter here. There were no mishaps or setbacks. Moreover, this time, he directly entered the central area of the Gu formation. This was a large, desolate land of purple sand. In this desolate land, some rarely seen and extremely valuable immortal materials were spread. His memories were still very clear. Fang Yuan did not even need to put in the effort to search. He directly ran to each key area and collected the immortal materials. These immortal materials were of extremely high rank. They were basically all at rank 8. and there were even some top-quality rank 8 materials with such dense Dao marks that their light could be seen with naked eyes. Like the tiger-striped honeybee's wings, the fragment of the immemorial desolate beast cloud phoenix's body. Altogether, 18 immortal materials ended up in Fang Yuan's hands once again. He then moved to the middle of the desolate land of purple sand, where he discovered those multi-layered Gu formations once again. He carefully inspected the contents and saw it was just like his previous life. He left the Gu formations as they were, but destroyed all the crucial thoughts. Fang Yuan naturally did not intend to leave the life and death immortal aperture method for others. Before leaving, Fang Yuan gave the place a final glance, sighing inwardly. He knew that outside the desolate land of purple sand, there were large numbers of desolate plants and desolate beast corpses, but these immortal materials only looked impressive. Once they were picked up, they would all turn into purple sand. Thus, Fang Yuan did not even look at them. In his previous life, he had to painstakingly scheme, joining Zombie Alliance's headquarters first, then after being schemed by Blazing Heaven Demoness, he was thrown into Northern Plains' Dark Flow Giant City. He had to deceive several immortal zombies before he was able to enter Earth Trench. He kept on scheming the whole way, not hesitating to be swallowed by the mouth earthworm, then arriving at the nest of Yiksha octopuses, searching painstakingly, taking the risk to unravel a small portion of the Gu formation before he was finally able to enter this hidden space. But this life, because of Rebirth, he went straight to his destination, getting the maximum benefits while spending the least amount of time and energy. The whole process was very simple. It was like a dream. Using fixed immortal travel again, Fang Yuan left the place and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Change form Immortal Gu's refinement failed. Not only was the success Dao mark lost, most of the immortal materials were also destroyed. To prepare for this single refinement of change form Immortal Gu, he had taken out all his assets. After Rebirth, he could be said to be dirt poor. But now, he had these precious immortal materials as very timely assistance. These immortal materials were extremely valuable. If their value was to be maximized, it would undoubtedly be by keeping them until a time when Fang Yuan refined rank 8 Immortal Gu. However, the time needed for this was too long. Fang Yuan's cultivation was still at the bottom tier of rank 6. Advancing to rank 8 was a distant prospect and not within the foreseeable future. Fang Yuan had already considered how to make full use of these immortal materials. Like in his previous life, Fang Yuan put several of the immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven, causing a huge commotion among the Gu Immortals. Even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, these immortal materials were extremely rare and were very sought after. Fang Yuan easily traded them for the things he wanted and fed all the Immortal Gu he had, except for Self-Strength Immortal Gu and Wisdom Gu. Taking a look over the Immortal Gu Fang Yuan had: Strength Path, Self-Strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Iron Crown Eagle Strength, Eat Strength. Star Path, Star Shoot, Star Mark, Starlight. Luck Path, Connect Luck, Time Luck, Calamity Beckoning. Besides these, there was also his first Vital Gu, Spring Autumn Cicada, the extremely practical Space Path, Immortal Gu, Fixed Immortal Travel, the less frequently used Poison Path, Immortal Gu, Woman's Heart, a Soul Path, Immortal Gu, Cleanse Soul, and a Wisdom Path, Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had changed form Immortal Gu at this time. But after Rebirth, the refinement had failed, and change form Immortal Gu did not exist. As for the rank 9 Wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan could not refine it, so it was temporarily placed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Thus, whether it could be considered Fang Yuan's Immortal Gu was debatable. Normally, most rank 6 Gu Immortals only had Mortal Gu and not even one Immortal Gu. The number of Immortal Gu Fang Yuan had already numbered 16, without counting Wisdom Gu. As such, the burden of feeding the Immortal Gu was extremely heavy and had always been on Fang Yuan's mind. The feeding issue of the Immortal Gu was resolved for now. Fang Yuan could relax for the moment. Land Spirit. Fang Yuan softly spoke in the secret room. Master, I am here. The Land Spirit Little Hu Immortal swiftly appeared, beaming with a smile, and hugged Fang Yuan's leg. Master, I didn't disturb you because you were busy, but I really missed you. Little Hu Immortal said while shaking her furry tail, before saying some childlike words. Although Master has turned ugly. Fang Yuan laughed, stroking Little Hu Immortal's head as he instructed her. Go command all the hairy men in the stone nest to start refining only airsac Gu. Yes, Master. Little Hu Immortal immediately replied. You can leave now. Okay. Little Hu Immortal gazed at Fang Yuan with a reluctant look before disappearing. Fang Yuan's thoughts shifted as he activated fixed immortal travel, leaving Hu Immortal Blessed Land. When he appeared again, he was already at Langya Blessed Land. At this time, Langya Land Spirit had not changed his nature and was still that long-robed, white hair, and seemingly sage-like land spirit. Why are you here? That immortal material I wanted, did you get it? If you didn't, then there is no need for discussion. Fang Yuan. Spirit waved his large sleeves and spoke with a cold and detached expression when he saw Fang Yuan. Because of his excessive demands, Fang Yuan's relationship with Fang Yuan's spirit had already turned cold. Fang Yuan wanted to request for Fang Yuan's spirit's help, but Fang Yuan's spirit's condition was extremely harsh, asking Fang Yuan to get a type of immortal material. And this immortal material's origin was from the immemorial 9 heavens, and was extremely rare even in treasure yellow heaven. If not for this, Fang Yuan's spirit would not have asked Fang Yuan to do this. Of course I have it, take a look. Fang Yuan laughed, not minding Fang Yuan's spirit's cold attitude. You really got it? Fang Yuan's spirit looked at the immortal material in Fang Yuan's hand. His expression immediately relaxed, and his tone revealed his incredulous feelings. Clearly, he had not been optimistic about Fang Yuan's chances. Rightfully so. The task of getting this immortal material had already surpassed Fang Yuan's capabilities. At least, that was the case in his previous life. But in this life, after Fang Yuan was reborn, he made use of the rank 8 immortal materials in his hands. Why would he fear not being able to purchase goods of this level? Fang Yuan handed the poisonous flower petals to Fang Yuan's spirit. I need a certain amount of exert strength Gu and disappointment Gu, along with large numbers of star thought Gu. Fang Yuan already knew Fang Yuan's blessed land was extremely special. The space inside was so large that it had already surpassed most grotto heavens. This was because Fang Yuan's spirit had merged the rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron, into the whole blessed land. Countless hairy men lived here, the number beyond imagination. The land of cloud soil in front of him was only a layer of clouds in Fang Yuan's blessed land. Under this layer were 3 continents, where large numbers of hairy men lived. Specializing in Gu refinement, they selected talents, living and working in peace and happiness. With the help of these hairy men, it was extremely simple for Fang Yuan's spirit to refine exert strength Gu, disappointment Gu, and star thought Gu. On the basis of this immortal material, I will do you this favor. Fang Yuan's spirit replied, before adding, but next time, I hope to get scales of the half-moon Qilan, at least 30 of them. Otherwise, I won't agree to any of your requests. His tone was still rather frigid, but his expression was no longer cold. Fang Yuan nodded, and without speaking further, he activated fixed immortal travel and left. He possessed the life and death immortal aperture revival method, as well as a strength path version of Nirvana fire, so he could get rid of the immortal zombie body and become a living person. But for the moment, Fang Yuan had no plans to do so. Becoming alive would only mean having the potential to advance. His cultivation would still be at the bottom tier of rank 6. He would also lose his immortal zombie body, and his battle strength would instead decrease. More importantly, Fang Yuan did not have much lifespan left, and thus would not be able to use the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan asked Fang Yuan's spirit to refine exert strength Gu and disappointment Gu as early preparations for the future. What he had paid for this was an immortal material, while Fang Yuan's spirit was only refining mortal Gu. Although the numbers were somewhat huge, Fang Yuan had still incurred a loss. But Fang Yuan did not seriously concern himself with it. He had his own plans regarding Fang Yuan's spirit, but it was not the time for them yet. Fang Yuan left Fang Yuan's blessed land, directly arriving at a certain village in central continent. There was an extraordinary tree here. It was a spring dream fruit tree. It indeed still exists. Fang Yuan hid his figure and inspected it, feeling some joy. In his previous life, he had obtained information about this tree from Mo Yao's will. But before he could collect the spring dream fruits, this tree was cut down by someone. But after rebirth, Fang Yuan had no need to join Zombie Alliance and search for the revival method. He was able to come here half a year early, making up for a regret in his previous life. Chapter 973. Spring Dream Fruit Tree. Spring dream fruit trees were a very special type of plant. They could be any kind of fruit tree, but only extremely few fruit trees could become spring dream fruit trees. One of these spring dream fruit trees was next to a farmer's home. The head of the family was an old man, known as Old Man Shan. Son, in half a year, you will be married. I will build a house for you. The main girder of the house will be built using this fire date tree. Old Man Shan stood in front of the tree and patted its thick bark as he spoke to his son who was at the side. The son looked at this date tree and gave a thumbs up, pleased. Father, this is a good idea. This date tree is older than the history of our village. I remember that it has already stopped producing dates. It will be useless even if it keeps on growing. Cutting it down to construct the main girder for my house will be putting it to good use. Fang Yuan coldly snorted. He was standing not far away, but was invisible. Old Man Shun and his son, who were not even Gu masters, were unable to sense him. Finding out by chance the reason for the spring dream fruit tree being cut down, Fang Yuan inwardly frowned. This spring dream fruit tree's existence was supported by this date tree. A true spring dream fruit tree was a tree that existed in dreams and did not have a material body, but it required a real tree to be the foundation for it to live long. This date tree was several thousand years old. Only old trees like this could be used by the spring dream fruit tree. Naturally, the specific requirements involved not just age. Humans needed to be living near the tree. The dreams of these humans from generation after generation would nourish the spring dream fruit tree. In history, this place was once the base of a volcano. Because the volcano erupted every several hundred years, the large amounts of volcanic ash created fertile soil in the surroundings. Attracted by the excellent natural farmland, there would be people migrating now and then. They would gradually form villages, which would later be destroyed by the volcanic eruptions. Fire date trees were extremely resistant to heat. They could even resist lava. Thus, they were able to continue existing. If the date tree was cut down, the spring dream fruit tree would be destroyed. But to move the date tree, there needed to be corresponding dream path methods to move the spring dream fruit tree at the same time. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would only obtain an ordinary date tree and not the spring dream fruit tree. Fang Yuan did not have methods to move the spring dream fruit tree. Currently, it was not possible for him to even pick the spring dream fruits. He would need to refine some dream path mortal gu that were targeted at picking the fruits. In the past, Mo Yao seemed to have recognized the extraordinariness of this tree, but due to her limited knowledge, or perhaps she also sensed that casually picking the tree would not work, she chose to leave it behind. It seemed I still need to preserve the living environment of this spring dream fruit tree for some time. Fang Yuan flicked a finger. Two wills separately drilled into the minds of old man Chun and his son. The son suddenly let out tears. Father, let's not cut down this tree. Even if it can't produce dates anymore, I want to keep on seeing it. It has accompanied me as I have grown. When I was young, I urinated on the tree. When I got slightly older, I built a swing on it. Let's forget about cutting it down. Sigh. All right. Old man Chen's eyes had also reddened, nodding emotionally. Then let it continue to grow here. We will choose another tree. Although there is not any that is as tall as this one, they will be enough for the main girder of the new house. After dealing with the mortal's thoughts, Fang Yuan arranged a gu formation here to protect the spring dream fruit tree. In the meantime, he would have to refine some corresponding dream path mortal gu to pick up the fruits. This required time. Almost. All the refinement materials for dream path mortal gu were derived from dream realm.s, according to how my previous life went. After refining change form immortal gu, I helped Tai Bai Yun Sheng pass his tribulation, then participated in the battle to defend Lang Ye blessed land. After the battle, I took up the identity of Xing Xiang Zi to enter Eastern Sea and participate in the invasion of Yu Lu blessed land. In this process, because of the collapse of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, I was invited by Immortal Crane sect to invade a fragment world of the Grotto Heaven. After this matter, Blazing Heaven Demoness appeared, defeating the immemorial desolate beast One Finger Flow Shark. I was forcefully recruited by Blazing Heaven Demoness, then returned to Northern Plains and obtained the Earth Trench inheritance. After that, I took part in killing Hei Chong, then was forced to set a new agreement with Blazing Heaven Demoness and the others. Then we went on to seize Luo Pa Valley. Finally, I took part in the Battle of Tian Mountain. This time, after my rebirth luckily succeeded, my main objective is still the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. As long as I can become the owner of this Immortal Gu House, I can smoothly suppress the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. In that case, my gains will be huge. Although Fang Yuan's plan of taking the Immortal Gu House early had failed, how could one failure shake his resolution? Graceful Chaotic Duel stage had not appeared now. Then he could only wait for the moment it appeared. Originally, Fang Yuan's plan had been to take the Immortal Gu House, then suppress the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. He would wait until the alliance agreement expired. Then he would use the Immortal Gu House to deal with Hei Lou Lan, Fairy Li Shan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness. Maybe he could even borrow the rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Refinement Cauldron, from Lang Ye blessed land, and seize their Immortal Gu, obtaining the greatest benefits. However, he could not do that now. Without the Immortal Gu House, Fang Yuan's strength was clearly weaker than Hei Lou Lan's side. Even if he had many plans and plots, without strength, they could not come to fruition. After all, Hei Lou Lan was also a formidable character. She was not someone who could be trifled with easily. This was clear from when she killed her own father, then disguised herself to enter Hei tribe. Fang Yuan's original plan was wonderful, but reality was cruel. Fang Yuan made calculations on the basis of the worst possible situation. If Graceful Chaotic Duel stage appeared at the same time as in his previous life, then he would be unable to covertly take this Immortal Gu House. The likelihood of this was huge. When Graceful Chaotic Duel stage appeared, it produced a grand sight. The battle scene of that day in history kept on being displayed. If that is the case, then I can only follow my previous life and participate in the gambling contest between the southern border Gu Immortals and personally entering the demonic path side on Tian Mountain. If he went in like this, the risks would be extremely huge. He would have to face the Gu Immortals of southern border, Shadow Sect, and also Heavenly Court. It would be entering great danger. But how can there be gains without any danger? Fang Yuan was cautious, but he did not lack the mindset to take risks. The huge benefits had already made him resolve to take the risk. He had been reborn and had plenty of experiences and knowledge of his previous life. If he did not dare to conspire, then Fang Yuan considered this to simply be cowardly. Since the protection of the Spring Dream Fruit Tree has been ensured, I can put it aside for the moment. I should change my plans. I need to ally with Hei Lou Lan again. Fang Yuan had self-strength Immortal Gu. Blazing Heaven Demoness would definitely target him. If Fang Yuan obtained the Immortal Gu house early, then he would not be afraid of Blazing Heaven Demoness. But the situation happened to be different now. Fang Yuan needed to obtain the Immortal Gu house, and in the process, he might have to face the southern border Gu Immortals, Shadow Sect, and Heavenly Court. Now, he needed the strength of others. Tai Bai Yun Shang, Hei Lou Lan, Fairy Li Shan, Blazing Heaven Demoness, and others, especially Blazing Heaven Demoness. With her rank 8 cultivation, she could add much power to the Immortal Gu house. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had suffered from going in alone without help. When Shadow Sect mobilized, Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Li Shan were both in Xiao Hun Blessed Land, using Luo Pa Valley to cultivate their soul. And Tai Bai Yun Shang was still in Eastern Sea. Naturally, it was also because Fang Yuan had intentionally concealed it from Hei Lou Lan, Fairy Li Shan, and the others, sneaking into Tian Mountain alone. Even if Fang Yuan revived, he would only have rank 6 bottom-tier cultivation. To advance to rank 7, he needed to go through many earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. In the Blessed Land's time, it would take 300 years. There was clearly not enough time for Fang Yuan to do this. Of course, he could also devour Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, but his body had a strength path Immortal aperture which did not relate to these blessed lands. Right now, the utmost priority was to turn enemies into allies and strategize from there. Fang Yuan wanted to eliminate Hei Lou Lan and the others, but this kind of impatience could spoil his grand scheme. There were many times when one needed to compromise. To accomplish one's aims in the world, it was necessary for any person to compromise and to learn how to compromise. No matter how high someone's position was, they would need to follow this. Giving up small benefits for greater benefits. This was a display of a person's growth. Using fixed immortal travel again, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan wanted to target Hei Lou Lan, she had already left Hu Immortal Blessed Land for the outside world. Her tracks were concealed, and as such Fang Yuan was not able to make a move against her. But in this life, at this time, Hei Lou Lan still was staying in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She was using her strength Qi Immortal Gu to help the hairy men in the stone nests to refine air sac Gu. When Fang Yuan found Hei Lou Lan, she was within a stone nest. She was holding an information path Mortal Gu in her hand, frowning at the information brought by the Gu worm. Seeing Fang Yuan, Hei Lou Lan raised the information path Mortal Gu and asked, "Did you hear about the matter of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent ambushing Songzi Qing?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "Of course I did. This matter can be kept secret from mortals, but it cannot be hidden from Gu Immortals. Even though Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are hiding their traces, the other Gu Immortals in Central Continent would not want to keep this a secret. Right now, they are looking forward to seeing some drama in the 10 great ancient sections." Oh, Hei Lou Lan sighed deeply. Such a prime opportunity, but we missed it. If we could kill Songzi Qing during this period, we might be able to obtain Star Form Blessed Land. Fang Yuan glanced at Hei Lou Lan, sighing internally. This person really is formidable. She already had attitude Gu, but had restrained herself. Not only was he not informed, she did not even inform her closest friend and relative, her Aunt Fairy Li Shan. To deceive the enemy, one had to start from deceiving those they were closest to. But Fang Yuan was like her. He had obtained possession of Star Form Blessed Land, but had deliberately concealed the information, keeping Hei Lou Lan in the dark. In his previous life, were it not for Blazing Heaven Demoness, this secret would not have been revealed. It was because Fang Yuan and Hei Lou Lan were similar kinds of people that Fang Yuan appreciated Hei Lou Lan while also being apprehensive at the same time. If possible, he truly wanted to get rid of her and get rid of her quickly. But destiny worked in mysterious ways. Fang Yuan had to deepen his collaboration with Hei Lou Lan to obtain the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. Therefore, at the next moment, Fang Yuan took out self-strength Immortal Gu, placing it in his hand and holding it out for Hei Lou Lan. Self-strength Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's action shook Hei Lou Lan's mind. This Immortal Gu was originally hers, but because she failed her tribulation, she had been trapped in a dream realm and was later saved by Fang Yuan. The result was that this Immortal Gu became the price for saving Hei Lou Lan, ending up in Fang Yuan's hands. This self-strength Immortal Gu had huge significance to Hei Lou Lan. Not only was it very suitable for Hei Lou Lan as she possessed the great strength true martial physique and cultivated strength path, this self-strength Immortal Gu had been refined by Hei Lou Lan's mother, Su Xian, and was a memento she left to Hei Lou Lan. Thus, self-strength Immortal Gu had extremely great importance to Hei Lou Lan. Hei Lou Lan had been extremely unwilling to give it, but she had no other choice. She thought about this Immortal Gu day and night, and really wished she could seize it back from Fang Yuan. However, she had restrained this impulse. On one hand, it was because Gu worms were very difficult to take away and could be destroyed with a thought from their owner. On another hand, it was because Hei Lou Lan was astute. She deeply understood there was an art called compromise when interacting with people. Hei Lou Lan and Fang Yuan were natural allies. Hei Lou Lan still needed to rely on the Guts Gu business to support her cultivation. Working together created benefits, while being enemies formed losses, so Hei Lou Lan had continued to endure. Besides the first meeting after waking up, Hei Lou Lan had not raised any objection towards Fang Yuan having self-strength Immortal Gu. It was as if she had already forgotten this. She had deep shrewdness. But now, Fang Yuan was suddenly handing over the self-strength Immortal Gu, like he was returning it to its rightful owner. Hei Lou Lan was caught unprepared and was unable to conceal her desire. But at once, Hei Lou Lan calmed down. Her frown deepened as she fixed her sharp gaze on Fang Yuan. She had already snapped back to awareness, and she was filled with vigilance. She knew Fang Yuan's nature, and just like Fang Yuan, who had both appreciation and apprehension towards her, she also felt the same about Fang Yuan. Why would Fang Yuan hand over self-strength Immortal Gu for no reason? This is impossible. Then what is he planning? As if seeing Hei Lou Lan's doubts, Fang Yuan chuckled. Don't be nervous. Self-strength Immortal Gu is rather suitable for me as well, but I believe this Immortal Gu is more important to you. Like they say, a gentleman doesn't take advantage of others. Isn't that the case? Hei Lou Lan's eyes flashed with dark light. She glanced at the self-strength Immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's hand, before fixing her gaze on Fang Yuan, sneering. You are a gentleman? Just say what you want to say. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. If I speak directly, I am afraid it will scare you. Hei Lou Lan snorted. Just tell me. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered, speaking in a serious tone. Then I won't beat around the bush. I want to use this self-strength Immortal Gu to trade for your attitude Gu. What? Hei Lou Lan's body shook. The ferocious glint in her eyes increased, and she almost took a step back involuntarily. I have kept the matter of acquiring attitude Gu extremely secret. How did he know? I hid it from even little Ant. Besides heaven and earth, only I know. The shock Hei Lou Lan felt was hard to express. This was her greatest secret, but it was suddenly exposed by Fang Yuan. She could not help being shocked. Killing intent surged inside her, subconsciously wanting to attack Fang Yuan, to eliminate the person who knows her secret. This was the nature of ferocious characters. However, at this time, Fang Yuan took the initiative to retreat a step. This movement was simple, but had subtle effects on Hei Lou Lan's current mentality. Hei Lou Lan was like a frightened beast, but Fang Yuan moved away some distance and showed a harmless smile, emitting good intention, making Hei Lou Lan feel safer. Hei Lou Lan's eyes squinted into a slit, fixing her gaze at Fang Yuan. Her expression was cold as ice. Her killing intent had not dispelled yet. Instead, it was restrained for now. It seems you truly possess the legendary attitude Gu. Fang Yuan pretended to be observing her expression and spoke with a surprised tone. Hei Lou Lan stared blankly before speaking in fury. You tricked me. Of course not. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, shrugging his shoulders. Do you still remember my master, Purple Mountain True Monarch? Hei Lou Lan took a deep breath. Hearing the name of Purple Mountain True Monarch again, she was filled with wariness. She knew this Purple Mountain True Monarch. Fang Yuan was his disciple, and so was Tai by Yunsheng. That was the reason why Fang Yuan called Tai by Yunsheng's senior brother. Of course, all this was false information. In his previous life, even Blazing Heaven Demonis had been deceived. It was your master who informed you? Hei Lou Lan asked. Her killing intent went down to rock bottom. From her view, Fang Yuan had huge backing. It was very difficult to kill Fang Yuan, let alone Purple Mountain True Monarch, who was not someone she could handle. After all, at this time, Fairy Li Shan had yet to fully reconcile with Blazing Heaven Demonis. Fang Yuan chuckled. What do you think? Hei Lou Lan snorted, thoughts churning in her mind. Purple Mountain True Monarch actually knows my secret. He indeed has vast powers and is unfathomable. Fortunately, we have set an agreement with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan is really scheming. No matter how important self-strength Immortal Gu is, it is only a rank 6 Immortal Gu. How could it be traded for my attitude Gu? Hei Lou Lan immediately refused Fang Yuan's suggestion. My attitude Gu is a rank 8 Immortal Gu. As long as it is someone with a thinking mind, they can wear it and use it. It is a legendary Gu worm recorded in the Legends of Rinzu. You are actually thinking of using the rank 6 self-strength Immortal Gu to trade for my attitude Gu. Hee, aren't you daydreaming? Fang Yuan pondered it before speaking. Then how will you trade for it? Not trading. Hei Lou Lan immediately replied firmly. Fang Yuan's expression sank, letting out a dangerous aura. Hei Lou Lan, think properly. I will remind you this is my territory, my immortal blessed land. Hei Lou Lan laughed loudly. Ha, so what? Don't forget the agreement between us. It has not ended yet. Allies cannot attack each other. Of course, Hei Lou Lan added. You have your master's backing. Maybe you have already undone your restrictions. But do you think I, Hei Lou Lan, am afraid of death? You underestimate me too much. Even if I die here, I will destroy all my Gu worms before I die. Also, I know all about the resources that are in your immortal blessed land. After the battle, how many of these resources will remain? Tai by Yunsheng's landscape, as before, cannot restore these resources. Fang Yuan could not help but laugh. In his previous life, he had threatened blazing heaven demonists by showing a fearless stance towards death. This life, after he was reborn, Hei Lou Lan was using the same method to pressure him, and he similarly had to accept and go along with it. Fang Yuan's expression changed, laughing and clapping. Hei Lou Lan, I wouldn't dare to underestimate you. It was only a joke. Using a rank 6 Immortal Gu in exchange for a rank 8. Your joke only reveals your greed and stupidity. Hei Lou Lan coldly berated, without giving any face to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with sharp light. Then I will add some more on the table. How about I give up in contesting for Star Form Blessed Land? Hei Lou Lan shook her head. Giving up in contesting for it? Even if you hand over both Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land to me, I won't trade it. Attitude Gu is not only a rank 8 Immortal Gu, the requirements to use it are very minimal. It doesn't need immortal essence and only consumes mental energy. That means, even I, a rank 6 Gu Immortal, can use this rank 8 Immortal Gu. This kind of Immortal Gu is a peerless treasure. I absolute won't give it up. Don't mention trading for it. Fang Yuan, you are a smart person. You won't make useless efforts, right? Fang Yuan nodded, sighing. I understand. Then I shall take a step back. I want to use self-strength Immortal Gu to exchange for your slavery Immortal Gu. Hei Lou Lan's eyebrows raised. She had a slavery Immortal Gu. She had obtained it during the final moments in Imperial Court Blessed Land, after deceiving Giant Sun's will. Hei Lou Lan sank into silence. Fang Yuan's offer enticed her. As far as she was concerned, self-strength Immortal Gu's value was undoubtedly far above slavery Immortal Gu. Hei Lou Lan gazed at Fang Yuan's eyes. My slavery Immortal Gu is only rank 6. You are using rank 6 in exchange for rank 6. This is feasible. But slavery Immortal Gu cannot be used repeatedly. It can only be used once. Trading self-strength for slavery, don't you think you are losing out? Yes, there is some loss. Fang Yuan laughed, before raising a finger. So, I still have a condition. I want to borrow attitude Gu for some time. Hei Lou Lan did not reply, sinking into silence. Fang Yuan was trying all kinds of methods to borrow attitude Gu. This made her acutely sense the importance of attitude Gu to Fang Yuan. However, how much importance it had, Hei Lou Lan was not too sure. She needed to probe. Therefore, she refused. I will not lend attitude Gu. Fang Yuan's expression sank. Then forget it. He then turned around, leaving. Hei Lou Lan stood at her spot, watching coldly without moving. Fang Yuan moved several steps before stopping, turning around with a bitter smile as he faced Hei Lou Lan again. I only want to borrow attitude Gu for 3 years. 3 years? I wouldn't agree even if it was 3 days. Hei Lou Lan's expression was cold and ruthless. Internally, however, she was excited. She saw an opportunity to rip off Fang Yuan. Hei Lou Lan's concealment was good, but she was in the end still young, and Fang Yuan was an old monster who had lived hundreds of years. Fang Yuan gave a displeased snort. How could he not know Hei Lou Lan's current thoughts? He threw out his trump card. It seems you don't want revenge. You have such a good opportunity in front of you to kill Hei Chung, but it feels like you don't want it. What? Hei Chung? Hei Lou Lan's eyes flashed with a ferocious glint, her expression fluctuating. Although Hei Chung was her own father, the hatred between them was so great, she would not rest until he was dead. Killing Hei Chung and taking revenge was already the greatest obsession of Hei Lou Lan. This obsession was so deep that it had affected her cultivation, becoming a permanent scar in her mind. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Hei Lou Lan had killed Hei Cheng, got back the self-strength Immortal Gu, dispelled the scar in her mind, and found herself. So when she activated Strength Path Phantoms, they turned into her appearance, and not the brawny, burly man. Chapter 975. New Alliance Agreement. The negotiation with Hei Lou Lan lasted for 6 hours. After it ended, even Fang Yuan with his immortal zombie body felt extremely exhausted. His pitiful immortal zombie mind could not think on its own easily. Who knew how many thoughts he wasted in the process? Hei Lou Lan also wasn't better off. She felt this negotiation was much more exhausting than an intense battle of life and death. A feeling of weakness emitted from deep within her. Her tongue went dry and she was feeling dizzy. After the negotiation, Fang Yuan brought over Tai by Yun Sheng and formed a new agreement with Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Shan. Fang Yuan handed over self-strength Immortal Gu, trading for Hei Lou Lan's slavery Immortal Gu, as well as borrowing Attitude Gu for 1 year. Fang Yuan also had to provide an opportunity to kill Hei Cheng for Hei Lou Lan and Fairy Shan. As for Star Form Blessed Land, everyone would continue to participate fairly. Besides these, Fang Yuan also obtained Hei Lou Lan's consent to connect their luck. The new agreement was tightly linked together in all aspects. Even Fairy Shan with her information path quasi-great grandmaster attainment would need to spend several years to break the agreement. More importantly, it also took account of Blazing Heaven Demoness. There was a condition inside that stated more allies could be added, but the new allies must follow the agreement. Moreover, both sides could not get the help of external forces to target each other. Both sides would also have a one-time opportunity to request for support, and once used, the other side must be assisted. The compensation after the matter would be calculated according to the specific situation. The agreement was extremely stringent. The division of profits was stipulated in detail. Fang Yuan used Hei Lou Lan's apprehension towards Purple Mountain True Monarch and his previous life's memories to reach his goal. One who could only fight was no more than a bore. Battles could not resolve all issues. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Humans possessed great wisdom. If they used this wisdom only to fight, they would be letting down this gift from heaven. After the agreement was made, Fang Yuan's situation had changed greatly. First of all, Hei Lou Lan was Fairy Black Moon, with vigorous luck that would not decline for a long time. Fang Yuan connected his luck with hers, offsetting Spring Autumn Cicada's flaw. Second, he was able to borrow the rank 8 Attitude Gu. This Immortal Gu was used in the past by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It was the core Gu of the legendary Immortal Killer move, Familiar Face. Back then, thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had only been rank 6 Gu Immortal. But by using this killer move, he deceived 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals in a row, obtaining large amounts of treasures, as well as causing the 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals to misunderstand each other, indirectly causing their deaths. Fang Yuan had lost change form Immortal Gu, but obtained Attitude Gu, which was countless times better. His improved vaguely familiar face killer move's effect would be sharply increased to an astonishing level. Fang Yuan was now confident of deceiving even rank 8 Gu Immortals. Lastly was Blazing Heaven Demoness. In his previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness, this rank 8 Gu Immortal, had schemed against Fang Yuan. This life, Fang Yuan had reached a new agreement with Fairy Shan and others, which could be taken as stopping Blazing Heaven Demoness scheme early. Blazing Heaven Demoness guilt and affection towards Hei Lou Lan was her biggest weakness. Fang Yuan was planning to inadvertently make use of Blazing Heaven Demoness. Even if Blazing Heaven Demoness did not join the new alliance, when Hei Lou Lan falls into a predicament while assisting Fang Yuan, could Blazing Heaven Demoness do nothing? It could be said that Hei Lou Lan was the best tool to control Blazing Heaven Demoness. Hei Lou Lan's side is no longer an obstacle to me. After turning enemies into allies, my plans should now go much more smoothly. But Hei Lou Lan and the others are extremely shrewd. They are not easy to fool. They are now very satisfied with this new alliance agreement, but they will slowly realize the enormous advantage I am holding. At that time, they will definitely be displeased and may even try to go against me. Because of his previous life's memories, Fang Yuan was able to gain the advantage, but he had not removed his vigilance against Hei Lou Lan's side. Wait until I possess Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. Then the course will be set. The contrast between the strength of our sides will be overturned. Even if Hei Lou Lan's side is unsatisfied, they won't be able to create any problems. Fang Yuan did not hesitate on giving up self-strength Immortal Gu. It was because he was planning for the Immortal Gu house, Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, and the Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. With self-strength Immortal Gu, he would only have the first style of Myriad Self. At best, his strength would only be rank 7. But with the Immortal Gu house, Fang Yuan did not need to fear even rank 8s. easily advancing or retreating. After obtaining Attitude Gu, Fang Yuan stored it in his own immortal aperture and moved to Lang Yu Blessed Land. Lang Yu Land Spirit was extremely surprised, asking, "So quickly? You got what I wanted?" No, Fang Yuan shook his head. Lang Yu Land Spirit's expression immediately turned gloomy, shouting coldly, "Fang Yuan, you brat, are you disregarding my words? Before you left last time, I told you Lang Yu Blessed Land is not a place for you to come whenever you want. If you don't have the immortal material I want, then don't come bothering me. I won't agree to any of your requests." "Is that so?" Fang Yuan chuckled, his attitude calm. "What if I want to use my final opportunity to request you to refine Gu for me?" "Oh." Lang Yu Land Spirit was staring blankly, lost for words. Fang Yuan had stolen Ma Hongyun's fortuitous encounter, arriving at Lang Yu Blessed Land with the identity of an inheritor of Thieving Heaven. Because Longhair Ancestor had made an agreement with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Lang Yu Land Spirit had to refine Gu 3 times for Fang Yuan without any costs. If refining Mortal Gu, Lang Yu Land Spirit must guarantee the success of the Gu refinement. If refining Immortal Gu, Lang Yu Land Spirit could fail, but the materials for the Gu refinement must come from his own pockets. Fang Yuan had used 2 opportunities. The first was to refine Stargate Gu. Although this Gu worm was only Immortal Gu, it had provided huge help to Fang Yuan at that time. The second was to refine Second Aperture Gu. During the Gu refinement process, Fang Yuan drank 4 types of fine wines, obtaining Divine Travel Gu. Finally, he used Divine Travel Gu to trade for Gruel Mud Immortal Gu from Lang Yu Land Spirit. Thus, Fang Yuan only had 1 remaining opportunity to request Gu refinement. Lang Yu Land Spirit said sternly, "Kid, what Gu do you want to refine?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting Lang Yu Land Spirit's shoulder. "I only said if. I don't truly want to waste the 3rd opportunity now." Lang Yu Land Spirit snorted, brushing away Fang Yuan's hand and dusting off his clothing with extremely dislike. But in the end, he did not speak anymore. As long as Fang Yuan did not use his final opportunity, he could casually enter Lang Yu Blessed Land. Lang Yu Land Spirit knew this was Fang Yuan's warning towards him, even a verbal attack. But he was unable to do anything about it, so he felt very displeased. "If you don't want to use the final chance, then leave quickly," Lang Yu Land Spirit said, displeased. Fang Yuan unconcernedly shrugged his shoulders. "Although I did not get the immortal material you mentioned, but I brought this. Take a look." The corners of Lang Yu Land Spirit's lips curled up. "Brat, you want to deceive me? Humph, you think immortal materials can easily substitute for each other? I cannot." He suddenly stopped speaking. His eyes flew wide open. His gaze intensified sharply as it fixed upon the immortal material in Fang Yuan's hand. This immortal material naturally was not a simple one. It was a rank 8 immortal material Fang Yuan had picked up inside the Gu formation in Earth Trench. Lang Yu Land Spirit's eyes were captivated. This looks like fragment of the immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix's body." Lang Yu Land Spirit stuttered in an incredulous tone. Fang Yuan gave a thumbs up, as expected of Lang Yu Land Spirit. "You are correct. After I obtained this immortal material, I had to spend some effort before I found out its origin." As he said this, Fang Yuan handed this immortal material to Lang Yu Land Spirit. Lang Yu Land Spirit did not restrain himself. He quickly stretched his hand, grabbing the immortal material, and put it in front of his eyes, examining carefully. Good stuff, good stuff. Sure enough, it is a fragment of a Cloud Phoenix. This is a rare object. What dog's hit luck do you have to actually get such a treasure? Lang Yu Land Spirit muttered nonstop. He was extremely enticed, and his gaze looked somewhat infatuated. No matter which Lang Yu Land Spirit it was, they both originated from Longhair Ancestor. Longhair Ancestor excelled in Gu refinement, and was also infatuated with it. Lang Yu Land Spirit had also inherited this nature. Right now, as Lang Yu Land Spirit looked at this rank 8 immortal material, his thoughts started to fluctuate. He had bitterly sought for such immortal materials, but had not found them. If he had this, the gaps in materials for a lot of immortal Gu recipes could be filled up. The Gu refinement materials for 1 or 2 immortal Gu would even be collected entirely, and the Gu refinement could begin immediately. Lang Yu Land Spirit had already stopped paying attention to Fang Yuan. His gaze was tightly fixed at the Cloud Phoenix's fragment, inspecting it from all directions. He was almost salivating. Even in Lang Yu Blessed Land, there were very few rank 8 immortal materials. Why? It was simple. They were hard to gather. Like this Cloud Phoenix's fragment, its main body was an immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix. This Cloud Phoenix was extremely powerful, able to match rank 8 Gu Immortals. To gather this immortal material, normally speaking, one had to kill the Cloud Phoenix. Gu Immortals were few in numbers. Rank 8 Gu Immortals were even fewer. Only a handful of them existed. They had to consider their tribulations and their own safety, and would not easily start a battle. Unless they had some specific demands, there would be extremely few rank 8 immortal materials entering the market. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan had only put 2 immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Yet he was easily able to trade for all kinds of food for Immortal Gu. Even Fang Yuan Spirit's main body, long-hair ancestor, did not have too much capability to personally gather rank 8 immortal materials. One of the reasons he agreed to refine Gu for thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was to borrow the strength of the rank 9 Venerables to gather rank 8 immortal materials. Fang Yuan saw Fang Yuan Spirit's expression and smiled. He then took out another rank 8 immortal material and intentionally asked, Fang Yuan Spirit, help me check the origins of this immortal material. Fang Yuan Spirit raised his head to take a glance, immediately letting out a loud and shocked scream. His eyes were wild with joy. Heavens, isn't this the wing of a tiger-striped honeybee? Look, such beautiful lights from Dao marks. The metal path Dao marks on this wing are so dense that we can see the light from the Dao marks with our naked eyes. Brat, how could you obtain something of this level? It simply angers me to death. I searched so hard for so many years, but even I have barely over 20 of them. They are so precious that I am not willing to use them. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. What if I say I picked them up? Do you believe me? Saying this, he immediately took back the Cloud Phoenix's fragment from Fang Yuan Spirit's hand. Fang Yuan Spirit was caught unprepared, and after he reacted, he gave a miserable howl, feeling like a piece of his heart had been cut out. He stamped his foot and shouted, What are you doing? Doing what? Fang Yuan had a baffled expression. This belongs to me. Are you thinking of stealing it? Fang Yuan's spirit stiffened. He was not able to retort and could only glare at Fang Yuan.